and sit down.
getting very close.
Getting there, yeah.
I think next meeting the room will be finished and then we just need some air conditioning in it.
Yeah, okay. Oh, good, good. Good to hear. I better get into this.
It'll be all finished for when you're up there, mate.
Awesome. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our March Club Day. Actually, we've turned into March. Matt Payne bringing you all the action here at Ipswich today, right throughout the course of the event. We've got our first class out on circuit for their qualifying session this morning to kick things off here. Get things working and bring you the times. Great over company if you're tuning in through our live stream. Of course, we are live streaming through the Ipswich Kart Club YouTube channel. Great to have the team on board once again to be with us here this morning. Another big weekend, of course, of racing. Fairly warm conditions, about 25 degrees as I pulled in about 15 minutes ago. Qualifying for tag restricted medium out there at the moment. Riley Vandenbroek on top with a 50.725 as Hugo Quez Sales goes to the top, only to be knocked off by Vandenbroek yet again. A 50.403 is the time to chase at the moment. Trent Harder's into third spot out there at the minute, followed by Sebi DeSalvo. He's in fourth spot. Then Ben Lillis, Mick Ore, Matt Goddard down in seventh spot in the 81, Ned Lanahan, and Gabriel Goodchild, followed by Riley Jones, Cor Donnelly, Scotty Jordan, Brady Godfrey, I should say, Nash Garland, Justin Voigt, and Dale Riley not actually setting any times out there. But Vandenbroek, the number 78, there is the number 17 on screen of Hugo Quez Sales. He's just really built up to it over recent months as Hugo. Now he goes to the top. So it's a 50.157 is the time. Quez Sales and Vandenbroek have swapped those spots on a number of different occasions throughout the course of this one. Trent Harder's sitting there in third position. It's Benny Lillis, Sebi DeSalvo, Riley Jones in sixth spot aboard the 99, and Gabriel Goodchild, Matt Goddard down in eighth spot in the 81. Then Mick Ore, Scott Jordan, Ned Lanahan, and Brady Godfrey, Cor Donnelly, and Nash Garland. That's how they sit at the moment. 86 1,000ths of a second is the gap between Quez Sales and Vandenbroek. It's been a busy couple of weeks in motorsport land. Great to see circuit racing back in action around the world across Formula One testing, World Endurance Championship last night. And of course, that epic kickoff to the Supercars Championship. It's great to see James Courtney out here during the week putting together a piece for Fox Sports on where it all began. And here's your pole set up on screen at the moment. As Quez Sales comes through. And Vandenbroek knocks him off again. A 50.147 that time. As the checkered flag comes out on this one, both Vandenbroek and Quez Sales will get another lap in. Trent Harders can't go any better than third spot in the number 93. Lillis remains fourth for the time being. So we'll wait on Vandenbroek and Quez Sales to come through to see who is going to start on the pole position. Just 100th of a second between the pair of them at the end of this one. Quez Sales goes through, can't improve. So it's going to be Riley Vandenbroek who'll start on the pole in this tag restricted medium. category over Hugo Quest Sales. Then it's Trent Harders, Ben Lillis, followed by Sebi DeSalvo, then Gabriel Goodchild, Matt Goddard, then Riley Jones, then it's Mick Oro, Scott Jordan, then Ned Lanahan, Court Donnelly, Brady Godfrey and Nash Garland are your runners in that tag restricted medium qualification session. We'll take a break and be back shortly here at Ipswich. And kick things off pretty strongly this morning. Tag restricted light hits the circuit for qualifications. Big field here in tag restricted light this weekend. Tag restricted titles, of course. Let's see who comes out on top of this one. Thomas Williams out there in the 35. Jack Munro, the 18. Cody Scott always strong in the 3. Luke Trost, keep an eye on him. Robbie Mortensen, always there or thereabouts. Callum Mullins. Pace setup. Well, you can't really read too much into that at this stage. Trost's time out the gate of 50.151. It's a bright orange cart out there. Jack Munro, always strong in the 18. There he is on screen, the second cart on your screen at the moment. It's been on Thomas Williams in the 35. So come. Trost goes quicker again, a 49.319 that time through. Munro into second, Mullins into third. Will Carmichael now moves his way up to fifth spot aboard the 23. Katie Scott in fourth spot at the moment, the number 3. Here's our top runners. As you can see the pace that Trost has got on board, the white helmet. He's really caught into these two aboard that number 47 of 49.060. He's half a second quicker than the field at the moment as Luke Trost, the youngster. He hasn't been up in seniors all that long because Luke Trost certainly is starting to close in on the back of this duo. The top 3 on the timing sheets are together on circuit at the moment as Trost goes past the 35 of Thomas Williams and keeps an eye then on the state champion in Jack Munro. Of course, he dominated this category at this very circuit last year in that state championship. Scott up to fourth again. Now Robbie Mortensen goes to fourth spot in front of Caleb Mullins, then Scott. Darcy Briggs into seventh. Then it's Will Carmichael, followed by Jackson Turner. Then Connor O'Reilly. Josh McLaughlin now moves his way into 10th spot. As I say that, there's a whole heap of changes going on. Jack Duncan now inside the top 10. So there's the 18 of Munro. the blue machine, with Trost right behind him as they come across the start-finishing line. Trost goes quicker again, a 48.899, but Munro's closed it down to .188 between the pair of them. Then Williams, followed by Mullins and Carmichael. As I say, that Jack DeSelle goes into 5th spot. Then Mortensen, followed by Briggs, McLaughlin, Scott. Then Duncan, JK's into 12th spot now. Then Jackson Turner, Manzano, Connor O'Reilly in 15th placing. Then Charlie Furlonger. Blake Ramala goes up to 17th position. Followed by Douglas, then Wheeler, then Karuna Ratner. Amelia Chicato into 21st spot, followed by Mitch Chimes. McNeil in 23rd position as they sit at this point in time. Checkered flag getting prepared out there as we come toward the end of our qualifying session. Checkered flag's out now, 6 minutes done. Doesn't look like Trost is going to get tossed, although Munro has closed it down to 63 1,000ths of a second, so there's not much in it between our top two as they are still out there. They're on their final lap of this one to see what they can potentially do. Carmichael, he goes up to 3rd spot. The 88 goes through. Trost just sitting in there behind Jack Munro, keeping an eye on proceedings. So across the line, Munro, he takes the pole right at the checkered flag. A 48.848 from Jack Munro in the 18. He knocks off Luke Trost, who'd been quick for the entire 6 minutes of the session. And Jack Munro gets it by 22 1,000ths of a second over Trost. Then Carmichael, followed by DeSelle. Then Tilmouth. Following them through was Tully, then Kay and Thompson. That completes your runners in Tag Restricted Light. We'll be out with their next session very soon. And welcome back. Our final qualifying session on circuit at the moment. Tag restricted masters out there for their qualifications. Everyone back into it. Of course, a big season of karting at a national level kicking off in just over a week's time with the Stars of Karting down at Todd Road to kick off the Formula One Louis Vuitton Australian Grand Prix week. Really looking forward to heading down to that one. Then, of course, 2 weekends later, at the same circuit for the opening round of the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship, which we'll visit here in the winter. Certainly looking forward to kicking off that season as well. So they come for tag restricted masters. Of course, it is the tag restricted titles this weekend. First time starting to kick in. 51.921 for David Vogel. That means very little though. Straight out the box. So Alan May's second out the box. Robinson in third spot. Hyland and Sattler. Then it's Farkas, Robson. Followed by Matthew Donnelly. Then Adrian Godfrey and Steve Johns. Junpei Morita goes to third. Gavin Sauer just pipping him there. Alan Mays, 51.563 is the time at the moment. Pete Sattler to second. Mick Robinson into third spot. Followed by Scott Hyland, then Rudy Farkas. Then it's Matthew Donnelly. David Vogel, Gavin Soward. And Mark Robinson and Junpei Morita rounding out your 10 as they sit at the minute. Halfway through the session now as Alan Shislowski goes to third. Junpei Morita, quick time, 51.355. So Mr. Global Hub. Alan Mays knocks him off straight away. Mick Robinson, he's come to play today. He's up to second. 0.2 of a second off at the pace of Mays at this stage. Morita still in third, then Robinson, followed by Vogel, Hyland, then Farkas, Sattler, Soward and Shislowski rounding out your 10. Alan had a great run here last time out. Just jumps and changes all the time in these categories. Just depends on who's turned up with what, how they do it. It's Mays on screen as Morita goes back to the top in the 8 kart. A 51.064. Coming up to 4.5 minutes done in this qualifying session. Junpei sitting on top. A 51.064, 21/1000th of a second. In front of Alan Mays. Then Robinson, followed by Vogel, then Sattler. Mark Robinson in 6th spot. A minute left remaining now. So they'll get a couple more laps in. There's the 60 of Alan Mays on screen. He's been right at the top. Let's see what he can do this time. He's sitting in second and can't improve on that particular lap on the time to Junpei Morita. David Vogel goes up to third place. Chris Briggs moves himself inside the top 10 now. Number 7 pulls out of qualifying session. 20 seconds left remaining now. There's Soward on screen. So he comes around. Doesn't go any better. Still remains ninth, just Gavin Soward. New sticker kit for him as the checkered flag's out now on this one. Scott Hyland goes up to fourth on his final circulation. Just still waiting on Mays and Junpei Morita to come through. Junpei still sitting on top with a 51.064. Matt Donnelly gets himself inside the top 10. But as they come around, here's Junpei. Can he improve? No, he doesn't. He stays on top with that 51.064. Soward goes through. He stays where he was. Mays doesn't improve. So it's Morita over Mays, then Vogel, followed by Hyland, then Robinson, followed by Cieslowski up to 6th spot at the end there, then Pete Sattler, Mark Robinson, then Rudy Farkas, Matthew Donnelly in 10th spot, then Soward, Briggs, Johns, Campbell, Robinson, then Godfrey, then Heath, Garrity, then Barnett, Ferguson, Thompson, Brogan, Glashoff, Josh Barnett. As we go down the order, Pete Fletcher, then Owen O'Hare, then Linus Brown, Tim Lemon, Matt Mear, and Paul Chimes rounding out your runners in Tag Restricted Masters. We're about to go racing. We'll take a quick break and be back soon. And welcome back to Ipswich. We're on circuit, about to kick off racing for the day with Cadet 9 as they hit the track. The youngsters, Scarlett Mitrovic, to start on the pole position in the 25. Billy Curtis, the 16, to start on the outside front row. Next row of the grid is the 19 of Alfie Doyle and Harry Lack in the 99. Row number 3 will be Oscar Kozak, the 66, and Hugo Jones, the 79. Then it's Jace Herriman, Ryder Shong in the 17 out of 8. Row number 5 is Luke Robinson and RJ Bell Bowen making the trip north yet again in the 7. Emerson Mills in the 2. Then it's the 71 of Vinnie Misson. Dominic Mixco in the 14. Then Marcus Camelocker, Jacob Ding and Matty Tresillian. That is your field out there. Good field of Cadet 9s with us here today. One's got a problem. Struck trouble. That's not the way that you want to kick things off for the first race of the day. I think that might be Balboa out there actually. The colours look familiar. Just can't pick up the number from where I'm at. Yes, it would be RJ in the 7. It's stuck there. They're able to get him fired. Dad Roddy down there. He's looking a little bit distressed, as you'd imagine, certainly after making a trip up from Sydney. Nope, she don't want to fire. So RJ off to the side of the track, certainly not the way that he wants to get his racing Saturday underway. Struck some terrible luck here last time out. They made the trip up for the event. It was well and truly part of the mix. And then failed on the warm-up lap. 1 to go, and then we'll get them underway. We're just getting the racetrack cleaned up out there. Eight laps on the board for this one. Cadet 9 to kick things off here at our tag restricted titles day. Oh no, we've got more dramas. Oh, I think old mate's actually waiting to join the field, I think. One of those days, I think, is it? Lights are out and we're away. Go, go, go. 8 laps on the board in this Cadet 9. Opening heat race. Down through turn number 1 they go for the first time. Working their way through the middle part of the race circuit, through the Brisbane Karts corner now. Now out of RHQ they come, down towards Video Pro. Race on for the lead. They're side by side as they head up to Autobahn. Look at how tightly packed they are to kick things off here. Down the end of the back straight away. That's Luck, who's had a great start out there as they come back around to the start straight for the first time. Luck it is, who leads away in the parallel. Over Scarlett Mitrovic, then Hugo Jones, Ryder Shong, then Doyle, followed by Harriman, Kozak, then it's Mixco, followed by Mills, then it's Vinnie Misson. Camelocker in 11th spot, then Tresillian. And Harry Lack starting to open up his lead out there already. Up through the Autobahn corner they go. The Lack Group 99 leading comfortably now over Scarlett Mitrovic, who's got Hugo Jones right on her tail as they go through the hairpin for the second time now. A second's the gap from Lack to Mitrovic. Then Ryder Shong up to 3rd spot, followed by Jones. Then it's Doyle. Kozak's got past Harriman for 6th. Mills past Mixco for 8th spot out there. But it's all Harry Lack at the moment, kicking his day off in perfect fashion. What about this race for second, third and fourth? Oh, a bit of elbows out action through the video pro corner. Zhang, I think that might have been, that's moved his way up into second position. Now down the back straightaway they go. There's Lack comfortably in front, but the battle's on right behind him for second, third and fourth. Another change down at the hairpin. But Zhang, who's got himself up to second position in the number 17 kart in front of Mitrovic. Jones has dropped off the back of them a little bit. Then Kozak, Harriman and Doyle are going at it a little further back. Down through the middle part of the race circuit they go. The battle for second and third is really on out there. There's Zhang going through with Mitrovic right behind him. Perkin lap number 4, so they'll be at the halfway point. There's Zhang, he's got the blue plate on. That denotes he is a state champion in this category currently. So crosses the line. In fact, that's a 68 out there. Luke Robinson in second spot. Not showing up on my timing screen, so he's got a transponder issue going on out there in that number 68. He's in a solid second spot, so whether they can fix that up here in race control, I'm not sure. It'd be unfortunate for Robinson if that was the case. Through the Autobahn corner. It's all getting very spread out. It was nice and tight to kick things off as we go back to Harry Lack at the front. He's your race leader at the moment. This will be the end of lap number 5. 3 remaining for your race leader now. Then it's Robinson on track, followed by Mitrovic, followed by Zhang, I should say, then Mitrovic. Harriman's up to 5th place now. Oh, drama's out there. Jones and Kozak are dropping down the order. There's one of them that's off at turn number 1. Lack's lead, 2.5 seconds out the front to kick things off here. To kick March off, in fact. March 1 today. Time's absolutely flying at the moment. Tell you what, Robinson's really closed this gap at the front. Hopefully it's not for nothing out there for him. 2 laps remaining. As I mentioned before, he's not showing up on the timing screen, so transponder issue out there for the number 68, second on circuit, but he has really closed the gap down. Harry Lack, oh no, he's made a mistake. Goes straight on. Does Robinson in the 68. He'll try and redress that as he rejoins, going through the cut-through area. No, he's called it a day, so Robinson out of commission from second spot. Fortunate to have made that mistake. Running over there to try and get that cart out of the way. Last lap board on display for Harry Lack. Strider Zhang now elevates himself to second position. Scarlett Mitrovic holding down third place. Then Harriman, followed by Doyle and Mills. So Lack on his last lap now. That's exactly what he wants to try and do. The way to get your day underway. We haven't seen him for a little while at Ipswich. Harry Lack, good to have him back this weekend. So get out in the back straight away. battle going on further back in the pack on screen at the minute as Harry Lack goes through the second to last corner, comes around to the start, finishing straight. And the 99 will get the checkered flag, and Harry Lack takes the win. Second place goes to Ryder Zhong. Scarlett Mitrovic waiting on her to come through now. She's kicked off her day in strong fashion in third. Then Jace Harriman in fourth placing, followed by Alfie Doyle and Emerson Mills. Marcus Kamaloka to be the next one through, followed by Vinnie Misson and Dominic Mixco and Matty Trezillian, Jacob Ding and Hugo Jones round out your finishes in our opening race of the day, Cadet 9. We're going to take a break and be back shortly with our next category here at Ipswich K3 Junior Heavy.
Shut up and sit down.
And welcome back to Ipswich. K3 Junior Heavy hits the circuit. Chris Thompson will start on the pole. Raf Gatt had a bit of a drama out there. He's pulled in. And Max Southgate, Zach Corkery, then Harrison Lippiott, Jackson Duong out of position at number 6. And Quade Powers, Luke Downs, Jacob Neal, Cooperfield, Matt Clark, then Jet Saragi, Dylan Kamalocka, Paddy Buckley, Leo Soward, etc., etc. And we are away for 8 laps around this one. And a few of them have gone around on the entrance to turn number 1. 2 out of the 3 get restarted. One's got some smoke going, but no go. So he's out of commission in this one. Great to see the team from Rush Performance here with us this weekend, making the trip up from Sydney for the event. Down the back straightaway they go. New race lead up. One of the Team CXR drivers. No, in fact, it's Paddy Buckley who leads the way. He's got a transponder issue now as well. So Paddy leads the way in the number 50. Over Duong. Walker Soward out there punching on a little. She's trying to get involved in the run toward the top. There's Buckley leading down through the hairpin. Different colours for Duong this weekend as well in the 13. The 41 of Kamalocka, third on circuit. Then it's Clark, followed by Saragi, Soward, Field. Then Powers, Coburn, Southgate. Then it's Downs, McMinn, Neal, then Lippiott, Liu. Then it's Shaw, Corkery, Webster. That's how they run at the moment. A couple of them having transponder issues to kick the day off. Buckley pulling away at the front. Duong under a bit of pressure here from Kamalocka in the 41. As they come to the line. Kamalocka having a look at turn 1. Side by side down through the first turn they go. Duong holds onto it for the time being. But it's only temporary because Kamalocka's managed to get through at turn number 2 on the 4th lap now. So they'll be at the halfway point. Great race going on for second. Jet Saragi trying to close in onto the back of that one. Up through the Autobahn corner they go. On lap number 4. So there's Kamalocka on screen. Trying to pull away here from Duong. Then you've got Jet Saragi, the quickest driver on circuit at the moment, in 4th position, trying to close in onto the back of Duong and get himself involved in the fight. Of course, unless we've qualified, the grid that they started this race will reverse for the next one. But Saragi, they're in 4th position, trying to make his way past into 3rd. Up through the Autobahn corner they run, then onto the backstretch they go now. There's Paddy Buckley, he comes around. We've got his transponder drama sorted. He's the quickest on circuit is Paddy with a 50.174 set on that last lap. He's got a 2.2 second lead over Dylan Kamalocka. Duong and Saragi, third and fourth still. They're going at it. Matthew Clark holds down fifth spot at the moment with August Soward sitting in sixth spot. There's a battle for third going on. Duong holding on to it in the white, number 13. With Saragi on his tail. Through the right-hander at Autobahn they go now. There's Buckley working lap number 6. The Castrol-backed machine. Former national champion, of course. Across the line he goes. Just getting faster out there is Paddy Buckley at the moment. Camelocka holding down second spot still. Duong has got Saragi behind him. Saragi hasn't been able to make the move that he's looking to try and do. Through the RHQ corner they run now. So when's Saragi going to have the opportunity to try and open the gap? The Duong looks like he's responded a little bit here. Saragi was only marginally faster the last time by as Paddy Buckley comes through. That's the end of lap number 7. One remaining now. As they go on through, Buckley's lead out to 3 seconds over Camelocka. Duong and Saragi still sitting exactly where they were. It seems like Duong's strength is in the early part of the lap, whereas Saragi pushes back in the latter part of the lap there. Paddy Buckley, though, up through the Autobahn corner for the final time, and he hits the back straight away. Checkered flag is at the ready for Paddy Buckley. He comes through the Howard concreting, then onsite Renault Group corner, and onto the Caprice straightaway to take the checkered flag. So Buckley wins. Second spot goes to Camelocka. Duong holds out for third over Saragi. Then Matthew Clark, August Soward, Nathan Coburn, then Powers in 8th spot. Waiting for the remainder of our top 10 to come through. Max Southgate gets into 9th on the last lap, followed by Cooperfield, then Luke Downs, Leo Liu, then it is Harrison Lippiat, Neil, then Leo, followed by McMinn, then Webster, then Shaw, and Zach Corkery to round out your finishes in that one. We'll take a very quick break and be back soon here at Ipswich. You're watching the Pineapple Series for March here this weekend. Welcome back. A massive field of Cadet 12 hit the circuit for their opening heat race over 8 laps. Frankie Madrick to start on the pole. Aston Mills, the 18 outside front row. Leighton Thorley, then Nicholas Kinder. Vasily Barrelos out of Sydney. Then it's Lucas Losco out of Bundaberg in the 92 out of position number 6. Jackson Curtis out of 7. Blake Haig had a great run here last time. He will start from 8th spot in the 75. Rhett Moylan made a change of teams in the off-season and has really picked it up. The Port Macquarie racer, Ashton Lusty, the Sydney sider. Then Judah Moon out of position 11 in the 10. Joseph Plott, the 31. Kobe Long, the 89. Then it's Olivia Walton, Jack Masiko. Harlan Bell out of 16th spot. Rossi Yao in the 46 from 17th. Shelby Smith. Kenny Marita. Then it's Sebastian Woodrow, Oliver Jones, Jeremy Broadbent, Ricardo Johnson from 23rd on the grid. Watch out. So too for Knox Black in the 33 out of 24. Aria Prezi, then Walter Hillier, Anderson Carson, Ray, Charles Waddy, Petroni, Campbell are here. Jackson as they get underway here in this one. 8 laps on the board. A huge field of Cadet 12, as there always is right around the country. Future of the sport looking very strong, that is for sure. So work their way down toward the Video Pro corner to kick things off. As you can see, then come streaming through Vortex Mini Rock motor. On board all of these youngsters, all between the ages of 9 and 12, as they come through the hairpin. Back around to the start straight is Aston Mills, who's got the advantage at the moment in the number 18. And quite an advantage he's got as well, actually, it must be said. 1.2 seconds over Madrick and Barrelos, followed by Haig, already up to 4th spot. Good start. Kinder, Losco in 6th place. Rhett Moylan in 7th, then Masiko, then Thorley. And Pilot rounding out your top 10 as they sit at the moment. Bell into 11th spot on the way forward. Marita to 12th. Down through the left-hander at Video Pro they go. The battle for second backwards, is about 7 of them involved in that at the moment. It's quite a tight tussle. Barrelos having a look at Madrick for second place. Aston Mills has pulled clear. He's got a comfortable advantage at the moment. The battle's on for second, just behind them. Haig's up to second spot now. The problem down at the hairpin for one of our drivers facing the wrong way. Another drama going on down at turn number 1 at the moment. Go-kart stuck in the middle of the racetrack. That's not ideal. Thank you to our mechanics / volunteers / parents for assisting us out there. Mills lead 1.5 seconds. Another one stuck down at the hairpin. We'll get that one out of the way. It's all happening here this morning, that's for sure. So Haig starting to close in now on Mills. It's down under 0.8 of a second. And Haig in the 75, the fastest driver on circuit. And you can visually see how much he's closed that gap down to Aston Mills up the front. He's on fire of late, is Blake Haig. He had a quiet season last year, it'd have to be said. But he's really picked it up in the early stages of 2025, and if his club racing is any indication, he's going to be in good shape once we get to the SP Tools Australian Championship at the end of the month down there at Todd Road. And have a look at him here, right on the back of Aston Mills as they come out of the final turn. Down the front stretch, we're halfway there as Haig goes for the race lead at turn 1. And you have a new race leader out there, Blake Haig in a 75. There he is. She's got the stickers up to speed. It's a very bare cart last month out for Blake Haig. But here he is out in front of Aston Mills. Third spot is Nicholas Kinder. He got past Barrelos the last lap. Losco in 5th placing. Rhett Moylan moving forward up to 6th place. Made the move to Cali Course. Did the racer out of Port Macquarie. And it's really paid dividends. Got up with his grandmother at the Building Better Kart Club's conference on the Gold Coast a few weeks ago. Haig 3/10 up on Mills, then Kinder. Losco and Moylan in front of Barrelos. Now he's dropped back to 6. He was running 3rd. Then it's Black, Bell, Yo. Then Masiko, followed by Anderson. Marita in 12th. Then it's Johnson, followed by Pilot. Then Carson. Jeremy Broadbent in 16th. Shelby Smith in 17th. Then Jones, Lusty, Hillier, Petroni. Thorley in 22nd. Then it's Campbell, followed by Woodrow. Oscar Ray. Then O'Hare, followed by Walton, then Long, Jackson, and Aprazasi in the number 15. But up the front, Hagen Mills, there they are. They've got that advantage over Nicholas Kinder in 3rd as he comes to the line now. One of the many Birrell arts is Nicholas Kinder. Change of chassis, I think, for him. Rhett Moylan in 5th. He is on fire at the moment. Driving under the key and Fothergill. Cali Course better. And it's really paid dividends, that move that they made about a month ago. Certainly now a contender, that is for sure. Just building that consistency, I think, is going to be the thing for Rhett. There's Losco. He's made the move up into 3rd position on his fellow red and white machine of Kinder. Now they come to the line. We're on the last lap now for Blake Haig. There he is, the live wire. Takes a peek over the shoulder, nothing to be concerned about at this point in time. There's the battle going on for 3rd, headed up by Losco in the blue helmet. Moylan right there with them. Through the right-hander at the top of the racetrack they go. Haig, take another cursory glance over the shoulder as it goes through the hairpin for the final time. The checkered flag is at the ready, and Blake Haig brings it around. And he will get the W here to kick his day off over Aston Mills. Then it's Kinder who gets back on Losco on the last lap over Moylan, then Barrelos. Then it's Black who gets himself up to 7th. Good drive. Harlan Bell up to 8th. Then Yo, another good drive from him. Ricardo Johnson, he's made his way through the field. Then Anderson, followed by Kenny Marita. Lennox Carson in 13th does the quickest lap of the race on the last lap. Then Broadbent, Masiko, Jones and Smith Hillier. Then it's Petroni, Lusty, followed by Pilot. Then it's Campbell, then Thorley, Ray, O'Hare, Woodrow, Walton, then Kobe Long. Sorry, Levi Shells gets through on Kobe Long. And Spencer Jackson rounds out your finishes in this one. We're going to take a break and be back soon. We've got Kz2 and Dd2 set to hit the circuit.
Shut up and sit down.
So up they come now for Kz2 and Dd2. 2 races in one. Jodie Slater and Lachlan Murphy on the front row of Kz2. Bailey Sagadak, Tom Hunter, then Luke Bird, Jordan Ensby and Troy Losco. Great to have Troy here with us this weekend. Of course, multi-national champion. And Dd2 gets underway. Scott Cleveland, Josh Goddard. Then it's Brock Plum, Dan Hutchison, Steph Duffy. Then Paul Wilmot, Angus Mather's new suit this weekend for Angus, and Jason Smith and Scott Gray. So they're underway in this one. Sagadak, it looks like, has gone to the race lead. There's Cleveland leading the Dd2 category. There is the number 25 machine of Bailey Sagadak. Made the move earlier this year across the J&D Birillart team. And he's leading this one by half a second. Troy Losco, it's taken him little time to get up to pace aboard. Number 12. Change of colours for Troy by the looks of things. Pick that up for you. Lachlan Murphy still third, then Hunter. Of course, the Kz2, a 6-speed gearboxed. Around 50 horsepower underneath the right foot, front brakes. Plenty of work to do around this circuit. Back here in the Ricardo kart this weekend for Troy Losco. Of course, he became synonymous with that brand, built out of the Birrell Art factory. The Ricardo kart now no longer in operation, unfortunately. Losco, the quickest driver on circuit out there with a 46.926. He certainly knows his way around a Kz2 kart, that is for sure. Brock Plum leading the DD2 category in the 55 over Scott Cleveland. Josh Goddard in third spot in DD2, then Dan Hutchinson. Sagadak still with a comfortable lead. A problem for the 5. That's Luke Bird. He's out of commission. Of course, this weekend, the kickoff of the NTT IndyCar Series over there at St. Petersburg, the somewhat street circuit, somewhat airport circuit right on the water of St. Pete. Lockie Hughes making his Indy NXT debut this weekend, of course one of our own. He was 10th in practice overnight. Tommy Smith, the other Australian, 18th in that practice session. Losco fastest lap of 45.740 for him. 0.4 of a second's a gap. Plum still leading DD2 by 1.1 seconds over Scott Cleveland. Josh Goddard to third now. So work their way through turn number 1, that group. Nice little battle going on there. Sagadak with 5 in the books. He goes to the top of the timesheets of 45.568 for him that time through. Lachlan Murphy doing a good job in third position aboard the number 15. Then Hunter and Slater. You see there that Brock Plum is in 6th spot on the screen. He's actually leading his category. So we've got 2 races in one going on at the moment. Cleveland's still second. Plum's opened up the lead by a further 0.3 of a second on that time through. So working their way through now. Sagadak's lead 0.7 of a second. So Losco looking pretty solid out there. Big g'day to Shane Bell tuning in from Queenstown. He's got a message. Great to have you tuning in, watching the Harlan go about his business. Shane over there working, I think he'd still be working on Avatar. That's what he's been doing over recent months, spending a lot of time over in that part of New Zealand. Sagadak's lead 0.7 of a second. He's on the way home. This is the last lap now for your race leader, the number 25 of Bailey Sagadak. He goes down the backstretch. Oh, in fact, another message. Shane working on a brand new Brad Pitt film, so doing it tough over there in Queenstown. Good morning. And as they come to the line, Sagadak will get the checkered flag. No, he goes through. He's just started his last lap, I should say. Here he is. Bailey through the left hand up. Looking very good. Certainly getting his campaign for 2025 underway in the best possible fashion. 1.2 seconds a win over Troy Losco, then Lachlan Murphy, followed by Tom Hunter, then Geordie Slater rounds out your KZ2s, and waiting now for Plum to come through. and he will take out the Dd2 category as he comes to the line in the 55. He wins it. Cleveland home in second in the 14. Then it's Goddard, followed by Mathers and Hutchinson, and Jason Smith rounding out your finishes. Paul Wilmot and Steph Duffy have also gone through, as well as Scott Gray. We're going to take a break and be back with our Elite Junior category, KA2. And welcome back to Ipswich. Here we go, our Elite Junior category. Out on circuit, Harry Burke in the 93 to start on pole, and Damaso alongside. Next row of the grid, Seth Huth in the 77 and Louis Brown the 42. Row number 3 is the 97 of Declan Hicks, and the Tasmanian the 51 of Harry Bresnahan. Xavier Knight the 28 out of 7. Out of 8, it is Joel Lammers. Then out of 9 from Wollongong, it is Corey Carson and Hamish Campbell to start from 10th spot. We'll talk a little more about Hamish shortly. Levi DeSalle will start from 11 in the 11, and Josh Williams alongside Jai Flynn in the 10. Cooper Foley the 16 out of 14. Then Roman Crutill followed by Gabriel Okai and Poppy Rule, Chad Rissman, Quade Powers and Tyson McGill off the back of the bus. Hamish Campbell announced to be one of 2 Australian representatives at the FIA Academy Trophy. The 3-round series coming up a bit later on over there in Europe. Of course, making the move across to the OTK Australia team under the Tony Kart banner with the Troy Hunt operation. He's already done plenty of racing so far this year, has young Hamish. Now what's going on out there? Everyone just getting themselves into their position. Harry Burke and Ayrton Damaso off the front row. It's almost like we're doing a bit of team racing out there. The 2 on the front row, 2 on the second row. Looking the same. 8 on the board away. The Premier Junior category in Australia. Down to turn number 1 they go. All through there okay. So a nice even start to kick things off. You've got a really fast few drivers toward the back of the field that'll be trying to make their way forward. Of course, they'll start off the front for the next heat a bit later on. Up through the Autobahn corner on lap number 1 now. Down the back straightaway. And it's Damaso. He's made a change of teams as well. Across the line he goes. In the number 12, he leads away over Burke. Then it's Brown, followed by Seth Huth in a 77. Bresnahan to 5th. Joel Lammers up to 6th spot, taking Campbell with him. Jai Flynn's made a great start. He's up to 8th place in the 10. Through Video Pro, Ayrton Damaso, the New South Welshman, races out of the Newcastle Kart Club. Been on the national scene for a number of years now. He'll certainly be looking for a big season 2025, it has to be said. It's one of those guys that's consistent, yet the luck never seems to fall his way as they go across the line. 0.8 of a second he's got up on Burke. Huth in 3rd spot in front of Brown now. Campbell's moved his way up to 5th placing in front of Bresnahan. Flynn up to 7, then Lammers to sell. Cooper Folly rounding out your top 10 as 1 goes Bush. So Damaso, he's the second cut on screen. You've got that driver that went through the cut through in front of him. He's going to have to drop back into his position, which he does so. That's pretty smart driving. So Hicks and Carson not out there. I know Carson was looking to base his racing up here with the race team in 2025. Damaso quicker again, 1.9 seconds up the front over Harry Burke he is at the moment. So Damaso, early doors, but looking very, very strong at the moment. There he is. No surprise, he's tapped into the Ayrton Senna style helmet that's just become synonymous with him throughout the years, putting his own little spin on that famous helmet. Problem for Campbell out there, I thought that was him off to the side of the circuit over the back there, so not how Hamish wanted to kick off his campaign here at Ipswich this weekend. As Damaso comes through, he is dominant at the moment at the halfway point. This is very pleasing. As the crew just comes working their way through at the halfway point. It's Damaso over Burke, then Huth. Jai Flynn up to 4th now. And it's Bresnahan who's got himself in front of DeSalle. Then Folly, followed by Lammers and Williams. Poppy Rule in 10th spot. Then Xavier Knight up to position number 11. Then Rissman, followed by O'Kayam. Then McGill, Powers, Brown. And Crutel is the runners. Crutel not out there as well. Tomaso's lead, 2.2 seconds. Domination so far. There he is. Looking very good out there at the moment. Out of the final turn he comes. The Vortex Devious J motor absolutely screaming as he goes down the Capri straightaway into Power Republic turn number 1. Flynn with the quickest lap of the race, so Jai, can he mount a campaign this year in Kz2? Through the left-hander at Video Pro. Flynn closing in on the back of Huth is looking solid as well. Former Cadet star. But Flynn's up on the wheel. Have a look at him trying to close in there. They're trying to close in on Harry Burke, who's in the first card on screen, the number 93 in second position. But certainly Flynn is going to be in a position, you get the feeling, to try and have a crack at Seth Huth this lap. You'd have to think another new quickest lap for Jai Flynn, a 46.818. That was actually nearly half a second quicker than your race leader. But Damaso's got such a lead, he can afford just to keep it all in check out there. He's done all the hard work in the early stages as they work lap number 7. They'll get the last lap board the next time by. As Flynn all over the back of Huth now as they go down the back straightaway. Harry Burke's pulled a little clear of these two. You get the feeling that Huth in the 77 kart is concerned more with Jai Flynn behind him. Well, Flynn had a look, poked the nose on the entrance to Power Republic turn number 1, but there was nothing doing. As Damaso, he starts his last lap. This will be strong for Ayrton to walk away with this one. Exactly how he wants to get his weekend underway. However, he will start down toward the back later in the next one. Up through the Autobahn corner. He goes for the final time. Down the back straightaway. And looking very, very good indeed. Checkered flag at the ready. Tomaso comes out of the final turn and gets the job done. He's very happy with that. Burke home in second. Huth managed to hold out on Flynn. Then Bresnahan, followed by Foley. Good job from Cooper Foley, who's not long moved up to junior competition. Then DeSalle, followed by Williams and Lammers. Rissman and Elkayam, followed by McGill, then Powers, then Brown. Then it's Knight, Crutil and Poppy Rule rounds out your finishes. We're going to take a break. Be back shortly here at Ipswich.
sit down.
So they come for the first one of our feature categories here this weekend. Tag restricted medium. Riley Vandenbroek to start. On the pole in the 78, Hugo Quest Sales. Great effort to qualify in second spot. The number 93 of Trent Hardis will start from third with Ben Lillis in the 5 alongside Sebastian DeSalvo, the 7. Will start out of 5 with Gabriel Goodchild, the 4 out of 6. Row number 4 is Matt Goddard, the 81, and Riley Jones, the 99. Mick Oro out of 9th spot. Scott Jordan, then Ned Lenihan, Court Donnelly, then it'll be Brady Godfrey, Nash Garland, and Justin Voigtdale Riley. They didn't set times in practice, I'm assuming that they aren't with us. Turn on the board for our feature categories here today. Down to turn number 1 they go. No drama stored. There was a drama at turn number 1. A few of them have got checked up there. DeSalvo's had a good start in the number 7. He's up to 4th spot, but he's under the pump. Vandenbroek leads away in the 78 as they head up to the Autobahn corner. Down the back stretch for the first time. One who didn't make the start out there. Not the way you want to get your Saturday underway. Down the front stretch they come. Vandenbroek with slight advantage over Quest Sales, who's under attack from Harders. Oh, who's more than under attack. He got the short back and sides. And Trent Harders goes to second. Quest Sales drops back to third. Then DeSalvo's got Oro on his tail. Salvo in that tennis ball coloured helmet. Through the RHQ corner they go. Vandenbroek's opened the lead up. So I tell you what, Harders is on the gas out there. He's the second card on screen at the moment, the number 93, as he tries to close in as they come to the start finishing straight. They go through to complete lap number 2. No surprise that Harders is the quickest on circuit. He was a 10th faster, including a pass, than Riley Vandenbroek was the last lap, and now he's on racing terms with the leader in the 78 kart. Of course, we decided the grid through qualifying in these feature categories. Oh, we've lost a wheel down towards the back. The number 18 goes around in fairly dramatic fashion. Ned Lenihan, the wheels come off his wagon. It's unusual to see that when you're 2.5 laps into a race. Not a happy camper at all. As they come around. Hugo Quest Sales has closed back in here. Onto the rear of Trent Harders. Quest Sales, after getting unsettled early in the race by Harders, he's just been able to settle it down. And we are going to have a race in 3 here fairly shortly as they go through the Brisbane Karts corner. Now Harders trying to close in on the tail of Vandenbroek. Now into the hairpin they run. Look at Quest Sales here in the 17. He's closed right in on the tail of these top 2 as they come around. There'll be 4 laps in the books. There's a nice battle going on for 4th through 7th as well. Oro de Salvo, then Goodchild and Goddard all going at it. Vandenbroek's opened up a slight advantage here over Harders. They'll come up to the halfway point when they complete the lap that they're on. DeSalvo's got himself back to 4th spot. And he's actually opened a margin. And the other 3 are going nearly 3 wide on the exit of the hairpin. Across the line goes Vandenbroek at the halfway point. He leads by half a second over Trent Harders. Then it's Quest Sales, followed by DeSalvo into 4th. Then Goodchild, followed by Goddard. Oro in 7th place, then Voigt, then Jones. Lillis in 10th, Court Donnelly in 11th. Then it's Nash Garland, Brady Godfrey, rounding out your runners as they sit at the moment. Lanahan and Jordan off to the side of the race circuit. And Dale Riley wasn't able to make the start. So Vandenbroek, he's opened up the gap even further. He's taken nearly 2 tenths of a second out of Harders. Someone's lost a muffler out there. Could that be Mick Oro? Dropping down the order. It's a 26. He's come across the line, so he's just had a bit of a drama on that lap. Vandenbroek's lead, 0.761 as he works lap number 7. So around comes your race leader, Riley Vandenbroek. He's now really opened that gap up on Harders. It's out to 1.1. I think it's the number 4 of the 81 that's having that muffler issue. These things sound absolutely terrible with no muffler attached to them. So working lap number 8, Quest Sales has dropped down the order in the 17. He's down to 7th spot. Vandenbroek goes through. He's got 2 laps remaining. I think it might be the 81 that's got the trouble. I thought that the officials must be having trouble picking him up as well. The number 9 pulls in and is out of commission, Brady Godfrey. That's unfortunate, one of our P-platers, so a new competitor to the sport. Vandenbroek will come around. He'll get the last lap board next time. DeSalvo's been pushed forward to third spot now. Vandenbroek comes through. He's on the way home. Harder's there in second spot. DeSalvo through third position. Chris Sales has made up another spot. He's got through to the sixth spot on Justin Voigt. Further back, Mick Oro making his way up to 11th position after running toward the front in the early part of this one. DeSalvo's dropped back a spot there to Matt Goddard. As now Riley Vandenbroek. Checkered flag at the ready for the number 78 as he comes out of the final corner. And he gets the checkered flag there. There's Vandenbroek, followed by Harders. Third spot is the 81 of Matt Goddard. Then DeSalvo, followed by Goodchild. Then Quest Sales, followed by Voigt. Then it was Jones, Ben Lillis, caught Donnelly home in 10th spot. Then it's Oro, followed by Nash Garland to round out our finishes. We're going to take a break here and be back shortly with KO3. And welcome back to Ipswich K3 Senior. Their opening heat race of the day out on circuit. Sebastian Simonelli, the number 40 to start on pole. Matty Feather to start alongside him. Ryan Reid and Talia Kittle. Two girls on the front two rows of the grid. Henry Stratford in a 42 out of 5. Ronan Finn, the 28 out of 6. Then it's Tanner Peters, Hudson Lippiat. Declan Matthews out of 9th in the 74. Then it's Christian Astasi, the Sydney sider, in the 7 out of 10. Next row of the grid is Seb Bennett and Annabelle Kennedy, the senior Australian, off to the FIA Karting Academy Trophy Championship. For row number 7, 57 of Andrew Farlow and Brie Moyes in the 72. Nick Speed in the 61. Cooper Fisher, 91. Then it's Dominic Penman, the 70. Paige Yarwood, the 69. Christian Zonta, the number 39. Max Chatton. Then it's Toby Spink, Sam Francie and Chris Lusty. Set for a start. 8 on the board. Away. Feather gets gobbled up at turn number 1. Drops back to 3rd. Bit going on. Of course, you do have some fast drivers down toward the back of the field there. Down through the Video Pro corner they go. Feather under the pump for 3rd now as they go through the Autobahn corner and hit the back straight away. Everyone's still just getting themselves sorted out in the early runnings of this one. 8 laps on the board. And it's the number 40 of Simonelli who leads away over Reid and Stratford. Have a look at the group coming down the front straight away. Oh! Got an incident. I think that was a Stasi who got all checked up. Entering the Power Republic, turn number 1. It's definitely a rush performance driver. It's Ryan Reid. Came out of the blocks last year as a junior, has moved to senior competition this year. Here he is, throwing out to Sebastian Simonelli, another driver that's come through the junior ranks here at Ipswich over the years. So to Henry Stratford, actually. Simonelli and Stratford both were strong in the 4SS category as they cross the line. End of lap number 2, Stratford the quickest on circuit. Declan Matthews has wasted a little time to move his way through the field. The CXR number 74 up to 4th spot. He and Seb Bennett both getting through on Matty Feather. That lap by. Good little race here. Their top 3 won't be long. And you'll see Declan Matthews get involved in that as well. Out of the Autobahn corner they run. Hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're tuning into us today. Of course, we are live on Ipswich Kart Club YouTube channel. Down the front straight away they go. Now Stratford having a look at Reid gets it done. So Henry's up to 2nd now. And he can be the one that starts to throw the challenge out to Sebastian Simonelli. Through the RHQ corner they go. Simonelli just taking a peek over the shoulder, sees that he's got a near dancing partner in 2nd position. And Matthews is close right in on the tail of Reid now. One of the Empire drivers is Reid. Out of the final corner they go. And Matthews up to 3rd now. So Declan's moved into position number 3 at turn number 1. Penman's up to 7th spot and is the quickest driver on circuit. It's another one who's made the move over to Empire in the off-season. The driver of the number 70. So Stratford right up on the tail of Sebastian Simonelli now. Just get the feeling that Stratford's building here as they cross the line. 3 laps remaining. Penman's closed right in to the back of Matty Feather in the 26. Another new quickest lap for him, a 49.402. To give you an idea, it was a 50.213 up the front from the driver is now your former race leader in Sebastian Simonelli, with Stratford taking over the lead. And Matthews, he's part of the action at the front now, sitting there in third position. It won't take him too long, you think, to take care of Simonelli in front of him. Down the back stretch they go. Stratford opening up the lead. And Matthews goes to second now. Penman's up to 6th spot, so he's up another placing there. Gets through on Matty. 2 laps remaining in this one. Stratford's lead nearly half a second over Declan Matthews. Can Matthews do anything? He started deeper in the field. He's got a lap and a half to go now. Has the Sunshine Coaster. Penman up another spot. So he'll start to throw a challenge out to Ryan Reid after getting past Seb Bennett. Feather in the thick of it. So around they come. Last lap board on display. Matthews is in striking distance. He's close enough to have a look at your race leader at some point during the course of this lap. So now or never for Declan. But he's done it. He's done it at turn 1. So Matthews goes through to the race lead. Not much of a protest coming from Henry Stratford. 0.4 of a second was the difference between the pair of them the last lap by. Through the Autobahn corner they go for the final time. The checkered flag being unfurled here on the front straightaway for Declan Matthews. It's been a calculated drive to get himself to the front. Comes around and takes it out in comfortable fashion. This Declan Matthews in the 74 over Henry Stratford. Then it was Simonelli. Dominic Penman coming from deep in the field to finish in 4th spot. Then Reid, followed by Feather. Then it's Bennett, followed by Toby Spinks, then Nick Speed, Hudson Lippiat, Tanner Peters Fish, then Kittle, followed by Moyes, then Chatton, Lusty, Yarwood, Kennedy, Farlow, Finn, Francie, and Christian Zonta rounds out your finishes in that one. We'll take a short break, be back with Tag Heavy very soon. And we're back here with Tag Heavy hitting the circuit for their opening heat race. Jared Ninett in the 18 on pole. Brendan Nelson back behind the wheel in the 70. Next row of the grid, Brent Redding always strong in the 58. Josh Dagg, the 39. Then it's Harrison Fox, Will Marshall in the 17, Dakota Daniels the 9. Then Andrew Gillum, Leighton Smith in the 7, Luke Jacobson the 21, Sam Miss in the 8, and Chris Williams the 31 from the rear. And we're racing over 8. Down to turn 1 they go. Holdfield getting underway in this one. Reading up to second spot. Down toward the Video Pro corner. Ninett leading the way. Nelson not fronting. As now Redding goes to the race lead. Down the back straightaway they charge now. Didn't take Brent that long to get into the lead. Geez, big move there in fourth spot. That's Josh Dagg, the Power Republic driver, trying to make his way forward down through Power Republic turn number 1. Oh, problem there for Ninett, I think that might be, is it? He's dropped right to the rear of the field, so that's unfortunate. But no such trouble for Brent Redding up the front. So go down the back straight away. Redding opening that lead over Will Marshall, who's got himself into second spot, the Jess Golding Motorsport driver. Josh Dagg into third in the 39 and Gillum, followed by Williams, who's got himself up to fifth. So it's been a solid start there for Chris Williams. Harrison Fox, then it's Luke Jacobson, followed by Miss and Smith Daniels, and Ninett circulating out there as well. So through they come, Redding with the new quickest lap as Williams gets himself up to fourth. It was a 48, 8.98 for Brent Redding that time. He leads over Marshall. Now Marshall's got Josh Dagg right behind him there. Williams gets through on Gillum. Then it's Fox, followed by Miss and then Jacobson. Smith, Daniels and Ninett. That's the order as they sit at the moment as Redding comes around. It's been the end of lap number 4, so that's a halfway point. Redding 0.3 of a second quicker than Marshall on that lap. Marshall quicker than Dagg. So Redding's lead out to 1.8 seconds now. As he comes to the line. Marshall still holding down to second spot there. Problem there for the number 9 of Dakota Daniels. He's out of commission. It didn't sound too healthy as he pulled in and out of this one. So Redding's lead 2.1 seconds as he's on lap number 7 now. Marshall's still there in second. He's got Dag right behind him. That's the battle on screen at the moment. So laps starting to run down. Marshall's been really stepping it up over probably the last 12 months. He's really been right there or thereabouts. It's last lap time for Brent Redding in this one. He's got a 2.1 second lead. As he goes around through the Video Pro corner for the final time. Up to Autobahn and just a couple of corners left remaining. As things have remained the same in second, third and fourth. It's become a little bit spread out actually. As now Redding comes through. Change of colours for him this weekend as he comes to the line. Checkered flags out and Brent Redding gets it done. Good drive from Will Marshall in second. Then Josh Dag, followed by Chris Williams. Then it's Andrew Gillum. Harrison Foxholm in sixth spot. Sam Misson, Leighton Smith. Then Jared Ninett and Luke Jacobson rounding out your finishes in that one. But Redding gets it done by 2.2 seconds. We're going to take a break and KO3 Junior Light will be next on track. And welcome back. On the racetrack now is KA3 Junior Light for their opening heat race of the day. A massive field as always. Xavier Knight to start on a pole in the 28. The 34 of Monty Jamison is the next one out there. Then it's Geordie Butler, the 21. Vince Terhorst, the number 60. Next row of the grid, Stellan Carmelocker and Liam Weatherhead. Cooper Horwell in the 45. Lucasito out of 8 in the 8. Then Boscarini, followed by Thompson. Then Dimmer McCarley, Alistair Flack, to come from 12th. Then Watts, followed by May, Hackwood, Takagaki, Johnny Wright, Tresillian, Flynn, Sydenham, Ozog, Leggett, Bailey, Edmonds, and the rest of them. And we are underway down to turn number 1. And, a couple of ones gone up and over in fairly dramatic fashion down there. That was a big incident. 3 of them involved. Driver was to their feet. It's being attended to, and we'll clean the cart up down there. We are going to go full course caution on this one. So the slow board is out. So the field will come under control while we attend to the incident down there at turn number 1. Our drivers were to their feet, so that's a positive. Now I've got a passing under yellow down there at the end of the straightaway. That's where it gets tricky. Everyone to come under control. This is our version of a safety car. It's got our 2 drivers down there that our medical team are heading across to. So basically we come under the control rather than going to a full red flag. Gives us the opportunity to get down there and check in on the competitors to assess their situation. And if we need to go red for further investigation, then we will. Just catching up on some of the Formula 1 news overnight. A random bus decided to jump onto the circuit over there in Bahrain. Certainly very interesting. Brought a halt to the proceedings. So Johnny Wright is there in 11th spot, but Monty Jamison and his leads away at the moment over Xavier Knight. We're still under full course caution. Well, our medical team is down there. Xavier Knight into second. Cooper Horwell third. Harper May sitting in at 4th position. Then it's Alistair Flack, followed by Lucasito. Cooper Takagaki up to 7th spot. Then Liam Witherhead, Xander Watts. Then it's Boscarini, Johnny Wright, Jack Sydenham, Ollie Tresillian. Then AJ Leggett. Joe Flynn into 15th spot. Jackson Ozog into 16th position in the 48. Cruz Petroni, the North Queenslander, into 17th position. Then Archer Bailey. Oscar Hannock started way down the back. Did Oscar in the 5. Lockheed's racing an 86 this weekend. Jack Jensen and Cooper Edmonds. Campbell Dawson and Baxter Jarrett. We've got red flag on the race circuit, so we'll pull all of our competitors in. We'll take a short break and be back soon. I'm just offline for a sec, guys. Just going to the bathroom.
they've got to go through tech.
And there we're like 60,
60, I saw 41.
60, 41 and 29. 60, 41 and 29. 29 come back out. No. Okay, so 45. Where's 62? He must have overtaken us. 62.
brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
Thanks for your patience, everyone, and welcome back. They're back out on circuit. We've had our medical team attend to our drivers and collect them. Didn't look like anything overly serious, which is a bit of a positive. Monty Jamison to start in position number 1 with 5 laps to go. Give them one more before the lights go out, and we are racing yet again here. Great run for Oscar Piastri last night in F1 pre-season testing, ending the day 4th quickest overall, with 85 laps in the book for McLaren. Of course, heading towards the Formula 1 Louis Vuitton Australian Grand Prix in a couple of weeks' time. George Russell setting the pace for Mercedes there over Verstappen. Then Alex Albon with a monster 137 laps for Williams. They've been incredibly strong during the course of this Formula 1 testing period over there in Bahrain, because that's where the Rotax World Grand Finals will be conducted through the first week of December. Green flag is in the air. We're getting set for a restart. Jamison, Knight, Horwell, May, Flack, then Cito, Takagaki, Weatherhead, Watson, Boscarini, Chaten. Down to turn number 1, they go. Everyone through there okay this time. Through the Brisbane Karts corner, they all charge. Now look at this snarling pack through the Video Pro corner around the middle of the pack. Of course, you do have some fast drivers that were starting down towards the back of the field, trying to make their way forward in this one. Down through the hairpin, they charge now. Onto the front straight away. Jamison leading over Knight, then May. Flack up to 4th, then Cito. Horwell drops to 6th. Takagaki. Then it's Boscarini, Watson, Weatherhead. That's how they sit at the moment after 4 laps of their 8. Ooh, one got a wheel off onto the dirt. I think that was Cito. One's gone really high, wide and handsome. He's lost about 4 spots. Oh! One straight through the dirt. See that at the top of your screen. So head down towards the Autobahn corner. There's a lot going on in this mid-pack. There's now Knight. He drops back to 3rd spot behind Harper May, who goes to 2nd. Flack involved in this fight as well. Fact correction, it was Flack who's gone to 2nd. New Arrow kart for Alistair heading into this weekend. And he's got pace, has Alistair Flack, closing in on the back of Monty Jamison. As they work their way down towards Video Pro again. Knight sitting there in 3rd position. Now Flack goes for the lead. Up the inside and does it easily on Monty Jamison. So he leads the way now, does Alistair Flack. He's had to come through a few places. He'll certainly have to come through a few more a bit later on. Harper May holding down to 3rd position in front of Xavier Knight. Boscarini now up to 6th spot. 5th spot, I should say, in the 38. Xander Watts at 57. Is the quickest on circuit in 7th spot. Johnny Wright, he's up to 8th place now in the 30. So he's really punched forward. There's Johnny the Jet. Oscar Hancock up to 12th spot now. Down the back stretch they go. Flack comfortably in front. He'll come around, he'll get the last lap board. This will be his 7th lap. He'll be quite happy with this one if he can hold on to it for another lap. Monty Jamison will try and throw everything at him this time through. Boscarini up to 4th now. Xander Watts, another new quickest lap for him in 7th position. Baxter Jarrett's made it up to 14th place. Through the Brisbane Karts corner for the final time. Flack leading comfortably over Jamison. Jamison hasn't let him get away, that's for sure. Jamison will be off the back of the bus the next time out. Through Autobahn Nate Cruz. And now Alistair Flack leading them through. Howard's concreting and out of the on-site Renault Group corner. And he'll get the checkered flag. Flack wins from Jamison, followed by May, Boscarini. Then Watt sets a new quickest lap into 5th on the last lap. Then Cito, followed by Flynn. Johnny Wright, Hannock up to 9th spot at the end there. Then Leggett, followed by Bailey, Knight, Jarrett. Then Cruz, Petroni, Liam Weatherhead, Ozog. Then it's Jack Larson, Takagaki. Then Smith, McCarley, followed by Sydenham. Then Edwards, followed by Trizillian. Dixon, then Thompson, followed by Newman, Dawson, and Chevy Thompson rounds out your finishes in that one. So a truncated KO3 junior light race. We're going to take a quick break and be back with Tag Light and their opening heat race.
Shut up and sit down.
race. Rainer Costello on the pole in the 56 for Tag Light. Rowan McConnell, the 7 alongside him. Braden Norris making a comeback this weekend in the 26. Rob Kingston, then Brown, Tulloch, Janis, followed by Fraser, Kennedy, Kokoski, Wells, and the remainder of them. Down through turn 1 they go. Haven't got Brady Norris or Michael Janis out there. Geez, plenty happening up the front already. Pass for the lead. Down through the Video Pro corner for the first time. Now up through the Autobahn corner they charge. Down the backstretch. Here on lap number 1. 8 laps on the board in this heat race. And to the line. In fact, we do have Brody Norris out there. It's just not showing up on our timing screen because he's leading the race. I thought that was his helmet when he got to the race lead. She's having a few timing dramas today. Brody back in the cart. Haven't seen him for a while. Daniel Brown in second position. Followed by Rainer Costello in the orange helmet in third. Then it's McConnell, followed by Kennedy, who's in 5th spot. Then Jack Wells. Down the back stretch they go. Norris holding a good lead at the moment in the 26. So Norris's lead over Brown. About a 4 or 5 kart length advantage at this stage. Kennedy in 4th, trying to close in on the back of Rainer Costello. She just set the quickest lap of the race. As we alluded to before, she'll be Australia's senior representative in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy series coming up a little bit later in the year. I think it'll be a 3-round series. Trust you're enjoying all the action if you are tuning in on our live stream, whether through the club's YouTube channel directly or speedcafe.com. Through the Brisbane Karts corner they go. Now Kennedy's really closed this gap up to the back of Rainer Costello. And she's brought Jack Wells and Keegan Fraser along for the ride as well. As now Wells goes up the inside of Kennedy and into 4th position. And Keegan's got through as well in that exchange in the 4. Yes, indeed he has. So as they come to the line now. Annabelle just behind Keegan Fraser. Kean Burt, great to have the Kiwi back in Australia. Different helmet colour if memory serves correct. Driving the Beryl Art chassis. He, of course, will take part in the Stars of Karting event. One of the 2 Kiwis that have entered for the invitational event on the Monday of Grand Prix week down at Todd Road. Really looking forward to that event in a couple of weeks' time. Onto the front stretch they come now. So Wells has closed right in onto the tail of Rainer Costello here. Wells in the blue machine. There's Costello on screen, the FA kart. Then you've got Wells followed by Fraser, who's up on the wheel. Now Costello, he gets passed by Jack Wells, who's now up into 3rd position. Norris's lead nearly 0.8 of a second. What can Wells do about Daniel Brown? Down across the start finish straight they go. 6 laps in the books. Fraser there in 4th spot in the 4. Those two have pulled clear of Rainer Costello, who's now got Kennedy, then Burt, then Tulloch and Newton right on his tail. Brady Norris will get the last lap board when he comes by this time. One to go. Brown, then Wells, followed by Fraser. Then it's Costello. Burt's got through on Kennedy. Then Tulloch, followed by Newton and Kajeski. Then it's Gallagher, Slater, Kokoski, Janis, McConnell and Kingston. There's Brody, number 26. He's got the blue plate on, showing that he is a state champion in this class. Up to the top corner they go. They will get the checkered flag this time through. Down the back straightaway. That beautifully presented Empire Kart Sport, number 26 of Brody Norris, comes out of the final corner. Checkered flag at the ready, and he gets it. Daniel Brown home in second, then Wells, followed by Fraser, then Costello. Then it's Burt, Kennedy, Newton, followed by Tulloch, then Kajeski, then Gallagher, Slater, Kokoski. Then it's Michael Janis, Ron McConnell. In fact, Rob Kingston gets through on Ron McConnell just at the end. So that completes Tag Light. We'll take a quick break and be back with Tag Restricted Light shortly. So up they come for Tag Restricted Light. You're watching our Ipswich March Race Day, the Pineapple Series here at Ipswich Kart Club. Jack Munro will start this one from pole after setting the quickest time in qualifying earlier on this morning. Number 18 here, Luke Trost battled it out through that session. Trost will start on the outside front row, the number 47. Then it's Will Carmichael, the 23, and Jack DeSell, the 54. Thomas Williams, the 35, and Caelan Mullins, the number 9. Next row of the grid's Darcy Briggs and Robert Mortensen. Then it's Cody Scott and Charlie Furlonger. Then Josh McLaughlin in the 52, Jack Duncan the 15. Row number 7's Jackson Turner the 8, Jay Keys the 98. Then it's Connor O'Reilly, Jordan Manzano, then Blake Romali the 88. Out of 18th spot will be Hamish Douglas. Matthew Karunaratne will start from 19th spot in the 2. Then Amelia Chicado, Mitch Chimes, Matty McNeil, Tilmouth, Tully, Kay, Thompson. And that is your field. Set for a start. Away. 10 laps on the board for being one of our feature classes. Down through turn number 1, they get a little bottled up. Heading down through the Castledine Kink. Still a bit happening down towards the back as everyone just gets themselves sorted out to escort each other off the circuit toward the rear. But it's Jack Munro from the pole. I thought it'd be tough to toss from there. Luke Trost is trying to go with him in the 47. That now familiar fluorescent colours of Trost. So hit the back straight away. Out of Howard's Concreting they come for the first time. Williams has made up a few spots. DeSelle's lost quite a few, in fact. And as Josh McLaughlin's got himself up to 8th placing. There's a bit of shuffling going on in the order. Jake Jaslowski's made some ground. He's up to 20th. He was down toward the rear. Through the Video Pro corner they go. Here on lap number 2, one of our feature classes. Of course, it's the tag restricted titles here today. So Munro leading from Tross, then Carmichael. Then it's Williams, followed by Briggs, Scott, DeSelle. Mullins and Mortensen. Jay Keys is up a spot into 13th position. Tross pushing hard here to close in onto the back of Munro. These two were the standouts in qualifying this morning. They've got a gap then over Will Carmichael. It's got Thomas Williams behind him. Looks like Trost might be starting to hit his straps out there. Across the line they go, 7 remaining. And indeed Trost half a tenth quicker than Munro on that lap. 0.2 of a second behind. You don't need me to tell you that because you can visually see how tight they are. Up through the Autobahn corner they run again on lap number 4. Munro's picked it up this lap. So last lap it was Trost who was the driver on the move. Now we pick up this battle a bit further back. That's the battle for third between Carmichael and the 23 and the 35 of Thomas Williams as they cross the line now. 21 of Darcy Briggs just off them as Jack DeSelle gets past Cody Scott into 6th position. Carmichael being pushed here by Williams. One's gone around further back in the field. Briggs looks like he might have closed in a bit on this lap in this battle for third spot. Now Williams right on the tail. He's more than on the tail. He's up the inside. So Thomas Williams goes to third now on Will Carmichael as they come to the line. No change at the front. We're halfway there. The Otis Munro from Tross, then Williams, followed by Carmichael. Then it's Briggs, Docell, Mullins and Scott, followed by McLaughlin, then Keys, Turner, Furlonger. Then it's Duncan, followed by O'Reilly. Then Romali, Chislowski into 16th. Karuna Ratner, 17th. Then Tilmuth, Douglas, Mortensen running at your 20. Then it's Wheeler, followed by Chicago, McNeil, Manzano, Chimes, Tully, Kay and Thompson. That's the order as they sit at the moment. And Williams now, since getting himself into third, has opened that gap up slightly on Will Carmichael, who's going to have Darcy Briggs to join him fairly shortly in the 21. Bit of lap traffic getting involved as well. Doesn't hold up our top two. Now through Video Pro they go. There's the field comes streaming on through as they work lap number 7 of their 10 in this one. It's been to lap number 7, so 3 to go. The lights operators asleep at the wheel. Munro's lead, 0.4 of a second. After lap number 7. So Trost hasn't really eaten into this lead of Munro. Munro makes a slight mistake in the exit of the middle corner. He'll have 2 to go when he comes to the line the next time. Working lap number 8 now. Is now down through the hairpin they go. As I said, Trost had fallen off the back there. He's caught right back up again to the rear of Munro. Just putting that one wheel off onto the dirt has really changed the momentum in this one. Thomas Williams still in 3rd spot. He's comfortable there at the moment. There's not much doing behind that either. Everyone in around the same position. One and a quarter laps to go for Jack Munro. Tag restricted titles here this weekend. One of our feature categories. So last lap for Jack Munro, 1 to go to convert a lights to flag win from the pole position. Cody Scott's made his way up to 8th position. McLaughlin and Czeslowski get past Keys. Storming drive from Jake Czeslowski to come through the field. Currently in 12th spot. So down the backstretch goes your race leader in Jack Munro. He knows what it takes to win these races, especially around here as he comes through the final corner. And he will get the W over Luke Trost. Then it's Thomas Williams, followed by Carmichael, then Briggs and Docell. Mullins is the next one through. Then it's Scott, followed by Duncan, then Turner. Czeslowski to 11th, then McLaughlin, Keys and Furlonger. Then it's Romali, Tilmouth, Karuna Ratner 17th, Mortensen, then Douglas, Wheeler. Then it's Manzano, McNeil, Chimes, Tully, Kay, Chicato, and Brett Thompson rounding out your finishes in that one. We'll take a break and be back soon. So we're back at Ipswich and Tag Restricted Masters, another one of our feature categories, hits the circuit. Junpei Morita sets the pole time. It's been on fire this season so far in the number 8. Alan Mays, the outside front row. David Vogel and Scott Hyland, the next row of the grid. Mick Robinson and Alan Chislowski off row 3. Pete Sattler, the 56, and Mark Robinson, the 18, the next row of the grid. Then it's Rudy Farkas and Matthew Donnelly. Chris Briggs and Steve John, Scott Campbell and Lee Robinson, Godfrey and Heath. Then it's Garrity, Barnett, then Ferguson, Thompson, Brogan, Glashoff, then Josh Barnett, I should say, then Peter Fletcher, Lennis Brown, Tim Lemon, Matt Meyer, Paul Chimes, Clinton Hicks, Gavin Soward and Owen O'Hare. So big field out there, as always, for Tag Restricted Masters. Set for a start. We're away. Down to turn number 1, the first of our 10. Everyone makes it through without problem to kick things off. And it's Junpei who leads the way. Doing father and son duties this weekend is Junpei, with Kenny racing as well in the Cadets through the Video Pro Corner. So Junpei's got about a 4 or 5 kart length advantage at the moment as they come around to complete their opening lap. Mays in second and Vogel third, so no change. With up to 4th spot. Then Scott Hyland, Mick Robinson into 6th. Then it's Sattler, followed by Mark Robinson, Rudy Farkas and Matthew Donnelly. That rounds out your top 10 at the end of the first lap. But Junpei looking very comfortable up the front. So he leads them down the backstretch. He's got a slight advantage there over Mays, who's got Vogel and Chislowski keeping him honest. Chislowski a podium last time out in the red kart. Down the front stretch they go at the end of lap number 2. Variety of different engines in play out there. Well, with a restrictor on them to reduce the amount of horsepower. You can then remove and go into the open tag categories. The restricted seem to be quite popular, especially here with a lot of people. Or water-cooled 125cc engines as they go down the back straightaway. LeConte tyres on each one of these karts as well. So Mays with the new quickest lap of the race as Chislowski's third and taken Scott Hyland with him past David Vogel. So Chislowski on the move once again, trying to close in on Mays and Morita. Lost a bit of time making that pass, but now he's got the open racetrack in front of him. He can try to close that 0.5 of a second gap between himself and Mays as they go down the backstretch. This is the end of lap number 4. Now Chislowski, since he moved his way into third, he's now able to set the quickest in third position. And he is setting sail for Alan Mays. He was 0.3 of a second quicker than Mays the last time through. He's got it down under 0.3 of a second. You can see the gap between our top 3 on screen. Mays slightly quicker then Merida, your top 14, all setting personal bests on that lap last time by. Down the backstretch they go. Can they catch up to Jumpay in front? Through the right-hander. Remember, of course, being our feature race, they did qualify for their position, so we don't mix them for heat number 2. We certainly will for heat number 3. Kozlowski 2/10 of a second quicker than Mays that time. 3/10 of a second quicker than Merida. So Allen has been charging on, and he's still got time. We've only got 5 laps already in the book, so we're only halfway there. And Kozlowski's proven that he does have the pace over Merida in the early stages of this one. Down the backstretch they go. He'll be in the slipstream fairly quickly, one feels. Won't take him too much time to close up to the back of Jumpay here. Down the front straightaway they go. 4 laps remaining. And if you're Kozlowski, you're feeling pretty comfortable with where things might be at. Through the alley tracks flip-flop they go. Now into RHQ. This is where you do get an opportunity to pass here. Not close enough at Video Pro that time. With Kozlowski, he'll try and make the run off that corner, and he does up the inside at Autobahn. New race leader for the first time in this race, or is he? Because Jumpay's got the inside. Can't get it done there. Nice work there from Kozlowski. Alan Mays has joined the party as well. Out of the final turn they come. 3 laps to go now. Can Jumpay fight back? Was that a catalyst for him to try and fight back here? Kozlowski leading the way. Qualifying didn't go the way that he would have liked, but he's chipped his way forward and doing it quite nicely out there. Scott Hyland there in 4th spot, unable to make any real impression on the top 3 at this stage. David Vogel still holding down 5th in front of Mick Robinson and Peter Sattler. Then Mark Robinson, Rudy Farkas and Steve Johns round out your top 10. But Kozlowski started to open an advantage here across the line with 2 remaining. Can Mays do anything about Jumpay Merida now? Through the right-hander they charge. Over half a second's the gap from Kozlowski to Merida. So working lap number 9 of our 10. We'll get the last lap board the next time by. Down the backstretch they run. Kozlowski doing it with consummate ease up the front. Kozlowski's lead now nearly a second as he starts his final circulation of this Ipswich Kart circuit. Picking up in good form as Kozlowski. Whatever changes he's made in the off-season seem to have worked wonders. Mays having a look at Merida for second. Nothing doing. So down he comes. There he is. Man in the white helmet. Checkered flag at the ready for Alan Kozlowski. He comes through the final turn onto the front straightaway and gets the checkers. He takes the win. Merida holds on for second over Alan Mays, then Highland Vogel, followed by Robinson, then Sattler. Then it's Farkas and Steve Johns, then Donnelly, Robinson, Briggs, Godfrey, Garrity, then Ferguson, Heath, Thompson, then it's Brogan, Barnett, then Glashoff, then it's Nigel Barnett, Gavin Soward. In fact, got in front of Glashoff on the last lap. Nigel Barnett, then Chimes, Fletcher, O'Hare, Brown, Lemon and Hicks. We'll take a short break and be back soon. Two, yep.
Shut up and sit down.
And welcome back to Ipswich. Cadet 9 is on the circuit right now for a second round of heats. The field for this Cadet 9 heat race is as follows. Emerson Mills, the number 2, start on the pole. RJ Balboa due to start on the outside front row. Another drama for RJ getting started out there. He's not in his alignment. Luke Robinson, the 68. Ryder Zhong, the 17. Jace Harriman, the 28. Hugo Jones, the 79. Row number 4, Oscar Kozak, the 66 and the 99 of Harry Lack. Then it's Alfie Doyle and Billy Curtis, the 16. Scarlett Mitrovic and Matty Tresillian, the 77. Jacob Ding, the 55. Then it's Marcus Kamaloka, Dominic Mixco, and Vinny Misson. So RJ getting through the cut through. I don't know whether he'll be able to take up his front row starting position. Of course, a third generation racer, and he's going to try and get up to the front. And we are underway as they go down to turn number 1 to kick things off here. Second round of heats this morning. So top 5 pretty well nose to tail. They spread out a little bit in their opening heat race. Let's see what this one brings. Of course, we have reversed the grid from the opening heat. Then we'll add them up at the completion of this one as they head down the back straight away. Gee, the elbows are up in the early stages, running on lap number 1 as they come to the line. Slaku leads away over Doyle. Then it's Curtis, Mitrovic, and Belbowen. For some reason, Belbowen showing as the leader on our timing screen. So I don't know what our timing screen's doing today. But anyway, up towards the Autobahn corner they charge. The top 2, Harry Lack and Alfie Doyle, have a slight gap there. To the end of the second lap of 8 as they come to the line. Trust you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching us from. Lack and Doyle have a gap then over Curtis. Hang on, but another change here, sorry. It's telling me now that Luke Robinson is in the lead. Which that would be the case actually. Had a drama in the opening heat race. So now that's all under control. But going on in this fight for 3rd and 4th. The 5th and 6th place competitors there as well. Down through the hairpin they charge again. This will be the end of lap number 3. So Robinson leads over the 17 of Zhong. As they go through the left-hander now. So there's Luke Robinson, state champion in this category. The battle's on for 3rd spot now. 3 of them absolutely in it. Lack trying to make a move here. Belbowen holding a watching brief in behind them in 5th spot. Just trying to keep an eye on what's going on in front of him. Of course, he didn't even start the opening heat race, the Sydney side up. Great little battle going on. Emerson Mills in the middle of it. So it's Lack who's holding down 3rd spot at the moment, followed by Mills with Belbowen in behind them. Lack's just got a slight advantage there. About 2 or 3 kart lengths he's been able to open up as they go through Brisbane Karts and now through RHQ. So Belbowen on the tail of Mills now, trying to get through an upper spot. So can the 7 get through on the 2 here, through the right-hander? Robinson leads over Zhong. It's quite a hefty margin out there at the moment as well. And then lacks the third one on circuit at the moment as we work lap number 6. Bowen really working over the back there of the number 2 of Emerson Mills. So there's your race leader in Luke Robinson as he comes around. He's made amends for heat number 1 in this one. He's just going to keep it on the island for another 2 laps. Battle's still going on here between Emerson Mills and RJ Balboan. So 1.5 laps to go for your race leader. He goes up through the top turn. Balboan having a look for 4th spot and gets it done. He's worked over the tail of Emerson Mills for a number of laps now and was able to open the door. So he moved himself into 4th spot. Last lap board on display for your race leader. The 68 of Luke Robinson. Ryder Zhong holds down to 2nd spot. 3rd place is Lack, who's very comfortably in 3rd now, must be said. Then it's the 7 of RJ, followed by Mills and Jones, Harriman and Kozak. Then it's Doyle, Mitrovic, Tresillian and Kamalocka rounding out your top 10. Handful of corners to go now for Luke Robinson. He goes through the top corner. Now down the back straightaways, led from the start. He's been doing it comfortably. And he'll take the Paralin to victory lane in this second heat race. Comes to the line. Good drive. Robinson takes the win. Waiting now on the 17 of Zhong to go through. Then it's Lack, followed by Balboan. The next one through will be the number 2 of Mills. Then this great little battle to the line. It's Jones, Harriman, then Kozak, followed by Alfie, Doyle, Mitrovic. Next one through will be Matty Tresillian, then Kamalocka, followed by Mixco, Curtis, Misson and Jacob Ding. That rounds out our finishes in Cadet 9. We're going to take a break. K3 Junior Heavy coming up next. K3 Junior Heavy hits the track as you're watching our March race day here. Pineapple Series. Going to send our Junior Heavies around again. Ryan Webster to start on the pole. Nathan Coburn alongside the 74. Bryce Leo, the 51. Then it's Luke Downs, Harrison Lippiat, Quade Powers, and Max Southgate, the 7. The 24 of Jacob Neal. Then Leo Liu in the 81. Kyden McKinn in the 88. Jet Saragi, the 38. Dylan Kamaloka, the 41. Then August Soud. Paddy Buckley, the 50. Then it's Cooperfield, DeWong, Clark, Thompson, Corkery, Shaw and Gatt. Set for a start. 8 on the board away. Down through turn 1 they go this time. Nice even start throughout the field. All competitors still out there. Coming around to the Video Pro corner for the first time. It's your pole sitter who leads away, Ryan Webster. Down the back stretch. Everyone's still just getting themselves into the rhythm in this one. Warm conditions here. Light breeze blowing. It's Webster over Southgate, then Coburn, followed by Lippiat, then Downs, Leo Saragi, then Liu, followed by Powers, then Buckley rounding out your 10, then it's Neil McMinn, Soward, Clark, Dwong, Gatt, Corkery, Shaw, Thompson, Field, Kamaloka not coming through the end of the first lap. All slight mistake there from our race leader, Ryan Webster, getting it a little bit wide on the exit of RHQ. Down the back stretch now, look at Coburn having a look up the inside on Southgate. Gets through into second spot. Across the front stretch they go, Buckley up to 6 now. Quickest driver on circuit, a 51 888. To Webster's lead, 1.2 seconds, so he's looking pretty comfortable out there. It's not often that you see this category spread out like this. Bit happening further back in the battle for third. There's been about 2 or 3 place changes there as they go 2, almost 3 wide down the back stretch. And it's still going on for third position. Down the front straight away. And it's Buckley who's got himself up to third. So Paddy has charged his way up the order. And he is now in third spot. He's showing plenty of pace today. It's Paddy Buckley, that is for sure. And he'll start to pull away there on Luke Downs and Jet Saragi. Saragi really throwing out the challenge here to Downs. Battle for the race leads back on as well. In fact, it's changed. So Coburn, while I was watching the battle for third, Nathan Coburn's got through to the lead and is pulling away from Ryan Webster as they go down into the hairpin. This will be the end of the 4th lap, so it'll be halfway there in this 8-lap heat race. Across the line they go now. Coburn, Webster, Buckley in third. Then Saragi, followed by Downs, Southgate, Liu. Then Lippiat, followed by Powers and Leo. Soward, Clark, Dwong, Gatt, Neal, Shaw, McMinn, Corkery, Field, and Thompson. Coburn, he's pulled out to nearly a second in front out there at the moment. And Paddy Buckley right on the tail of Ryan Webster as they go up to Autobahn. In fact, he's passed him. So Buckley through to second spot now. He's having quite the day at the races. Through the hairpin they charge. Now Saragi's closed up to the rear of Webster. He'll want to try and have a go in that Kart Republic. The number 38 machine. So through the middle part of the race circuit they go. Buckley's pulled well and truly away for the battle for third. Saragi quickest on circuit at the moment. Trying to make his way into third position past Ryan Webster. Will Buckley have enough time to close the 1.3 seconds, I should say, to Nathan Coburn? Down the front stretch. Rafgat making some good ground in the TGR number 6 machine. One of our P-platers only had his first race meeting last month here, doing about 12 months worth of practice with the Tyler Greenbury team. Tyler said keep an eye on him. He's certainly making some ground in this one, that's for sure. As Coburn's lead sitting at 1.2 seconds. We're on lap number 7. I don't think Buckley's going to have enough time to try and close that gap down. Battle for 4th and 5th. Webster and Downs, is that? It's Downs and Southgate, in fact, having a battle out there at the minute. Last lap now for Nathan Coburn. He's doing it comfortably up the front in the number 74. Once he got to the lead, he's just pulled away as he now goes through Video Pro, now up to Autobahn corner for the final time. And there he is. He'll be happy with that as he comes through the final last couple of corners. And Nathan Coburn gets a checkered flag. Paddy Buckley, good drive, home to second. Saragi, quickest lap of the race on the last. Then it was Webster, followed by Downs, then Southgate, Lippiat, followed by Powers. Then it's Leo Liu. August Soud rounds out your 10. Then it's Jackson Duong, Clark, Gat in 13th spot. Then Neil, followed by Leo, then Shaw, McMinn, Field, Corkery, and Cruz Thompson to round out your finishes in that one. Short break and we'll be back with Cadet 12. So we are back here at Ipswich, continuing on our big day of racing. Cadet 12 on circuit, Creed Petroni on the pole, Fred Waddy, the number 3 out of 2. Next row of the grid will be Levi Shales and Oscar Ray, the 2. On row number 3, Lennox Carson and Casper Anderson, Walter Hillier and Ari Aprazasi out of 8. Then it's Knox Black, Ricardo Johnson, Jeremy Broadbent will start from 11th spot. Oliver Jones, Sebastian Woodrow. Then it's Kenny Marita out of 14th spot. Shelby Smith out of 15th. Rossio from 46th. The Harlan Bell in the 7, starting in 17th spot. 18th place will be Jack Masico. Olivia Walton, the 59 out of 19. The 20 is the 89 of Kobe Long. Then Joseph Pilot, Judah Moon, Ashton Lusty, Rhett Moylan, Blake Haig, Jackson Curtis, Lucas Losco, then Vasily Barolos, Nicholas Kinder, Leighton Thorley, Aston Mills, Frankie Madrak, then it's Spencer Johnson, Connor O'Hare, and Liam Campbell. So some really quick drivers down toward the back of the field. G'day to Shane Bell tuning in over there in Queenstown in New Zealand. Sent me some nice little photos as well as to what he's been up to over there. So through they go. Got a bit of a trouble in the mid-pack there. We've got a couple more have gone around in sympathy. So we've got about half a dozen that have been involved in that one down at turn number 1. Couple not taking any further part down there at the moment. So working up the backstretch through the Autobahn corner. Aside from that little skirmish at turn 1, everything appears to be pretty well okay as they come to the line now. It's Casper Anderson who leads the way over Oscar Ray. Then Ricardo Johnson, followed by Petroni. Then it's Waddy. Knox Black into 6th spot aboard the 33. Then it's Broadbent, followed by Yo, then Jones. Aprazasi in the 15 in 10th spot. Marita, then Bell. Then it's Mills, Lusty, and Smith. That's the order. Still giving some attention to one of the drivers that came off in that opening corner down there. We are going to go full course caution on this one. So the yellow lights is on around the circuit. They will come under a controlled pace. So medical team on the spot down there to check out on our driver. Anderson leads the way over Oscar Ray, then Ricardo Johnson. Petroni in 4th spot, then Knox Black, Broadbent, then it's Waddy, followed by Yo, then Oliver Jones, Kenny Marita 10th, Aprazasi just stops outside the 10, then Bell in 12th, followed by Mills, then Smith Losco. Moylan's made some ground, so too Losco, up to 15th and 16th respectively. Kinder into 17th spot, then Lusty, then we've gone red. So red flag is on the raceway. So we'll pull these drivers in and attend to our driver down there at turn 1. In the meantime, we'll go and catch our breath and be back soon.
specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, EvoHeat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. EvoHeat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming. EvoHeat.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
The industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, EvoHeat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. EvoHeat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming. EvoHeat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, EvoHeat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. EvoHeat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming. EvoHeat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, EvoHeat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. EvoHeat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
Shut up and sit down.
write down also 3 medics, not 2.
Sorry?
Sorry.
3 days first.
3 days first.
3 days first.
Thanks for your patience, everybody. We have had an incident out on circuit and under red flag conditions. We'll be back underway at around 12 o'clock local time. Our driver is with our medics down in the medical centre. So thanks for your patience. We'll take another break and be back shortly.
And sit down.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
Thanks for your patience, everyone, during that forced break. Been attending to the young driver involved in the incident out there at the start of this one. We'll pick it up on lap number 3 here in Cadet 12. Casper Anderson leading the way over Oscar Ray, then Ricardo Johnson. Creed Petroni, then Knox Black, Broadbent Waddy, then Yo, followed by Jones and Morita. That's your top 10. Give them a full lap to get everything back to temperature. The Maxxis tyres. Plenty of heat soak out there. I've just been out and about in the pit area. Quite a warm day here. First day of autumn, isn't it? Of course, end of summer. So Cadet 12 it is. Out there for heat number 2. It's proving to be a bit of a bruising day out there. Got a fair bit going on, that's for sure. Of course, a few big events coming up. Of course, the Stars of Karting prelude to the Formula 1 Louis Vuitton Australian Grand Prix. Got to come up on Monday, the 10th. Twilight meeting kicking off at 3 o'clock down there at Todd Road. A couple of weekends after that, we'll have the opening round of the SP Tours Australian Kart Championship. Of course, that's coming up this way in the winter. The winter event will be here at Ipswich. So they're starting to line up here. Cadet 12. Always huge entry numbers. The green flag is getting ready to be waved to get us back underway. Here with 5 to go. So Casper Anderson leading them around in the 74. He's got Oscar Ray on his tail. Ricardo Johnson charging on. Creed Petroni, then Knox Black. Jeremy Broadbent in the 32. We've had a couple that have come together on the backstretch. We're going to go green anyway. Set for the restart. Away. Johnson gets a good start in 3rd spot. Down through turn number 1. It's Anderson who leads still. Ray still in 2nd. Johnson trying his way in a number 50 in 3rd position. The 13 pulls out of this one. Through the RHQ corner they go. Johnson up the inside of Ray into 2nd. Petroni joining the back of that little group there in a number 52. Then Knox Black, followed by Broadbent, then Waddy. Well, Petroni gets pushed a little wide there. Loses a spot, almost 2, as they come to the line after the restart. It's Anderson, Johnson, Ray. Then Black, followed by Petroni, Broadbent, Yo. Then Jones, Morita, and Bell inside the top 10 now. Through the Revolution race gear flip-flop they go. Battle for thirds on. Knox Black in the 33. See what pace he's got now. He gets past Oscar Ray. Down the backstretch. Black in third. Ray right behind. Oh, Petroni goes deep. Petroni went very, very deep there. Just got checked up as well. He's lost it. So Petroni's dropped back to 7th position. Johnson, the quickest driver on circuit. He's in 2nd spot, trying to close that gap to your race leader, Casper Anderson, out of RHQ turn. Oh, no problem. Is that Black? I think it is. Knox Black in the 33 comes to a stoppage on the exit of RHQ. So that's unfortunate for him. It's been quite impressive at the back end of last year. It was young Knox Black. And there's a move, that being for a 3rd spot as they come around. Complete another lap. That is the 32 machine for Power Republic of Broadbent, moving his way into 3rd spot. And Bell's on the move. Now there's Broadbent on screen. He's got Ray behind him as they go up to the Video Pro corner. In fact, that's Rossi Yo, I think, that's got it himself up a spot there. Down the back straightaway now. Broadbent under pressure. Rossi Yo, the 46. Then behind Yo is Petroni as they work their way down the front stretch. In fact, make that Bell that's behind Ray, having got past Petroni on the last lap as we work lap number 8. So this is the final circulation here for your race leader, Casper Anderson. Ricardo Johnson, he's pushed on strong. Then you should see the gaggle just behind this lot. They're fanning out all over the place. They'll come towards us here now. Gee, it's frantic in that mid-pack. Down the backstretch they go for the final time. Checkered flag will be at the ready. Casper Anderson. Looks like he's going to hold on here as he comes through the final corner. And he does as they come to the line. He gets the win over Ricardo Johnson, who ends up 3rd after all of this. It's Rossi Yo, the 46 machine. He ends up 3rd, followed by Broadbent. Then it's the Charge of the Light Brigade coming through behind them. Harlan Bell up to 5th. Then it's Aston Mills. Oscar Ray, then Lucas Losco. Followed by Marita. Then it's Petroni, dropped back to 10th. Rhett Moylan. Good drive again up to 11th. Then it's Oliver Jones, Nick Kinder. Vasily Baralos, then Shelby Smith, Blake Haig. Fastest lap of the race in 16th. Liam Campbell up to 17th. Then Jack Masiko, followed by Majorek. Then it's Lusty, followed by Thorley. Then O'Hare. Then Olivia Walton, Fred Waddy, Kobe Long, Spencer Jackson, and Lennox Carson ending your finishes in that one. We're going to take a break. We've got Kz2 and Dd2 about to hit the track next.
sit down.
So we're back here at Ipswich. Kz2 and Dd2 hit the circuit 2 races on the track concurrently in 2 separate groups. So Troy Losco will start on the pole in this one in Kz2. The multi-national champion Bailey Sagadak hit one winner in the 25 out of 2. Jordan Ensby the 7 from 3 with Tom Hunter the 78 out of 4. Round number 3 is Luke Bird in the 5 and Lachlan Murphy the 15. Then it's Geordie Slater at the back of the Kz2 bus. In Dd2, Angus Mathers in the 3 and Jason Smith in the 6 lineup on the front row. Then Stephanie Duffy and Scott Gray, Paul Wilmot, Brock Plum, Dan Hutchinson and Scott Cleveland and Josh Goddard. Green. 8 laps on the board for this one. The 2 groups both underway. Distinct lack of trouble in the early runnings of this. Up the front, it's Losco. Back in the blue this weekend. The Ricardo card, of course, that he took to those Kz2 Australian Championships, getting his eye in ahead of the Australian Kart Championship in a few weeks' time. Of course, Kz2 will be part of the Stars of Karting Prelude event down at Todd Road. Sagadak leads them across, followed by... Losco leads them across, followed by Sagadak. Then it's Hunter. He's into 3rd. Then it's Murphy, Ensby, Baird, Angus Mathers. He leads the Dd2 category over Jason Smith. Then Brock Plum, Stephanie Duffy, Scott Cleveland, Gray, then Goddard, Hutchison and Wilmot. That's how they run at the end of the first lap here. All karts still on circuit at the moment. Top 3 and Dd2 have pulled away, that being Mathers, Smith and Plum. But Losco, he's stretching the legs of that machine. More familiar with him in red colours of late, the last couple of years, been across in the Birrell Art. Of course, the Ricardo kart manufactured by the Birrell, or was manufactured by the Birrell Art factory, I should say. It's great to have Troy here with us on this March race weekend. Bailey Sagadak looking strong. He made a move across to Birrell at the start of the year, looking much more comfortable in that kart as he comes to grips with it ahead of the Australian Championship, a 5-round Australian Championship this year. Some exciting news to come in the next couple of weeks with regards to that. Just having a chat to the team there through the week. Across the line goes Losco and Sagadak. Sagadak the quickest out there. Slater's got past Bird for 6th. So Brock Plum leads away in Dd2 aboard the 55. Lachlan Murphy there in the 15. He's just coming to grips with Kz2. Of course, plenty of work to do around this circuit. You're probably looking at around 30 gear changes per lap. 6-speed gearboxes. Highly powerful 125cc motors. They'll be doing about 140 kilometres an hour at the end of the back straightaway where they just were. Ensby looking solid in the 7 as well, the CRG, the brand that he's become synonymous with over the years. Problem there for the 5. That's Luke Bird, he's out of commission in this one. The Dd2 They're plucking gears as well, but they've got 2 gears that they can utilise aboard those direct drive engines. No chain. Of course, the Rotax National Cup, which will crown Team Australia, will be held at Albury Wodonga. It was announced earlier this week. That'll be in September. Australia will have a representative in Dd2 and Dd2 Masters at the grand finals. It'll be held in the Kingdom of Bahrain the first week of December. There's Cleveland now on screen. It's one of the front runners in last year's National Cup who was held right here. 5 laps in the books for Troy Losco, holding a 0.57 second advantage over Sagadak. Sagadak's the quickest out there, but there's only hundredths of a second in it, so they work their way through. Losco just does his personal best. Murphy and Ensby still going at it for 3rd spot. Now here's a little group going down the back stretch in the Dd2 class. Brock Plum's got a commanding lead in that one over Angus Mathers, and Cleveland's got himself up to 3rd from the back of the bus. Then it's Smith, Goddard, Gray, Duffy, then Hutchinson and Paul Wilmot. There's Ensby in the bright orange CRGs all over the back of Lachlan Murphy here. Murphy goes a little bit defensive there to try and keep Ensby back. Ensby gives him one to go on with into the final set of corners, and now the door opens for Ensby to go through. So he's finally able to open that door and get himself up to 3rd spot. It's looking pretty solid here. Today is Jordan Ensby, the driver that's been doing this category for some time now. There's your race leader hitting the back straightaway, Troy Losco. Taking a brief peek over the shoulder. Someone's got a problem they're about to come up onto. And checkered flag is out. That'll be the end of that. And Losco wins from Sagadak. And waiting now for Ensby to come through. Then it's Murphy, followed by Hunter and Slater. And Brock Plum will be the first one through in Dd2 as he comes out of the final turn. He gets it done. Angus Mathers, he will finish in 2nd with Scott Cleveland in 3rd position. Then it's Smith, followed by, Goddard gets through on Smith at the end there. Then Gray, followed by Duffy and Hutchinson, and Paul Wilmot to complete the field. Luke Bird, a non-finisher. We'll take a break and be back with Kz2 Junior after this very soon.
Romantic, isn't it? Shut up and sit down.
So out comes Kz2 Junior for their 2nd heat of the day, a premier junior category in Australia. Tyson McGill will start on the pole. Quade Powers, the 18, off the front row with him. Next row of the grid, Chad Risman, the 22, and Poppy Rule in the 99. Gabriel O'Kayam in the 13, and Roman Kruchel, the 38, out of 6. Row number 4 is Cooper Folly, the 16, and Jai Flynn in the 10. Josh Williams, the 9, and Levi Dosell, the 11, out of 10th spot. Round number 6 didn't finish the first one. Watch out for Hamish Campbell to come from 11th into 4. Corey Carson, the New South Welshman, will start from 12th position into 19. Then it's Joel Lammers in the 48, Xavier Knight in the 28. Then off row 8's Harry Bresnahan and Declan Hicks. Louis Brown in the 42, Seth Huth in the 77. Eton Damaso, your Heat 1 winner, and Harry Burke. That is how they'll line up for this one. Good field here. Set for a start, 8 on the board. Racing. It's McGilla gets the best of the start down to turn 1. Holds on to it through there. Geez, who's that in the Birrellard? He's got a terrific start. Is that Rissman? Pick that up for you when they come around. Tia's got a terrific start. There's the number 4 of Hamish Campbell. He's up to 3rd. Through the left-hander at Video Pro they go. Now onto the backstretch. Goes McGill. The white helmet. Working our way back to the start straight. So it's McGill over Rule, then Campbell, Rissman, then it's Powers, followed by El Khayyam, then Folly into 7th, Jai Flynn, then Levi Dessel, Xavier Knight running at your 10, then Lammers, Crucial, Bresnahan, Brown, Williams, Delmaso, Burke, Huth and Hicks. Carson not with us this weekend. Now we've got a new second place driver with Hamish Campbell working his way through on Poppy Rule. Oh, dramas out there. Is that Delmaso? It is. Eton Delmaso. He just has no luck whatsoever, that kid. But it's not to be, unfortunately. Oh, Seth Huth hasn't come through either, so there may be something in all of that as Huth goes into the pit area and is out of commission in this one. The battle's still going on for second spot between Hamish Campbell and Poppy Rule. She's right in there on the back of Campbell. Of course, if you weren't with us earlier on, Hamish will be Karting Australia's representative at the FIA Karting Academy Trophy this year. A junior representative. So they barrel on down into turn number 1. McGill's lead, 1.6 seconds. So Campbell trying to close that gap down to his fellow Queenslander. Hamish making the move across to Tony Kart Australia for this season under the tutelage of Troy Hunt. Already done a couple of races overseas so far this year. As Hamish will be getting the frequent flyer miles up and at it. Getting instructions down there from Matty McLean. G is closed right in here. Has Campbell close it down by 0.6 of a second to just over a second. Then we've got this battle going on for third. Poppy Rule, Chad Rissman. Then Powers and throw Gabriel O'Khayyam in there as well. The Rule's got them starting to line up behind her. So down the front stretch they go. Hamish has taken another 0.4 of a second out of the lead. Will he have enough time? He's certainly got the pace there with 3 laps left to go. There's Poppy Rule, still in third spot. Chad Rissman trying to close it down. In fact, Poppy's responded on that lap a little bit. Open up a bit more of a space between herself and Chad, who's got Quade Powers closing in on the tail of his Birrellard as well. So Poppy has really responded here. She's just got a slight gap there over Chad as now Hamish. He's about to throw the challenge out to your race lead as they go down through the Global Hub corner. We're all still holding on to third, but the battle's on up the front between our top two. Through the right-hander at Autobahn they go. Down the back stretch goes your race leader, Tyson McGill. The Gold Coast up. Hamish Campbell is closed right there with him. Coming to the line. This will be the last lap that they start right now. So just over a kilometre of racing to go as they shoot off into the first turn. Through the Brisbane Karts corner. Now Hamish Willie set up for a move here on Tyson. Nothing else has changed behind. That's one passing opportunity extinguished. Through the Autobahn corner. Because I think Tyson might have enough up his sleeve here. Hamish goes deep under brakes. Through the Howard's concreting turn, now on-site Renault Group corner. And it's going to be Tyson McGill who holds on to it and takes the win over Hamish Campbell. Poppy Rule, good drive. Coming home in third spot. Oh, a bit of bump and grind going on behind. Chad Rissman in fourth. Then it's Quade Powers, followed by Cooper Folly. Gabriel Kime, Joe Flynn in eighth spot. Then it's Levo DeSell. Then Joel Lammers, Harry Bresnahan. Then Xavier Knight, Williams, Crutil, Brown, Burke and Hicks. We'll take a quick break and be back with Tag Restricted Medium for their 10 laps against the track.
Romantic, isn't it? Shut up and sit down.
Tag Restricted Medium, one of our feature classes here at the Tag Restricted titles, hits the circuit. Of course, we start these feature categories based off of qualification this morning. Riley Vanderbroek will start on the pole in the 78. Hugo Quesales in the 17 off of 2. Next row of the grid, Trent Harders and Ben Dillis in the 5. Row number 3, Sebastian DeSalvo in the 7 and Gabriel Goodchild the 4. Row number 4 is the 81 of Matt Goddard and Riley Jones in the 99. Mick Oro in the 26 will start from 9th with Scott Jordan out of position number 10 in the 41. Ned Lenahan out of 11, the 18. Then it's Cord Donnelly, the 61. Brady Godfrey, the 9, the 42 of Nash Garland, Justin Voigt and Dale Riley. They didn't set a time in qualifying, so assume they're not. Here we are, go for 10 laps. Vanderbroek gets a good start off the front rows. DeSalvo up to third as they enter turn number 1. One goes straight across the grass, rejoins without incident. Out of RHQ they go. But it's Vandenbroek who leads the way. Oh, we've had about 4 or 5 of them come together on the left-hander there. One's out of commission. We've got one in a little bit of distress out there. Across the line they come. Lenihan now leading from Vandenbroek, then Harders, Quez Sales. The next one. Another one goes through the cut through. It's all happening here today. So Lenihan leads them up to the Autobahn corner. He's got Vandenbroek on his tail. Down the backstretch, we're working our second lap here of our 10. Now Lenihan struck trouble out there. What's happened to Ned Lenihan? He's dropped all the way down. Looks like he's come to a standstill somewhere on the circuit. Can't quite pick up precisely where, from my vantage point anyway. But Riley Vandenbroek, he leads the way now. Harders in second. The fluorescent helmet. He's getting a bit of pressure from Hugo Quez Sales. Quez Sales has been looking really good today. Hit the track running from qualifying. Oh, it gets into the back of Harders there. Harders won't be happy with that. A little bit of a cheeky touch as they come to the line. DeSalvo still in 4th spot. Then Lillis followed by Goddard and Goodchild. Oro in 8th spot. Riley Jones and Godfrey. Followed by Jordan. Then Core Donnelly. So Vandenbroek starting to open that gap now over Trent Harders, who's got Quez Sales for company. Sebi DeSalvo in that tennis ball coloured helmet will be there with them fairly shortly as well. And Ben Lillis right behind him, keeping him very honest at this stage. With Matt Goddard in the 81 in 6th spot. He's punching on as well in this one as we cross the line at the end of lap number 4. So out of RHQ corner they go. Vandenbroek's lead was just over a second the last time by. Onto the backstretch. Now Vandenbroek's pull clear, so Harders is basically racing here for second spot. However, they're only coming up to the halfway point in this one, so there's still plenty of time left for Harders if he can get the kart to work how he wants it to. He's just done a personal best, but has lost more time to Riley Vandenbroek up the front. 1.1 seconds is the gap. DeSalvo getting a little bit sideways there in the number 7. He's got Lillis on his tail and Matt Goddard right there with him, as you can see. Goddard has a look up the inside and goes up the inside of Lillis. Lost one at the back there as they head down the back stretch now. Good little battle in 4 for 4th position. Gabriel Goodchild at the back of it. Harders and Quez Sales have a gap then on that group. 4 laps to go now for Riley Vandenbroek. 1.3 seconds is his gap up the front. DeSalvo under the pump here. Matt Goddard. It's been pretty impressive In his short career has DeSalvo racing out of the Jess Golding Motorsport outfit. So DeSalvo has Goddard right on his tail. Goddard working overtime here to try and get himself into fourth position. 3 to go as they go charging through Global Hub turn number 1. So Chris Sales still unable to do anything about Trent Harders there in the 93. Harders doing a solid job. All of these drivers are utilising 125cc water-cooled engines with a restrictor fitted to them. Number of different engines are available for tag racing. I think it's up to 4, potentially 5 now. Parity achieved through a weight basis. So 2 remaining for Riley Vandenbroek, who's got 1.7 seconds over Harders. Quez Sales, he's only got a lap and a half if he's to do anything about Trent Harders here. Through the RHQ corner they go. DeSalvo still under the pump. One's lost a wheel. It's a bit late in the race to be losing a wheel. So God knows what happened there. Down the back straightaway they go. There's Harders still in second. Quez Sales having a solid weekend. Sitting there in third spot right behind him. 1 to go now for Riley Vandenbroek. As he comes down the front straightaway. Quez Sales looks like he's got a bit of a run going here. Will he be close enough to try and have a look as Vandenbroek goes up towards the Autobahn corner for the final time? Checkered flag is at the ready for Riley Vandenbroek as he comes through the final set of corners out of onsite Renault Group and onto the Capri straightaway. And he gets it done. Second place will go, only just to Trent Harders over Quez Sales, then DeSalvo, followed by Goddard, then Lillis, Goodchild, Oro, then Riley Jones, Scott Jordan, and Dale Riley to round out your finishes in this one. We've got a few to clean up. We're going to go and take a break. We'll be back shortly here at Ipswich. And welcome back to Ipswich. You're watching our club race day for March to kick autumn off. Great to have your company, whether through the YouTube channel or through speedcafe.com. K3 Senior on the racetrack now. Toby Spinks will line up on the pole in the 96 Max Chatton, the 63 alongside. Christian Sonsa, the 39, and Paige Yarwood, the 69 out of 4. Row 3, Dominic Penman, the 70, then Cooper Fish in the 91. Row number 4 is the 61 of Nick Speed and Bree Moyes. Andrew Farlow, great to see him back behind the wheel in a 57 out of 9. Annabelle Kennedy from 10. Row number 6 is Seb Bennett, the 55, and Christian Stasi in the 7, a non-finish for the Rush Performance driver last time out. Declan Matthews, the 74, Hudson Lippiat. Then it's Tanner Peters, Ronan Finn, Stratford, Kittle, Reed, Feather, Simonelli, Lusty and Francie, and we're going to send them around one more time. Great to have the full team from J&D Racing with us here this weekend. Team principal Nick Percat down there, fresh after what you'd have to say was a pretty frantic weekend in Sydney last weekend with the start of the Repco Supercars Championship. Of course, they'll head off to the Formula One Louis Vuitton Australian Grand Prix in a couple of weeks' time. Let's try again to get this KA3 senior field underway. Watching for the lights out. Away. 8 laps on the board. Down into turn number 1 they charge. They all get through there. I wouldn't say cleanly, but they certainly all got through there. Working their way around. Spinks it is who leads away. Down through Video Pro corner. And one at the back's gone around. In fact, it was Christian Sonta who's started up toward the front of the field as they come around to complete the first lap of their 8 here. Spinks from Chatton, then it's Fish, followed by Yarwood, Moyes, then Penman into 6th spot. Speed, Kennedy up a few into 8th placing, then Astasi, then Lippiat. Declan Matthews, Matty Feather up to 12th, good start. Farlow into 13th, then Bennett and Stratford rounds out your top 15. Through the Video Pro turn they go. Chatton trying to close in here on your race leader. Then you've got a gaggle of them absolutely together on circuit, battling it out for 4th position. Down the back stretch goes Toby Spinks in the 96. Change for 4th. That's Bree Moyes going past Yarwood. And there's more going on the final corner. Stasi getting the short back and sides and dropping a few places there in the 7. He's dropped back to 10th spot. Declan Matthews in 11, so watch out for Declan. Try and make his way through the field. Started down toward the back. Through the Video Pro corner they go. Moved there for 5th spot, so that was Moyes on Yarwood. Page having a pretty good run out there in this second heat. Spinks and Chatton across the line. And Fish, Dominic Penman in 4th. He's just done the quickest lap of the race. Annabelle Kennedy on the move. Of course, she'll be Australia's senior representative at the FIA Academy Trophy. It was announced during the week. Her and Hamish Campbell will fly the flag for Karting Australia over at that multi-round single make European Championship. Max Walton finishing in 2nd position in that very championship a couple of years ago. Out of Howard's concreting they come now. There's the green machine on the screen. That's Penman has moved his way up to third. Change of teams this year for Dominic. He's got himself in front of Fish. The Empire Kart Sport, number 70 for Bedshed. Out of Brisbane Karts they go. Spinks has opened up that lead a bit. Was half a second the last time across the start finishing line. I think it might be a little more than that now as they head down the back straight away. There's the gap that Penman's been able to open up in a lap on Cooper Fish, with Bree Moyes actually starting to close in on the back of Cooper now. Declan Matthews has got himself up to 7. So I tell you what, Matty Feather's on fire out there. Is that a problem for Kennedy? No, she's just dropped down to 9. Matty Feather up to position number 7. That's exceptional. There's Fish on screen, currently running in 4th spot. Dominic Penman got in front of him and has opened up that slight gap. Moyes still punching on. She's trying to close down on the back of Fish as we work lap number 6 now. So Penman's not going to have enough time to get to her top 2 as they go across the line. The new fastest lap for Spinks, and as I say that, Declan Matthews chimes in with a 49.921 down in 6th position. Trying to have a look at where he's at. He's a little way behind at the moment. He's managed to get through on Moyes, in fact, into 5th spot, and now can start to have a look at Fish. He's only got a lap and a half to go, though, does Declan Matthews, to try and get himself inside the top 5 here. Down the backstretch. It's a tight little battle here. So Matthews has caught right up to the tail of the 91 now, the Pro Karting machine. He's only got a lap to go, though. Trying to make it into 4th spot. Meantime, Spinks, he's led since the lights went out. And doing it comfortably by 1.6 seconds at the moment. Through the Fish hook corner they go with Video Pro. Now up to the top corner. Couple more corners remaining. And Matthews gets through on Cooper Fish at the end of the back straight away. Or does he? As Spinks comes across the line. 2nd place. We'll go to the 63 of Chat. And then it's Penman. Followed by Declan Matthews and Cooper Fish, Bree Moyes. Matty Feather in 7th. Then Annabelle Kennedy, Henry Stratford, Nicholas Speed. Then Seb Bennett. Then we've got Christian Astasi, Paige Yarwood, Hudson Lippiat, Ryan Reid, Sebastian Simonelli, Talia Kittle, Tanner Peters. Then it's Lusty, followed by Farlow and Sam Francie. That completes K3 Senior. We'll take a break and be back with Tag Heavy.
and sit down.
And we're back here with Tag Heavy hitting the circuit. You're watching our March race day here in Ipswich. Chris Williams to start on a pole in the 31. Sam Misson, the 8 on the outside front row. Next row of the grid is the 21 of Luke Jacobson and Leighton Smith in the 7. Andrew Gillum in the 5 will start from 5. Then Dakota Daniels, Will Marshall, Harrison Fox, Josh Dagg, Brent Redding, Brendan Nelson and Jared Nine it away. Bit going on down on the entry to turn number 1 down there. Looks like it might be Williams who's got the best of the start out there. Up to Autobahn for the first time. Our 8 laps here in this one. As they come on to the start-finish straight. It's Williams over Misson, then Smith, followed by Redding up to 4th already. Then Jacobson, Gillum, Marshall, Daniels, Fox, 9 at Nelson, who didn't take part in the opening race, and Josh Dagg. So that's how they sit at the moment. Out of RHQ comes your race leader. You can see the lead that Chris Williams has already established over the Kart Republic of Sam Misson. Leighton Smith sitting there in 3rd position. Brent Redding in position number 4. He's punching on, trying to make his way toward the front of the field is Redding. Redding the quickest on circuit, a 49.216. He's taken a full second out of Leighton Smith on that lap, has Brent Redding. So he'll be challenging, well, he's already challenged for 3rd. He's moved into 3rd position past Smith and will be on the tail of Sam Misson in very short order as they go down to the Video Pro corner. Won't take him long, I don't think, to get through on Misson. Indeed, he does at the top turn. And now into 2nd, and he can start sailing along for Chris Williams. Has to have raced against each other so many times over the years. .3 seconds, Williams back to Redding. Then Misson and Smith. Marshall's up to 5th spot. So he's having a good run out there. Here's Will Marshall. He's had a good heat number 1 earlier on today as well. Trust you're enjoying all the action with us today. Beautiful weather conditions here at Ipswich. Getting quite warm out there now in the middle of the day. Of course, we'll finish under lights a bit later on tonight. So Williams comes across. What's the gap now? 0.862 between the two of them. Redding. He was half a second quicker than Williams on that one. So we do have a race on up the front as we are only at the halfway point. It's Williams, Redding, Misson, then Smith, Marshall, then Jacobson, followed by Fox, Nynett, Daniels, then Nelson, Dagg and Gillum. That is your order as they sit at the moment. Further back there, Marshall's caught up onto Leighton Smith. Oh, problem is that Smith that's decided to go no further. I believe it is. So that's unfortunate for him. The karts decided, didn't want to take any further part in this one as they come to the line now. Brent's got the lead down to 0.3. He took another half second out of Chris Williams on that one. So with 2.5 laps left to go, Williams is going to be under the pump here very, very shortly from Brent Redding. Through the left-hander they run. Brent is state champion in his category. It's been very much at the top of the pops during both national and particularly state level competition, as now the race is on. Redding up the inside. Williams didn't protest too much there. To Marshall up inside the top three now. Haven't got past Sam Misson. 1.5 laps to go in this one. So Redding starting to open it up. New plastic kit on that kart for this weekend. Williams doing a good job in second. Will Marshall would have to be pleased with his performance so far today. Still a bit to go though for the JGM driver. Nelson up to 5th spot now. The multiple national champion in tag racing is Brendan Nelson, based on the Gold Coast these days. Haven't seen him in action for a little while. Last lap forward for Brent Redding now. It's been a fine drive from deep in the field. He goes up to the top turn. Couple of corners left remaining now for Redding as it goes down the back straightaway. Terrific drive as he comes through the final set of turns and onto the front straightaway. Redding gets a win. Chris Williams home in second. Then it's Marshall. He gets home in 3rd spot. Then Misson. Nelson will be the next one through. Followed by Dagg, then Nynett, Jacobson, Gilliam, and Harrison Fox round out your finishes in that tag heavy race. KA3 Junior Light to come up after we take this very short break.
Shut up and sit down.
So we're back. And this huge field of KA3 Junior Light hits the track. Devin McCarley off the pole. Charles Newman, front row. Then it's Cruz Smith and Andrew Thompson, the 96. Baxter Jarrett, the 32. Then Miko Waddy, the number 2. Oscar Hannock, the number 5 out of 7. Then it'll be Campbell Dawson, Jacqueline Jensen, Cruz Petroni, Matt Dixon. Then it's Connor Edmonds, Archer Bailey, AJ Leggett. Then Ozong, Sydenham, Flynn, Tresillian, Wright, Takagaki, Aidan Hackwood, May. Then Watts, Flack, McCarley, Thompson, Boscarini, Sito, Horwell. Liam Weatherhead in 30th spot. Dylan Kamalaka. Then it's Vince Turhorse, Geordie Butler, Monty Jamison and Xavier Knight. Got one that's had trouble getting out of the pit area and has gone a long way around. So we're going to get a start this time. Yes, we are. We're away. Cruz Smith is off the front. He gets the best of the start. Hennock's got a good start. He's up to 3rd. Smith gets gobbled up at the left-hander at Alley Tracks. Down the backstretch they go for the first time. Pretty nice even start from all of our competitors out there. Hannock's got himself up to P2. It's the 32 of Baxter Jarrett that leads away. Over Hannock, then Cruz Smith, followed by Newman, then Archer Bailey. Then it's Jensen. It's a good start there. Matthew Dixon, then Thompson, followed by Ozog and Johnny Wright, rounding out your top 10. Jai Flynn, just outside the top 10 at this stage. Down through Video Pro turn they go. Across the start finishing line goes Jarrett. He's opened the lead up to a second there. Jack Sydenham drops back a few. Gee, the top two have got a huge lead here. Cruz Smith, they're starting to line up behind him. Archer Bailey and Jack Jensen there. Jensen wanting to try and make a spot. So through they come at the end of lap number 3. Bailey's now got through on Smith for 3rd. There's a huge gap though between himself and Oscar Hannock in 2nd spot. Oscar's brother Lockie racing in the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series this weekend down at Phillip Island. A number of drivers, including Max Walton down there. In a massive field of 86s. Meantime, this battle for 3rd continues on here. And a battle for 5th is going on as well. as they come through the final set of corners. But that was the fourth. Jack Jensen up into P4, past Bruce Smith and Jai Flynn. It's taken him a while to get warmed up, Jai Flynn, but now he is absolutely honking out there aboard the number 10. He's up to 7th. So he's working his way through this massive field, just working his way forward. Jarrett, 1.4 seconds up on Hannock. Then Bailey. Jensen in front of Smith. Dixon, he's there in 6th spot. Oh no, we've had a few of them that come together at the hairpin. You see that in the top of your screen. Got about 3 or 4 of them off to the side of the track there. Just trying to get the karts out of harm's way. We're on lap number 6 at the moment. One's able to continue on. There's another 2. Little dusted, busted and disgusted on the side of the racetrack there. Jarrett with that big lead. It's out to 1.9 seconds over Oscar Hannock. So come to the line. Flynn's got himself up to P5 now. An all-white look for Jai Flynn this weekend. So now we're working lap number 7, so there'll only be 1 to go when they come to the line next time. This gaggle of 4, they've been going at it for some time. It's the battle for 6, Cruz Smith, Cruz Petroni, and Jackson Ozog and AJ Leggett all at it. Smith holding down the 6th place. Here comes the other Cruz, the North Queenslander. Petroni up the inside. Meantime, Leggett got through on Ozog as well. Across the line they go. 1 remaining for Baxter Jarrett. Up the front. Flynn with the quickest lap of the race in 5th spot. So he's got the pace when he can work his way through a 49.412. That was 0.2 of a second quicker than your race leader at the moment. And here he is, Baxter Jarrett. A fine drive for Baxter as he brings it around to get the checkered flag and get the win. Oscar Hannock, he'll be pleased with that effort as well. It'll place him nicely for heat number 3 a bit later on. Then it's Archer Bailey, followed by Jack Jensen, Jai Flynn the next one through. Then Petroni, Smith, Ozog. Then it's Wright, followed by Flack, then Leggett. Sydenham, then Watts. Then Thompson, then Newman. McCarley, then Horwell. Takagaki, Tresillian, May. Jamison, then Weatherhead, followed by Dawson, Cedo, Knight, Waddy. Thompson and Connor Edmonds rounding out your finishes in that one. Got a couple to pick up, so we'll take a break and be back very soon. Welcome back. You're watching our Ipswich Pineapple Series race day here at Ipswich Kart Club, the Tag Restricted Masters title day. Tag lighted is on circuit at the moment. Thomas Gallagher to line up on the pole in the 23. Kean Burt, the super rapid Kiwi. He was outstanding here during the Rotax National Cup last year. Then you've got Geordie Slater, Trent Newton, Felix Jeski, then Jack Wells, Jet Kokoski, Kennedy, then Fraser, Janice, Tulloch, Brown, Kingston, Norris, McConnell and Costello. So getting ready for the start here. Watch for Burt off the front row. Away. Down to turn number 1, 8 laps in this one. Nice even start from the two Bureau Arts up the front. Oh, one's got checked up and lost a few spots there. Dropped back to 5th position. But it's Gallagher who leads the way down to Video Pro. In the number 23, the 29 of Burt. Arrived in Australia last week. Here for an extended period. Through the right-hander at the end of the backstretch. Now through Howard's concreting. And a change for third there as they come to the line. There was Jack Wells getting himself up into third spot. Through the flip-flop they go on lap number 2 here. Two Bureau Arts, Gallagher and Burt. They've got an advantage over Wells at the moment. Followed by Newton, then Kajeski, then it is Slater. Followed by Janice. Kokoski's the next one out there. Then Fraser and Brown, your top 10. Brady Norris down in 11, trying to work his way forward. Of course, we set the grids randomly to kick things off in most categories for heat number 1. And then reverse them for heat 2. Then add the points up at the end of the second heat to arrive at our grid for heat 3, and the same for the final. As now Burt has picked up the pace. He's right on the tail of Gallagher now. Through the Global Hub corner they go. Now to the flip-flop. Jack Wells trying to close in. It's an old blue cart in third position. Here we want to have a bit of the action up the front. So through the hairpin they charge now. G. Wells has really closed up a little on this particular lap as they come across the line. Oh, Burt, he did go for half a look on the entry to turn number 1, but there wasn't any real estate available for him to execute a move. He's going to have to try again as Gallagher continues to lead the way. Burt will be getting a little frustrated. He's a very experienced campaigner, the young New Zealander. Up to the Autobahn corner they go. In fact, Gallagher's able to open a gap there. So maybe that cost him a bit of momentum going down into turn number 1. Wells, the quickest driver on circuit in third. No surprise there. Yes, indeed, it was a slow lap from Burt. A 46.696. He's picked it up again a little bit here, though, and started to close that gap down as Trent Newton in 4th. He's starting to apply a bit of pressure to the rear of Jack Wells as we work lap number 5 now. Now Bert has a look at the hairpin. Will he make it stick? I think he will. So new race leader. It's Key and Bert, but that's also allowed Jack Wells to close in. He's now got that gap between himself and second place Gallagher down to virtually nothing with 2.5 laps left to go. Trent Newton, he's on the back of that train as well with Geordie Slater pushing along. Through the Video Pro corner they go. Now Bert, since getting into the lead, has opened up that advantage. He did have that bad lap, but made amends for it straight away and was able to get into the lead. As now Wells starts to apply a bit of pressure to the tail of the 23 of Thomas Gallagher. Bert's lead out to 0.7 of a second. The true pace being seen here of 48.250 on that lap to be the quickest of the race so far. That plays a 48.8 for Gallagher, a 48.7 for Wells through RHQ corner. So Bert's already opened it out to about 20 kart lengths. The race lead that he's holding. Gallagher's there, Wells trying to close in. Newton keeping both of them fairly honest in 4th spot. Wells is wound up here on the front stretch. Thought he might have tried to have a look going down the front straightaway. Just wasn't close enough at that point in time. They're on the way home. They're on the last lap. They'll get the checkered flag as they come out of Brisbane Karts corner. Geordie Slater, he's right there on the back of Newton as well. As Newton, in turn, decided to have a look at Wells for 3rd. Meantime, your race leader is on the back stretch for the final time. Oh, there is a move. Slater, he was the one to win for the move. Wells goes back too. Meantime, Bert gets it done. Gallagher second, then it was Newton, followed by Slater. Jack Wells dropped back to 5th spot there. Jeske, then Janis, then it's Fraser, followed by Tulloch Kukoski. Norris into 11th spot, Annabelle Kennedy, then Daniel Brown, Raina Costello, Rob Kingston and Rowan McConnell. That completes Tag Light second heat. We've got Tag Restricted Light coming up at one of our feature races over 10 laps. So I'll be out there shortly. We're back here at the Tag Restricted Titles. Tag Restricted Light hits the circuit. 10 laps coming up for them. We set our grid based on qualifying earlier on this morning, being our feature classes. Jack Munro will line up on pole in the 18, Luke Tross the 47. Next row of the grid will be the 23 of Will Carmichael and Jack Dussel in the 54. Jackson Turner Jay Keys, Connor O'Reilly, Menzano, Romali, Douglas, Karunaratne. We haven't got the start just yet. Matthew Karunaratne to start in 19th spot. Then Emily Ciccardo. Then it's Mitch Chimes, Matty McNeil, Tyler Tilmuth. Then Bentley Tully, Thomas Kay, Britt Thompson, Jake Jaslowski, Charlie White, and Boston Wheeler. Of course, the team from here at Ipswich were incredibly honoured just a few weeks ago at the Karting Australia Presentation Awards that Alf and Maureen Capri were awarded a Life in Karting award for their efforts to get this club up and operational over many, many years, because Alf no longer with us, of course. Maureen very much so. It was an emotional night. We're set for a start now. Down into turn one. And remarkably, they all get through there without problem. Everyone carrying on here. Munro it is who leads the way in the number 18 machine. Trost right behind him. That's been the order of the day so far between these two. Oh, we've had a couple that have come around toward the back there. All able to continue on. It's Munro, Trost, Williams, Carmichael, Mullins, Endercell, Scott, Briggs, Mortensen. Then Furlonger in 10th spot. Outside that, it's McLaughlin, Duncan, Turner, Keys and O'Reilly's your top 15 as they sit at the moment. Through Video Pro, these two youngsters at the front. Both, of course, former junior stars. All karts still on circuit at the minute. So they come out of the final turn and onto the front stretch. Thomas Williams sitting there in third into 35. Trost really having a big go up the inside. Then Luke Trost gets to the race lead at turn number one. Down through RHQ they go. And Munro, he's now going to be the chaser. Trost was fastest of anyone the last time. He went across the Capri straightaway start finishing line. The end of lap number 3, Trost goes even faster, including that pass at turn 1. Hill of resistance. Oh no, got a couple that have come together. Not sure whereabouts on the circuit that is. It's on the final corner. Plenty happening here today. It's one of the CXR karts. He is out of commission. He's done and dusted in this particular race. They'll try and get them out of the road. Well, they look like they're pretty well stuck together down there, you'd have to think. Now they're able to get them away and push them out of harm's way. It is the aid of Jackson Turner and Charlie Furlonger in the 72. So it's unfortunate for them. But they're out the way. Munro now, he decides that it's time to go. He does at 49.962, the quickest lap of the race. The majority of the field set their personal bests the last time through on lap number 4. At the halfway point, Jake Jaslowski making some ground. He's up to 16th position. Jack Duncan 13th. He's made up a spot the last lap. So Trost with that slight lead. He's just holding on to it. 0.289 it was the last time. Let's see if he's responded to Munro. Well, in fact, there's that little difference between the pair of them that it's almost immeasurable. There's only 2/100ths difference between the pair of them, so evenly matched as they are. That's the beauty of this parity formula. An extensive testing process is undertaken by Karting Australia to test the various engines, then paritise them by weight. So Trost holding on to it here. This is again to lap number 6, so 4 to go when they cross the line now. A 10 lap, one of our feature classes, tag restricted light here this afternoon. It's been an action-packed day so far, but a bit going on. Thanks to your company for the here with us at the circuit or tuning in online. So Munro hasn't given up the fight in this one. He's right there with Tross. He was right over the steering wheel to get as much aerodynamic effect as he possibly can as they go across the line now. It's 0.2 of a second. Munro, I said there was almost immeasurable the amount of time, the difference between the pair of them, but it's getting closer. Munro was able to take some time out of Trost. Through the left-hander they go. Further back, Williams is still third. Then Will Carmichael and Jack DeSalle are in the middle of their battle. Darcy Briggs, Caelan Mullins and Robert Mortensen have moved past Cody Scott. And Josh McLaughlin rounds out your top 10. As we alluded to before, IndyCar back in action this weekend in St. Pete. So 2 laps remaining now for Luke Trost, your race leader. He let Jack Munro have the best of it for a few laps there, then was able to sneak underneath him. Down to Video Pro. They run. Munro's running out of options. He will have one more chance when they come to the line. They're at the end of lap number 9. So one to go for Trost and Munro. Trost opened it out. 2.271. Williams been doing a fine job in third spot. So to Carmichael in fourth. Around they go. Handful of corners left remaining now for Luke Trost to get the W in this one. Munro not close enough at this juncture to throw the challenge at the final set of corners. Luke Trost leads them through Howard's, now through on-site Renault Group, and will take the checkered flag to get the win. Luke Trost gets it done, followed by Munro, then it's Williams, then it's Carmichael, followed by DeSalle in 5th spot. Briggs in at 21, home in 6th placing. Then it's Mortensen. Scott gets McLaughlin on the last lap. Cieslowski, great drive to come up to 10th spot, having started deep in the field. Then it's Duncan, followed by Mullins and Manzano. Then it's Douglas, Romali, Karuna Ratner in 16th. Then Tilmouth, Wheeler, then White. Then it's Chimes, followed by McNeil. And we've got one upside down. That's not ideal at all. We'll take a break and be back shortly here at Ipswich. Just cut to an ad. There's someone injured there. Next race will be restricted masters, so that rounds out that second round.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
and sit down. shut up and sit down. Shut up and sit down.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy. But that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
Is there something that the karter could better
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
And sit down. shut up and sit down. sit down. Shut up and sit down.
And welcome back to Ipswich. If you have been tuning in, yes, we have had an extended delay. There was an incident at the end of our previous heat, which needed some medical attention. The driver is communicating with the paramedics and has been, or will be taken to hospital for further observation. So that is a positive. I can't give you any further update than that at this point in time, but just be rest assured that the patient was communicating with the paramedics. We're back in action now, though. Hopefully we don't have any more delays. It's been one of those days. Tag restricted Masters heat number 2 hits the circuit. Jump Aimer Reid at the 8 on the pole. Alan Mays alongside in the 60. Next row of the grid, David Vogel and Scott Hyland. Then Mick Robinson and Alan Shislowski. Pete Sattler to 7 to 56. The 18 of Mark Robinson and Rudy Farkas and Matt Donnelly on row number 5. Chris Briggs, Steve Johns on row 6, the 55 of Scott Campbell and Lee Robinson in the 11. Adrian Godfrey the 7 and a 50 of John Heath. Brad Garrity the 10. Then it's Nigel Barnett, Adrian Ferguson, Jeff Thompson. Then it's Mark Brogan, Sean Glashoff and Josh Barnett, Peter Fletcher, Lennis Brown. Then Tim Lemon, Matt Meyer, Paul Chimes, Clinton Hicks, Gavin Soward and Owen O'Hare. We're going to get them one more time around. Get them through the cut through and get them underway for their 10-lap heat race. Thank you again for your patience throughout what has been a bit of a challenging day so far. Nice warm weather conditions here at Ipswich as well, just to add to it all. This big field of tag restricted Masters rolls around. getting set for a start here. 10 laps on the board. We're away. Ball down through turn number 1. 3 wide toward the back there as well. Junpei Marita leads in the early stages of this one in the number 8 kart. Could be David Vogel that's got himself up into second position. The two that have come together towards the back. So work their way through Howard's concreting corner now. So Junpei leads them across the line. Second place is in fact Alan Mays, then Vogel. Then it's Czeslowski up to 4th, Highland, then Farkas, followed by Mick Robinson, Mark Robinson. Donnelly and Briggs is your top 10 as they sit at this stage. But our top 4, absolutely nose to tail at the moment. Oh, that was Czeslowski having a look at Vogel. Couldn't make the move stick. Did cop a bit of curve, but he'll have another stab at Autobahn. Can't make it stick there either. So he'll have to try again, and that's left him open to Scott Hyland in 5th spot, who's having a look at the back of him. Marita, he leads away, down through Howards, and then to the on-site Renault Group corner. Oh, had 3 that have gone off toward the back as well. The second to last turn. Marita and Mays have got a slight gap now over Vogel. We've still got Czeslowski for company. Scott Hyland right on his hammer as well, the red kart. So up through the Autobahn turn they go. Junpei holding down the race lead. Bit of a carbon copy of our last race, to be quite fair, as now Czeslowski opens the door for 3rd spot on Vogel and moves into that 3rd position as they come back to the start line. Scott Hyland in 5th, then it's Farkas, Robinson and Robinson. Donnelly, then Briggs. Got your top 10, then Johns, followed by Lee Robinson. Then Heath Garrity, Godfrey's in 15th. Then Campbell, Ferguson, Sowards up to 18th. Chimes and Fletcher running out your top 20 at this stage. We're on lap number 4. Junpei still holding the lead at the moment, however Mays is picking up the pace out there in 2nd. And Czeslowski's now trying to close the gap to the top 2. It'll certainly be there to pick up the pieces should anything happen to those two. Czeslowski, new fastest lap of the race, took 0.3 of a second out of Mays, who in turn took 0.2 of a second out of Marita. So it's game on up the front at the moment. Through to the Video Pro corner they go. Czeslowski chipping away in 3rd. Behind them you've got Vogel with Scott Hyland having closed that gap as well. Through the Autobahn turn they go now down the backstretch. To the end of lap number 5 now. Mays had a look down into turn number 1. What that in turn allowed was Czeslowski to close right in. Through the Revolution race gear flip-flop on this 6th lap. Vogel and Highland still 4th and 5th. Then behind them, it's Farkas and Mick Robinson, with Mark Robinson a little further back. Marita still holding on to the race lead here. Cieslawski having a look for second. Up the inside, oh, they come together. A slight touch between Mays and Cieslawski. That didn't come off. Now Cieslawski's hung to the outside. Down the front straightaway they go. Gee, Mays, this is hard racing. Mays right there, really punching on. Gee, that move from Cieslawski down there at the end of the backstretch, that's allowed the next group to close right in. Cieslawski's going to have another go at Video Pro. Through the inside he goes, into second. Oh no, drama. Who was that that's screamed enough? I think that's Mays. Yes, indeed, or was it? Martin Vogel will pick it up as they come to the line. But Jumpe now with a decent lead. He crossed the line. It was Vogel, in fact. So his kart screamed enough out there. And that's him out of commission in this heat number 2. Get into our third round directly after this. But Marita's lead 7/10 of a second now. You can see the gap there on screen with Cieslawski in the red kart. He's pulling away from Alan Mays. Then they've got a big gap back then to Scott Hyland and Rudy Farkas. Then it's the brothers Robinson in 6th and 7th. Two laps to go in at this one for Jumpe Marita. Alan Mays just dropped off the back of Cieslawski there as Cieslawski's picked up the pace. He just did the quickest lap of the race. He took over 0.3 of a second out of Jumpe Marita's race lead. Out of Video Pro they run. Now up to Autobahn through the right-hander. Oh, one further back, gets all 4 wheels into the dirt. Down the backstretch. Will Cieslawski have a look at the hairpin? No, he didn't that time. They'll start the last lap when they come to the line. Marita holding on by 0.188. And Cieslawski's taken the lead on the exit of turn number 1. So last lap, new race leader. He's come from deep in the field, has Alan Cieslawski. Now he's leading the way. That's allowed Mays to close up the gap to Marita for second spot now. Half a lap remaining. Down the backstretch goes Cieslawski. Through the last turn, and he will see the checkered flag. Alan Cieslawski gets it done. Second place was Marita, then Mays, followed by Hyland, Farkas and Robinson. Donnelly in 7th spot, Mark Robinson in 8th, then Johns, followed by Lee Robinson, then Briggs, Heath, Garrity. Gavin Soward up to 14th from the back of the bus. Scott Campbell, then Adrian Godfrey, Adrian Ferguson, Paul Chimes. Just waiting on now the rest of them to come through. Fletcher in 19th spot, then Brogan gets in front of Glashoff. Josh Barnett, Nigel Barnett. Then it will be Tim Lemon, Linus Brown, Owen O'Hare, Clinton Hicks and Matt Meyer rounding out your finishes in that one. That completes Tag Restricted Masters. It completes our second round of heats. We'll be back with round number 3 very soon. So the first of our third round of heats. Cadet 9 is on track now. Harry Lack will start on pole. No, he won't. Luke Robinson will start on pole. Billy Curtis alongside. Harry Lack, then Ryder Zhong. Emerson Mills, then Jace Harriman. Scarlett Mitrovic out of P5 in the 25, Alfie Doyle. The 19, Luke Robinson will start from 7th in the 68. Hugo Jones, the 79. Then it's RJ Bellbowen, who's had an interesting day out there in the number 7. He'll start from 9th with Oscar Kozak in 10th. Out of row number 6 is Billy Curtis in the 16. Marcus Kamalocka, the 41. Then it'll be the 77 of Matty Tresillian. Dominic Mixco in the 14. Vinnie Misson and Jacob Ding. And not quite ready to get them underway just yet. Getting them sorted out before we let them loose. So Robinson and Curtis on the front row. Now we'll see if we can get them underway. Set for a start. We're away this time. Down to turn number 1. No change in that order at the front. Through Brisbane Karts corner for the first time they go. Everyone away pretty well. So the top 3 running together at the minute. Pick that order up for you as they come to the line. A change for second spot as they come around to complete lap number 1. It's Lack leading from Robinson, then Zhong, then it's Mills, Bowen up to 5. Bellbowen, I should say. Hugo Jones to 6th spot, then Oscar Kozak, Jace Harriman, then Alfie Doyle, Mitrovic. Then it's Mixco, Curtis, Kamalocka, Tresillian, Ding, Visson, Robinson and Curtis not showing. They are showing. They're showing twice. There you go. But Harry Lack leads the way. We've had 2 that have come together and go around. Oh, a few get around that driver and he's beached himself. So around comes your race leader. Lack doing a good job out there. Robinson in second position. Third spot then a bit further back is Zhong. Oh no, one's gone around. One of our front runners is facing the wrong way, and that's Luke Robinson, the 68. It's unfortunate. He's had a bit of a mixed day as Luke. That's for sure. That'll then promote Zhong up to second. But Bowen's in all sorts of a battle here. Side by side. Go down the back straight away. It's a battle for the third spot between Mills and Bowen. They've had their run-ins throughout the second heat. Oh, RJ goes wide and into the dirt. Great to have Team Bowen here en masse this weekend. Harry Lack out by nearly a second now. Zhong a little bit quicker than Lack on that lap. So he's going to try and close that gap. Emerson Mills a comfortable third spot after the mistake by Balboan. Jones and Kozak have been able to close that gap and get involved in the battle as they go down the back straight away. Kozak will have a look at Jones here. Nothing presented itself just there. Lack's lead out to just over a second in the kart number 99, the Lack group entry. 3 laps remaining. So Balboan there is up onto the tail of Mills again. He's wasted little time to make amends for that incident. Just speaking to his grandfather Rod, he's been doing a lot of testing, getting ready for the entire SP Tools Australian Kart Championship this year. It's young RJ, just 7 years of age, and as they cross the line, I've got 2 laps still remaining. Slack, Zhong, Mills, Balboan, Kozak's got through on Jones for 5th spot. Then Mixco in 7th, Mitrovic and Kamaloka. When they come around this time, they'll get the last lap board. So through comes Harry Lack. He'll start his final circulation now. He's got it pretty comfortable over Ryder Zhong at the moment. Zhong having a good day. But Bowen's got through on Mills in that battle that's been going. So down the back straight away for the final time goes your race leader. In through the hairpin is Harry Lack. Lack comes around, checkered flag at the ready, and Harry Lack gets it done. Second place goes to Ryder Zhong. Now Balboan to come home in 3rd position. Then it was Emerson Mills, followed by Kozak, who got the best of Jones in the end there. Dominic Mixco, good result there, one of our P-platers, one of our very early races. Pretty happy mum down there by the looks of things as well. Scarlett Mitrovic, then Marcus Kamaloka, Luke Robinson, Matty Trazillian, Vinnie Misson, and it was Billy Curtis come through. Jacob Ding and Jake Serriman to complete your race finishes in Cadet 9. We'll take a very short break and be back with KO3 Junior Heavy. And welcome back to Ipswich. We've got K3 Junior Heavy on track for their third heat. Have had a few disruptions throughout the course of the day. So by Nathan Coburn will start on the pole position, the 6th place and a win. Then Jet Saragi out of 2 in the 38. Jackson Duong down there, that team during our break getting ready with the number 13 out of 3. Have a good day actually is Jackson. Max Southgate out of 4 in the 7. Row 3, Luke Downs, the 22. Quade Powers, the 18. August Soward, she'll start from 7th spot in the 58. Matt Clark, the 33 out of 8. Row 5 is Harrison Lippiett and Leo Liu. Then it is Dylan Kamaloka out of 11th spot in the 41. Paddy Buckley from 12th. Then it will be Jacob Neal out of 13th position. Cooper Field, the 29 from 14. Then Ryan Webster, Bryce Leo. Then Kyden McMinn, Raf Gatt, Ryan Shaw, Zach Corcoran, Cruz Thompson set for a start away. Good even start down to turn number 1. You hold your breath down into turn number 1 just about every single time. Oh, big move coming there for second. That was the 7 of Maxi Southgate that pushed his way through into second position. Out of RHQ they go. And he's getting frustrated. The hands in the air from Max. He's got Coburn, our pole sitter, behind him. So go down the back stretch for the first time. 8 laps on the board. Change for second again. Now Duong, he gets himself involved in this argument. So come to the line. Jet Saragi, he's got the best of the start and he's already got a decent margin out there in P1. It was 2 seconds after the first lap, so certainly he'd been the beneficiary of the squabbling that was going on behind. Wow, you saw that. There was Southgate getting it high, wide and handsome. Had it absolutely sideways there. Coburn in seconds, open a slight gap. Oh, jeez. Duong, he's having a crack here. And then what that's done, it's allowed Matthew Clark up the inside of Quade Powers then. So down the back stretch they go again. Working lap number 2. Coburn said, I don't want any part of this battle. As now Duong goes up the inside, he goes for the big move. The door gets shut by Max Southgate, and he couldn't get through. Oh no, we've had about 3 or 4 of them that have come together down there at turn number 1. One of them is Duong. That could have been a lot worse. 2 of the 4 have been able to get restarted. Duong trying to, yes, but he's a long, long way behind. So Saragi's lead, it was 2 seconds, had been maintained at 2 seconds over Nathan Coburn. We'll see what it is now. I don't think that will have affected those two that badly because it was all going on behind. It's now out to 2.2. Paddy Buckley's got himself up to 3rd from deep in the field. So Paddy Buckley, he's just gone, thank you very much, boys. Whatever you want to collide with each other, I'll just keep picking you off and move my way into 3rd position aboard the number 50. Southgate back to 4th, then Ryan Webster up to 5th, then Field, Corkery, McMinn, Shaw and Lippiett rounding out your 10. Liu and Leo are in 11th and 12th place respectively. Then Thompson, followed by Gatt to 14th. Then Neal, Soward, Powers, Downs, Duong and Clark, Kamaloka and Cruz Thompson are out of commission as they work lap number 4 here. Down the back straight away they go. Down is this little group. That is the battle for 4th and 5th place at the moment. Southgate and the 78 of Ryan Webster having a look at each other down into turn number 1. We're at the halfway point in this race. Saragie's lead out to 3.3 seconds now over Coburn. Buckley trying to close in. This battle's still going on between Southgate and Webster. Webster has a look at Video Pro. Had the elbows up there, Southgate. He loses out, drops back a couple. Oh no, it's just got really messy going up to the Autobahn corner. A couple of go-karts looking left, right, centre, inside out. The 78 card of Ryan Webster on screen, currently in 4th spot. Saragie's lead, 3.4 seconds now. 3 laps to go. All these drivers using the IAME K100 motor. Been a great addition over the last decade to karting in Australia. It's a great little battle pack here. Further back in the pack, there's 4 of them. For about 8th spot, I get the feeling. Good to see a couple of P-platers in there as well. Zach Corkery up to 6th. Ryan Shaw into 8th spot, so he's had a good race. 2 laps remaining now. No change at the top of the order. Leo Liu's been on the move forward. He's up to 9th spot. Nathan Coburn's had a good run today. Sitting second in this one. He has 6 in his first heat, then won the second one. That'll position him well for the final. Chet Saragie has been building nicely throughout the course of the day as well. The quickest lap for Coburn there, a 50.281, playing a 50.284 for Saragie. So very evenly matched between our top runners out there. Not much difference between the pair of them. He is up to 8th spot now. Cooperfield dropping back to 10th. And Ryan Shaw's dropped down to 11th placing out there at the moment. This is lap number 8. Checkered flag is at the ready for Jet Saragie. It's a fine drive from the number 38. Coburn comes across the line in second. Buckley, good drive to come home in 3rd spot. Then it's Webster. Next one through Southgate, followed by Corkery, then Liu. Gets up to 7th in the end. Bryden McMinn, the next one through, then Cooperfield. Raf Gatt up to 10th spot, good drive. August Howard, followed by Leo. Harrison Lippier and Ryan Shaw down toward the back end of the field. Bryce Leo home in 12th place, then Jacob Neal, Quade Powers, Jackson DeWong, Ryan Shaw and Cruz Thompson. Lippier, Downs and Clark did not finish. We're going to take a break and Cadet 12 will be out there very soon. Welcome back to Ipswich. Cadet 12 hits the circuit for their third heat race. Aston Mills to start on the pole. Casper Anderson on the outside front row in the 74. Ricardo Johnson will start out of 3 in the 50 with Rossi Yao, the 46 out of 4. Lucas Losco from 5 with Harlan Bell out of position number 6. The row number 4 is Rhett Moylan and Nicholas Kinder in the 54. Blake Haig, the 75, and Jeremy Broadbent, the 32. Vasily Baralos in the 12, and Kenny Marita in the 8 will start. On row number 6, row 7 is Oliver Jones and Creed Petroni, the number 52. Oscar Ray in the 2 and Shelby Smith in the 23 on row 8. Then it's Jack Masiko, Knox Black, Ashton Lusty. Then it's Lennox Carson, Leighton Thorley, Olivia Walton. Then, of course, it is Walter Hillier, Frankie Madrick, Kobe Long, Joseph Pilot. Then Sebastian Woodrow, Fred Waddy, Levi Shales. Then Ari Aprazasi, Judah Moon, Jackson Curtis, Liam Campbell, Connor O'Hare, and Spencer Jackson. That is your capacity field here in Cadet 12 for Heat 3. 8 laps on the board. Away we go. Down to turn number 1. If you had a bit of a problem coming to the line, they're a long way back. The early stages of this one, this group in 5 up the front though. They've had a great start, showing them a clean set of wheels. Move for third spot. Some of the best sub-junior racers in Australia on track at the moment. Down the back straightaway, look at this. There's side-by-side action going on. Everyone just trying to get their spot in the early stages of this heat race number 3. I've got one that's up and over the back part of the race circuit. Got a yellow light on that area. We haven't got the full course caution being invoked at this stage as Aston Mills leads the way. So we are going to go slow board now while we head across to check on the condition of our driver. Gee, it's been a day here today. Oh, I've had another couple that have decided to come together in sympathy toward the back. Go-karts and people and everything else everywhere at the moment. So we're still under caution here. A slow board. It's an initiative that was introduced here in Australia, has been adopted in other parts of the world now. And we are going red again. So we'll go red flag on this one. Might still be here at midnight tonight. But we'll take a break now and assess what's happening over there on that side of the track and be back shortly, hopefully.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport, and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount. We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
Shut up and sit down.
So we are back after that brief stoppage. Your pilot is with our medical team down in the medical centre. So we are able to get things back underway here. We'll kick off on lap number 3 of this Cadet 12 heat race number 3. Let's hope we get through the rest of the day quite smoothly. Ashton Mills on the front in the number 18. Beautifully presented, I must say. Number 18, Ricardo Johnson, the 50 in second. Then Lucas Losco up to third. Casper Anderson into fourth spot. Then Blake Haig. Harlan Bell sitting there in sixth spot. Seventh is Vasily Baralos. Then Nicholas Kinder. Knox Black in ninth place. He's made some ground. Then Lennox Carson. Jeremy Broadbent. Another one that's a bit down the order there. Creed Petroni in 12th. Kenichi Morita in 13th spot. Then Oliver Jones in 14th. Rhett Moylan's lost a few places. Sitting in 15th position with Frankie Majorek in the 71 out of 16. Jack Masiko will line up in 17th spot in this single file restart. Then Shelby Smith out of 18. Leighton Thorley and Rossi Yao rounds out your top 20. Rossi's dropped a few spots there as well. Oscar Ray in the 2 out of 21. Then Olivia Walton, Joseph Pilot, Liam Campbell, Fred Waddy, Connor O'Hare, Ari Aprazasi. Then the rest have failed to present. So Mills leads them around, getting set for a restart. Green flag in the air. Back underway. Down through turn number 1 they go on this restart. Problem there for the 89 who fall into the pit area, and that is his day done. Mills under the pump here from Johnson. Through the left-hander they go. Everyone just sorting themselves out under this restart condition. Through Howard's concreting they come. This will be the completion of lap number 4. Mills leading the way over Johnson with Losco in third spot. Then Anderson, Haig, then Bell, Baralos, Kinder, then Black, Carson running at your 10. Then Broadbent, Jones, Petroni, Moylan and Morita running at your top 15 as they all work their way through that top group. Oh, one's gone high, wide and handsome. Well, not so handsome because he's got to the back of the field. The top 10 there have pulled clear of the next group out there. So now hit the back straightaway. Aston Mills trying to pull away here as Losco goes up the inside of Johnson into second spot now. And Anderson in fourth in the 74. He's trying to go with them. Blake Haig's getting onto the back of them. Haig's been quick today. Anderson sitting there in fourth spot. New fastest lap of the race. So Mills' lead was 0.4 of a second when he crossed the line over Lucas Losco. Now out of Howards and into the on-site rental group corner. So move a foot there for third placing. That was a 74 getting in front of Johnson. So Anderson on Johnson for third placing. 2 laps remaining in this one. Mills has got that advantage now over Losco. Then there's this battle, Anderson, Johnson and Haig going at it. Bell in 6th spot. Knox Black's got himself up to 7th. So he's progressively moved his way up the line throughout the course of the race. So around they come. They'll get the last lap board this time. Ashton Mills. His lead's out now to 9/10 of a second as Johnson gets back past Anderson into third. So Losco and Johnson still nose to tail out there as Ashton Mills has that nearly 1 second lead. So come through the RHQ corner. And up through Autobahn for the final time. Ashton Mills has put together a tidy race from the very outset. He comes around and he will see the checkered flag. This time Ashton Mills onto the front straight. And he gets a win. Oh, it's on for second here. And it's a 74 of Anderson who gets it. What's happened to Losco? He's dropped to 5th. Johnson gets through to 3rd, then it's Haig, followed by Losco, then it's Bell, followed by Black, then Carson, Barrelos, Kinder, Broadbent, Jones, Moylan in 13th, then Petroni, Yao, then it's Musico, Oscar Ray, Frankie Majorek, then Walton, then it's Smith, Campbell, Thorley, Pilot, Waddy, Aprazasi, then O'Hare, Kenichi Morita, Long, and that rounds out our finishes there. Kenichi Morita, first of our non-finishers. We'll have Kz2 and Dd2 coming up right after this break. So a 2 for the price of 1 race is out on track 2 categories racing at the same time. Troy Losco and Bailey Sagadak on the front row. Lachlan Murphy in the 15. Tommy Hunter, the 78, the next row. Then it's Jordan Ensby and Geordie Slater and Luke Bird at the back of our KZ2 field. Then it's Plum and Cleveland heading up the Dd2 category. Angus Mathers in the 3, Josh Goddard the 9. Then it's Jason Smith the 16, Hutchinson the 8, Scott Gray, Stephanie Duffy and Paul Wilmot. Just got to clarify something. Apologies to Bailey Sagadak. Did mention that he might have changed teams. He hasn't. Still sponsored by IKD, just driving a Birrell Art. So thanks to Michael and to Bailey for correcting me on that one. So apologies for you there. with John Target still twisting the spanners for his campaign. So Losco and Sagadak have been at the top of this one all day long. As you can see, we've got the two distinct groups out there. We'll start them separately. 6-speed gearbox Kz2's up the top. They're away. And as Losco immediately assumes the lead in kart number 12 from Sagadak. Well, Sagadak under a bit of pressure there, in through the left hand up. Down through the hairpin. Jansby's up and about today, sitting there in fourth spot, challenging for third as they come to the line. Murphy holding down the third position, as Ensby gives him one to go on with into the Castle Iron King for Power Republic. Tom Hunter sitting there in fifth placing with Luke Bird in sixth spot. Jordy Slater not out there. So Losco trying to pull away the multiple Australian champion in this category. Getting his eye ahead of the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship opener at the end of the month. Down the front stretch they go. Sagadak, a new fastest lap for him, a 46.834. So here's a tenth quicker than Losco on that lap, as we're now on lap number 3. Then behind them, Murphy and Ensby still going at it. Ensby, two wheels up on the ripple strip. Then they collide on the exit of the left-hander, which has then opened the door for Tom Hunter to move up into fourth position in the number 78 kart there. Out of Autobahn and down the back stretch they go. Through they come, Losco. Nearly 4/10 up on Sagadak. In fact, wasn't really much time difference between the pair of them that time through. Lachlan Murphy here. He's doing a solid job. He was good last month here. Really picking it up. Not a name that we're used to seeing nationally, but certainly he's doing a terrific job. As he's got Tom Hunter closing in on the back of him and Jordan Ensby. To get himself into a bit of Barney rubble earlier on in the race. Just trying to recover out there as we work lap number 4. In Dd2, it's Brock Plum leading the way over Scott Cleveland. Angus Mathers in third, then Josh Goddard, Hutchinson, then Smith, Duffy and Wilmot. Sagadak another new quickest lap. 6/100ths quicker than Losco. Ensby past Hunter now for fourth. Plum has a 2.8 second advantage over Scott Cleveland out there at the minute, who's in turn nearly 4/10 in front of Angus Mathers, sporting the new look race suit this weekend. And Goddard, Hutchinson, Smith, Duffy and Wilmot. So Sagadak's got the lead down to 0.257 out there. There's Cleveland in the 14, currently second in Dd2. Change over to Birillart this year for Scott. We're on lap number 6 here, so there'll be 2 to go when they come to the line. Oh, gee, Ensby's coming deep down the end of the back straightaway, moves into third on Lachlan Murphy, and they come together again, and around goes Ensby, and he drops back to 5th. So those two have banged doors, so to speak, on a number of occasions during the course of this race. I would say there's a fairly angry Jordan Ensby in that bright orange race suit right now. Plum still leading Dd2 over Cleveland, with Mathers in third spot. They come streaming on through to our third and fourth place competitors in Kz2. Now they come around, they will get the last lap board. So Losco has to hold on for one more lap. Bailey Sagadak right on his tail, down into turn number 1. It was under 0.2 of a second. That's academic at this stage. Out of the RHQ corner goes your top 2. And I think this one is going to be in the safekeeping of Troy Losco. He went deep under brakes there, did Bailey Sagadak, but the checkered flag's ready. G is really giving it the beans as they come to the line. And it's going to be Losco who holds on only just over Bailey Sagadak. Lachlan Murphy, after an eventful race, will hang on for third position over Tom Hunter. Then Ensby through in 5th placing. Luke Bird, the next one through in 6th. Waiting now for our Dd2 winner, Brock Plum, to cross the line. He does so and has a commanding win over Scott Cleveland and Angus Mathers. Josh Goddard, Dan Hutchinson in 11th on the circuit. Jason Smith, Stephanie Duffy and Paul Wilmot will round out our finishers in that. We're going to take a break and be back with KA2 very soon here at Ipswich. So welcome back to Ipswich after what's been very long day's worth of racing. Cooper Foley to start on the pole in this KA2 heat race. Nice consistent job, another consistent job there from Jai Flynn, who will start in second spot in the 10. Tyson McGill, the 36, and Chad Risman, the 22 out of 4. Row number 3 is the 11 of Levo DeSalle and Gabriel O'Kaiman, the 13. He's having a reasonable weekend. Harry Bresnahan, the Tasmanian, in the 51 will start 7th with Harry Burke alongside in the 93. Row 5 is Joel Lammers, the 48, and Etan Damaso in the 12. Row number 6 is Josh Williams, the 9, Hamish Campbell, the 4. That's the 99 of Poppy Rule, Seth Huth in the 77. Then it's Xavier Knight, Roman Crucial, Louis Brown, Quade Powers and Declan Hicks. Set for a start. We're away in KA2. Down to turn number 1 they go. Everyone makes it through turn 1 without problem. And it's McGill who's assumed the race lead here in the 36 kart. Folly right behind him. The youngster is stepped out of Cadet straight into Kz2. Down the back straightaway they go. McGill leading the way. Folly trying to go with him here. To the line they come. In third spot is Jai Flynn in the CXR machine. Harry Bresnahan's got himself up to fourth placing in the number 51 Birillart race kart as Gabriel O'Kayam pulls out of the race. Didn't sound fantastic as he pulled into the pit area. But McGill, he's got young Folly right on his tail. Up to the top turn they go. Oh, we got it nice and sideways in there, did Cooper Folly. McGill and Folly just starting to pull away from Jai Flynn a little bit here. There's Bresnahan looking to close that gap in fourth spot. Folly gave it a big crack down into turn one there. Through the Revolution race gear flip-flop. Yep, one gets a little wide further back. Edden Damasso's got himself up to sixth spot behind Chad Rissman. Hamish Campbell, he's moved forward to seventh. Then DeSell, followed by Burke, then Huff, then Rule, Kreutzl, Williams, Brown, Powers, Lammers, Knight and Hicks. That's the order as they sit. Coming up to end the third lap of our 8. Been a pretty even race so far. Hasn't really fired up just yet. Get the feeling it might be about to. Jai Flynn setting the new quickest lap of the race. He's really caught up to the back of Cooper Folly here. Through the left-hander at Video Pro they go. Harry Bresnahan sitting there in fourth, just holding a watching brief on what's going on in front of him should any shenanigans start to take place up there. He'll be the one to take advantage of it. Damasso's got through on Rissman, so not finishing a previous heat. He's really starting to make some forward ground as Edden Damasso as he does the quickest lap. A 47.319. 4 laps in the books now. Damasso's caught right up to the back of Bresnahan in the battle for fourth now. So top 3, 2 tenths separate McGill and Folly, and a further 2 tenths back to Flynn then. Flynn the quickest of their top 3 that time through. Only by a small margin though. We're talking a few hundredths of a second. But McGill looking solid up front. Now Flynn's picked up the pace here. He's right there with Cooper Folly in the battle for second spot. Three laps to go. And Damasso further back. Another new quickest lap for him. He was 3 tenths quicker than Bresnahan, who did his personal best the last time by. So McGill's got the biggest lead that he's had of this race so far. He'll come around. He's got 2 to go. Hamish Campbell down in 6th spot in the 4. Been a bit of a lonely run since he got himself up that far. Now look at Jai Flynn here in the 10. There's Damasso, in fact, catching up to the rear of Bresnahan. Damasso in the 12, won the heat race this morning. Oh, we've had a couple that have come together at the back there in fairly dramatic fashion to come around. The last lap board will be on display for your race leader, Tyson McGill. Folly's doing a solid job in second spot. Consistency's been the key for Cooper, earning him the pole position for this third heat race, but it was McGill who got them off the line, off the second row. The 18 pulls in and out of commission. So come out of RHQ corner. Can Jai Flynn do anything about Cooper Folly here? Through the left-hander of Video Pro they charge. Now Folly goes defensive at the end of the backstretch. 2 corners left to go for Tyson McGill. There's the 2 karts off to the side of the racetrack. Checkered flag at the ready. And it's McGill. Oh, Flynn did get Folly at the end of the back straightaway. Then it's Bresnahan who holds on from a charging Tomasa, Hamish Campbell. Then Rissman, followed by Huth, then DeSell. Then it is Harry Burke. Poppy Rule home in 11th spot. Louis Brown, then Declan Hicks, Xavier Knight, Roman Krutel. And Roman ends our finishes with a number that haven't managed to get through that one. We're going to take a break here. Tag restricted medium coming up next.
Shut up and sit down.
And we're back on deck here for Heat 3 of Tag Restricted Masters. If you're just joining us, whether through the Ipswich Kart Club YouTube page or through speedcafe.com, good afternoon and welcome. We're going a fair while with a few stoppages that we've had throughout the course of today. Tag Restricted Medium out on circuit. Riley Vandenbroek on the pole in a 78. Trent Hart is the 93. Here, Chris Sales having a great day. He'll start third in the 17 with Sebastian DeSalvo out of 4 in the 7. Matt Goddard, the 81 out of 5 with Ben Lillis alongside him in the 5. Row number 4 is the 99 of Riley Jones and Mick Oro, the 26. Row 5 is Cord Donnelly, the 61, and Justin Voigt. Then it's Gabriel Goodchild in the 4. Scott Jordan, the 41. Brady Godfrey, the number 9. Then Dale Riley, the 27. Nash Garland and Ned Lanahan. Golden hue of the sun beaming down on this Ipswich Kart Club today. Set for the start. 10 laps for our feature class, and we are off. Down through turn 1. And it's Harders who's assumed the lead here. So he's had a good start. Leads away. Looks like DeSalvo's got himself into second spot. Aboard the JGM number 7. So he's having a good run too, actually, is Sebi DeSalvo. Up through Autobahn they go. So onto the front stretch comes your race leader, Trent Harders. Salvo in second, your pole sit up. Riley Vanderbroek drops to third, then Quez Sales. Then it is Ben Lillis, McOro, Matt Goddard in 7th, Riley Jones. Cord Donnelly up to 9th spot in front of Justin Voigt. Then Gabriel Goodchild, Scott Jordan and Brady Godfrey. That's the order as they sit at the end of the first lap. Harders leading the way and starting to pull away as Vanderbroek's on the tail of DeSalvo here. There's DeSalvo, the tennis ball coloured helmet. Vanderbroek trying to get onto racing terms with him. He's been the pace of the field so far today as Riley Vandenbroek. He's got shuffled back a bit at the start, and he's got Quez Sales there with him as well in the 17. Several different engines available for utilisation in these tag classes. All water-cooled 125cc. LeConte tyres, the official tyre of tag racing. Through the Autobahn corner, Hardest lead 0.6 of a second over DeSalvo. It's a battle for second, third and fourth you're watching. There goes Hardest through. Then this group of 3 here. Quez Sales has picked it up onto the back of Vanderbroek, trying to make his way through. Vanderbroek not really leaving the door open, nor should he. Quez Sales was 0.2 of a second quicker to the 1,000th of a second on Vanderbroek that last lap. Now the door opens for Vandenbroek on DeSalvo, but DeSalvo is going to have the inside line at the end of the backstretch. He'll get bump drafting from Hugo Quez Sales in the 17. Through they go. Quez Sales goes up a spot on Vandenbroek. And DeSalvo goes straight back to second. Matt Goddard in 5th spot in front of Willis and Oro. Then it's Jones, Goodchild, Court Donnelly, then Voigt, Godfrey and Scott Jordan. But the lead for Trent Harders, with all that squabbling on the previous lap, has opened up to 1.3 seconds as we are at the halfway point. Now it's all started to tighten up a little bit. I think that was Goddard getting through on Vandenbroek. More changes coming there as DeSalvo's under attack here. DeSalvo trying to get back the second spot, which he does. Quest Sales boxing on here, trying to get himself back into the game, try and get himself into second spot. 3 laps to go. DeSalvo doing a good job, although he's got a train forming right behind him. It's now a freight train of 6 karts. Goddard moving his way up to 4th. In front of Vandenbroek, then Lillis and Oro. And Jones. So DeSalvo's managed to open a gap here on this battle. So 81, Matt Goddard's got himself up to 3rd now on Quest Sales. 4 laps to go in this 10-lap race. One of our feature classes here at the Tag Restricted Titles this weekend. Trent Harders has been terrific out there since the start of the race. Could afford to just back it off a little bit, but he's one of the quickest out there. In fact, the quickest out there in the race lead. Gabriel Goodchild, a quick lap for him the last time by. Matt Goddard in 3rd, just doesn't need a quickest lap of the race, a 50.732. And he's got up to the back of Sebastian DeSalvo. He'll be ready to fight it out with DeSalvo fairly shortly, you get the feeling. It was about 0.2 of a second quicker than Seb the last time by was Matt Goddard. Then going with them back in the game again is Quest Sales in the 17. So Harders on lap number 9 now. Not even done with in this battle for second. Seb DeSalvo's been there for the majority of the race. Certainly each lap that they've ended, he's been second. And again, he gets passed by Quest Sales this time. Sorry, Goddard. But he tries to fight back. He'll try and get a run down the front straightaway in the Jess Golding Motorsport kart. Through the right-hander at the end of the backstretch. One more to go in this one for Trent Harders as he crosses the line. Goddard into second over to Salvo, then Quest Sales, Vandenbroek, Lillis, Oro. Then it's Goodchild, Jones, Donnelly, Voigt and Jordan as they go through. But Trent Harders, he's been masterful in this. He's backed it off a little bit. He still holds a 2-second advantage over Matty Goddard. Well, no, he doesn't, because Seb DeSalvo's got himself back to second spot now. And Goddard has another look. Doesn't make it stick as they head up toward the Autobahn corner. Checkered flag being unfurled for Trent Harders as they go down the backstretch for the final time. He comes through out of Howards and then to on-site Renault Group corner to get the checkered flag. Then it's Goddard, DeSalvo followed by Goddard, then Vandenbroek, then it's Quest Sales, Lillis and Oro, Goodchild, and then Jones, Donnelly, Voigt and Jordan to complete our finishes. That completes Tag Restricted Medium. We'll take a break and be back with KO3 Senior.
Good job, mate.
So Kz2 Senior hits the track for their third heat. Declan Matthews to start on the pole. The youngster Dominic Penman, the outside front row. Then it's Toby Spinks and Henry Stratford, the next row. Matty Feather, the 26, out of 5, with Max Chatton, the 63, out of 6. Row 4, Cooper Fish, the 91, and Seb Bennett in the 55. Nicholas Speed, the 61, and Sebastian Simonelli, out of 10 in the 40. Bree Moyes in the number 72, with 60 of Ryan Reid, out of 12. Row number 7 will be Hudson Lippiat in the 65 and Annabelle Kennedy, the 16. Tanner Peters, the 88. Then Paige Yarwood, the 69. Talia Kittle, the 35. Then it's the Sydney Sider, the number 7 of Christian Astasi. Andrew Farlow, the 57. And Ronan Finn. Christian Zonta. Then Chris Lusty and Samuel Francie. Great to see plenty of female racers in this one, particularly those up toward the front of the field. Let's see what happens in this K3 race. Set for a start. We're away. Down into turn number 1. Oh, it was one of our front row starters. I think it was Penman that got it well and truly wide and has dropped back a few spots. Quite a few spots, in fact. He'd be about 8th or 9th at the moment with Dominic Penman after that start. To RHQ they go for the first time. Down to Video Pro. Out in the backstretch to kick things off here. Matthews it is who leads away out of the final turn. So it's Declan from Toby Spinks, Matty Feather up to 3rd, Henry Stratford, then Cooper Fish, Speed, then Bennett, Penman, Chatton, then Moyes, Annabelle Kennedy into 11th spot, Reed, then Peters, Astasi, Yarwood, Simonelli, Lippiat, Kittle, then Farlow, Finn, Lusty, Francie and Zonta. Matthews' advantage was 0.171 at the end of the first lap. Toby Spinks going with him, and he's right there with him. He's right on the tail, in fact. So Spinks picking up the pace here as Stratford goes through on Feather to take 3rd spot. And they work their way back to the start-finishing straight. To the pacer cracker out there. Fish is in 5th spot. G. Spinks has come to race this afternoon as they go through the Brisbane Karts corner. Matthews unable to get away. Out in front. Pretty atypical from what we'd normally see, as now we have a new race leader in Toby Spinks. Dominic Penman down in 8th after getting hung out to dry at turn number 1. Has just set a quickest lap of the race, a 50.375. That's half a second quicker than what our race leader did, our previous race leader did, on the last lap, as they come to the line now. Jim Matthews doesn't appear to have much pace out there. It's another 50.8. It's a 50.5 for Toby Spinks up the front. Penman's got through on Bennett into 7th position. Next one on his shopping list will be Nicholas Speed. But have a look at this gaggle of karts, and now Penman gets through and moves up a spot in the Empire Kart Sport green machine. Matthews under attack here from Stratford now. And Matty Feather goes through as well. So this is very unlike Team CXR and Declan Matthews at the moment as they cross the line. Feather's got a good run going. She's right on the tail. of Henry Stratford. He was the one that opened the door just a few corners to go. Now he's left himself vulnerable to young Maddie. She'd dearly love to walk away with the podium tonight. Oh, one gets off all four wheels onto the dirt out there. So Stratford there in second spot. Now Penman, is it Penman that's got himself involved there? I think it might be up the inside of Feather. Matthews has got through on Feather as well. So Penman now. That'll put him in fifth spot. Gee, it's tight. This group of three of them absolutely together, 3 laps to go. Oh, was that a wild ride there? You could see at the top of your screen. So Spinks's lead, 1.2 seconds. Over Henry Stratford, then Matthews back to third. Penman gets past Feather again. So he's now up to fourth spot. Cooper Fish still holding down sixth place. Kennedy's up to 7 now. She's made quite a bit of ground. Of course, she'll be Australia's senior representative at the FIA Karting Academy Trophy Championship later in the year. A multi-round single make series over in Europe. Of course, Hamish Campbell, our junior representative, the 13-year-old out of the Gold Coast. So down the back straightaway, here's Henry Stratford. He's in second. He's going to get pushed here by Declan Matthews, who's managed to find some pace after early on in the race, not having much doing at all as the last lap boards out. Penman in fourth with another new quickest lap. Feather still holding down fifth spot. Then it's Fish. Kennedy, then Bennett. Oh, one's gone straight through the cut-through area. Couldn't quite see the number from my vantage point, but he'll have to redress that. There's Stratford in that second spot. Looking very strong this weekend. Here's Henry Stratford. Checkered flags at the ready for your race leader, Toby Spinks. Comes to the line, gets it done. Second place will go to Stratford, then Matthews, followed by Feather. Penman, then Fish in sixth spot, then Kennedy, then it's Bennett, Max Chatton, then it's Nicholas Speed, Bree Moyes, Estasi, then Simonelli, Reed, Peters, Lippier, Kittle, Yarwood, Finn, then Farlow, Francie, Zonta, and waiting now for Lusty to come through to complete your finishes in that one. That was KA3 Senior. We're going to take a break and be back with Tag Heavy Heat number 3. So we're back here at Ipswich as we work through our final set of heats and head towards the finals. Coming up a bit later on, the lights will take shape here. Tag heavy on track now, just running through that grid. Brent Redding will start on the pole. Will Marshall, the second and the third, will start on the outside front row, the 17. Chris Williams had a 3 in the 31 with Josh Dagg alongside him in the 39. Sam Misson, the 8 from 5. Andrew Gilliam will start from position number 6. Then Jared Nynett in the 18. Harrison Fox in the 68. Brendan Nelson to come from 9th. Luke Jacobson from 10th. Then Leighton Smith and Dakota Daniels. That's your field. A few more heat races to go. Then we get into our finals a bit later on. Redding and Marshall on the front row, set for a start. 8 laps on the board. They've run through the first turn without issue. Redding it is who assumes the lead in the number 58 kart. Marshall's got himself into second spot, with Williams there in third placing, up through Autobahn for the first time. So across the line they come. Marshall, Redding leading from Marshall, then Williams, Dagg. Nynett in 5th spot, then Gilliam. Nelson up to 7th, then Fox, Smith, Misson, Jacobson and Daniels. But Will Marshall started on the front row. He's gone with Brent Redding. Redding not showing level of dominance he normally would in this situation just yet anyway. So head down the back straightaway. There's Williams in the 31 with Josh Dagg right on his tail. Then Nynett's right behind him, Gilliam, Nelson, Fox, Smith, Misson, Jacobson and Daniels. Cross the line. 2 laps in the books now in this tag heavy heat number 3. Through the Revolution race gear flip-flop. Battle forming up for third here between Williams and Dagg. Dagg with that multicoloured helmet second on screen. Through the right-hander. Trying to go with Chris Williams here as they come back to the start, finishing straight. Redding's lead out to 0.37. Now he's starting to wind it up a little bit as he works lap number 4. Pulling away slightly on Marshall. Marshall's had a pretty solid last 12 months, it's got to be said. Well, from about the middle of last year. He was a prodigal son, so to speak. Went back to Jess Golding Motorsport. It has certainly paid dividends for him. As now Dagg trying to close up onto the back of Chris Williams. They've got a gap then back to Jared Nynett. Nelson in 7th spot, then Fox, then Smith. Then it's Misson, followed by Daniels and Jacobson. The lead now out to nearly 7/10 of a second. It's Williams and Dagg are closing in on the back of Will Marshall to the tune of just over 1/10 of a second. So Redding comes through at the end of lap number 5. There he is at the head of the field. He's opened it up by another tenth on Marshall. Out to 8/10 of a second now. 3 laps remaining in this third and final heat race for Tag Heavy. Josh Tag hasn't made any impression on Chris Williams out there. Ninet's still in 5th place. It's been pretty lonely for him out there, it's got to be said. He's been on his own for basically the whole entire race. Jared Ninett. Brendan Nelson's got himself to 7th. In fact, Nelson's made his way past Gilliam and into 6th spot on that lap. Lap and a half to go now for Brent Redding up the front. His lead's just been maintained at 8/10 of a second. He hasn't exerted himself too much out there. However, he is quicker than everyone out there at the moment. So Redding will come around, he'll get the last lap board in this Tag Heavy heat race number 3. 1 to go for Redding up the front, the state champion in this category. It's nearly a second he's got over Will Marshall. He'll be happy with his drive out there. It's been pretty solid. Checkered flag getting unfurled. Redding through the top turn for the final time. Down the back straight away. Doesn't look like there's going to be any change to 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Out of the final turn he comes. And Brent Redding gets it done. Solid drive. 2nd place goes to Will Marshall. That places him nicely for the final as well. Then it's Williams, followed by Dag. Then it's Ninett. Nelson in 6th spot. Then Gilliam, followed by Fox, Smith, Daniels, Misson, and Luke Jacobson to round out your finishes in at that one. We've got KA3 Junior Light coming up next. They'll be out on track really soon with no non-finishers in that race. We'll take a very quick break and be back with KA3 Junior Light. Back at Ipswich with KA3 Junior Light on track for drama already. Our pole sitter there, the number 5, the Pink Bubbles of the Wash It Australia machine of Oscar Hannock, was facing the wrong way, but he was able to gather it back up and get himself back on the pole. Jai Flynn double duty this weekend. He'll start on the outside front. Then Jarrett in the 32, Alistair Flack the 11, Archer Bailey the 88, Xander Watts the 57, Johnny Wright out of 7, then the 15 of Chris Petroni out of 8, Jack Jensen, AJ Leggett on row 5, then Ozog and May, Jamison, Smith, Boscarini, Sito, Sydenham. Then it's Dimmer McCarley, Cooper Takagaki, Weatherhead, Knight, Thompson, Newman and the rest were away. Down to turn number 1, they charge for the first time. Oh, geez, it was tight towards the back there in turn 1. But it's Hancock who leads. Gee, it's all still going on down the back. Down to Video Pro. Flynn into second. Now change for 4th as well out there. Down the back straight away. Pretty sure that's Flack in 3rd all over the back of Flynn here as they come to the line. Yes, indeed, it is the 11. And it's the 32 of Jarrett in front of Bailey, then Watts, Petroni, then Wright, May, then Chris Smith rounding out your top 10 as Oscar Hancock starts to try and build an advantage. Brother Lockie racing down at Phillip Island this weekend. The Toyota 86 Scholarship Series. So many familiar faces or familiar names in that field this weekend that have come from karting. Max Walton down there doing that as well. My father Chris is keeping the wheels of Paralyn Karts Australia moving up here. So Flack punching on here in 3rd spot, wanting to try and get onto racing terms with Flynn, but Flynn's not leaving the door open for him. Down through turn number 1, Hancock with the fastest lap of the race. Through the Brisbane Karts corner they go. Equal distance now between Hancock, Flynn and Flack there in 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Back to Jarrett, sitting there in 4th spot. In front of Petroni is up to 5th in front of Bailey. Johnny Wright's back to 7th, which is where he started. Xander Watts and Harper May and Chris Smith rounding out your top 10 at this stage of this KA3 Junior Light race. Chris Petroni, new fastest lap in 5th. That was a 50.098. That played a 50.120 for your race leader. Petroni, one of the many empires out there, trying to close the gap to another in Baxter Jarrett out of RHQ. We're on lap number 4, so that'll be halfway when we get to the line. So Hancock just starting to assert himself a little bit out there. He's got that 4-kart length advantage over Jai Flynn at the moment. To the line they come. Archer Bailey, a new quickest lap in 6th spot. The gap from Hancock to Flynn, 0.391. Flynn a little faster. Having just done his personal best. Personal best as well for Flack in 3rd spot. And now the advantage has gone back the way of Jai Flynn in this one. On lap number 5 here. So look at Jai Flynn now. Made the comment only a lap ago that Hancock was asserting his authority on the race, but Flynn said, no you're not, I'm just going to set a new quickest lap and take more than a tenth of a second out of your race leader with a 49.619. Right there with him. Through the flip-flop they go. Working lap number 6, so 2.5 laps left remaining in this one. As Flynn really punching on here. He really wants to take the challenge up to Oscar Hannock. Onto the back straightaway they run. Now Flynn's in striking distance. Will he open the door? Yes, he will. Hannock didn't argue too much there. He'll have to try and come back though. We'll see what he can do. Richie McLeod would have the number 5 tuned to perfection. Big move down through turn 1. The door was shut. That's cost Hannock a bit of momentum down through there. That wasn't ideal for Hannock, but it's worked for Alistair Flack because it brings him back into the conversation. They're in 3rd spot. Behind them, back to Jarrett still in 4th with Petroni, Bailey, Wright and Watts involved in that fight. Battle for 4th. Petroni has a look and is able to get through on Baxter Jarrett. As they come across the start finishing line, last lap is on display now. Watts got past Wright for 7th spot. But Jai Flynn, since getting to the race lead, has pulled an advantage of 0.6 of a second here. And it's still going on. That's for 3rd now. What's happened here? Flack's dropped back into the clutches of the group, battling it out for 4th spot. So he's now dropped 2 spots. Oh, there's been a collision at the top. Get a couple of karts going the wrong way there. They all continue on, but it's shaken up the order. Meantime, Jai Flynn comes around. Checkered flag is at the ready for Flynn. He gets the job done. 2nd place is Hannock. Good drive from him. Petroni gets home in 3rd position. Then Bailey. Johnny Wright home in 5th. Watts, then Jarrett, then May. Then it was McCarley. Flack drops to 10th spot at the checker. Jack Jensen, Jackson Ozog. Then Leggett, Boscarini, Smith, Jamison, Witherhead, Sydenham. Then Thompson, Cito. Then Edmonds. Next one through after Edmonds was Takagaki, then Dixon, Tresillian, Newman, Dawson, then Knight, Waddy, Hackwood, Thompson and Horwell. We're going to take a break here from Ipswich. We'll be back soon with our Tag Light Heat number 3. So there he is, our Kiwi visitor, Kian Burt. He's going to line up on the pole here in this tag light heat race number 3. You're watching our March race day of the Pineapple Series here at Ipswich. Burt in the 29 on pole, Jack Wells the 24 alongside. Row number 2 is the 46 of Trent Newton and Brady Norris in the 26. Keegan Fraser the 4 and Thomas Gallagher the 23 on row 3. Row 4 is Daniel Brown the 31 and Geordie Slater the 73. Felix Kajeski the 6 and the 93 of Mark Tulloch. Annabelle Kennedy, double duty for her this weekend. She'll line up 11th in the 16. Then Costello, Janice Kokoski, Kingston and McConnell set for a start. We are away. Oh, gee, that was very aggressive off the front row from Jack Wells. He ran Kian Burt really, really tight there on the run down to turn 1, and Burt's dropped back to position number 3. Norris has got himself up to second spot in the 26, so he's had a good start out there. But Jack Wells it is who leads away. Oh, look at this. They nearly went 3 wide into Video Pro. Burt thought about a move on Norris, who in turn thought about a move on Wells, which has opened the door for Trent Newton to get involved as they go down the back straightaway now. Gee, it's been a pretty tough start in this top group. 3, 4, 5 and 6 now on track together. Newton up to 4th behind Burt. Then it's Fraser, followed by Gallagher, Slater, Kennedy and Tulloch with Brown. Rounding out your top 10 as they sit at the moment. It's still Jack Wells up the front, leading the way from Brody Norris, as you can see. Kian Burt, he's had his ears boxed around a little bit, the young Kiwi. Trying to get himself back into line so that way he can just jump onto the back of Brody Norris here. Through the hairpin they roll. Newton under a bit of attack out there from Keegan Fraser as they come to the line. In fact, there was Gallagher that's got through on both Newton and Fraser. Fraser going through with him. Gallagher getting it sideways on through the flip-flop there. But Jack Wells leading the way. Norris takes a peek over his shoulder. Up to Autobahn they go. Now Burt's got some pace here. He's closed that gap right down and can put himself into a racing position on Brody Norris as Jack Wells starts to pull away up the front. New quickest lap for Wells. Burt on the tail of Norris here. He'll be in a position to have a look at the hard stop. Wilkie and Burt. It's just a matter of trying to get past Brody Norris. Not an easy assignment, that is for sure. Up through the Autobahn corner. Thomas Gallagher in 4th has pulled well clear of that battle that was going on behind him, as now Norris has a look up the inside. Burt has a look up the inside of, and Norris takes over second spot. Now we can keep an eye up the front on Jack Wells as they cross the line. 4 laps down, 4 to go. Wells leads from Burt, then Norris, then it's Gallagher, followed by Fraser, then Newton, then it's Slater, Tulloch, Kennedy, then Daniel Brown, Rainer Costello, Kajeski, then Kokoski, McConnell, then Kingston, and Janice is your field from top to bottom in this one at the halfway point. Make sure you stay with us for our finals coming up. We've got a couple more heat races to go after this. Let's have a look now that Kian Burt's had a full lap in that second position as to what his pace looks like versus that of Jack Wells as Wells comes to the line. That lap of 47.967 for Wells, 48.040 for Burt, so nothing in it. Norris was a couple of tenths off of that. Gallagher of 48.193, so he's got pace. Brought the second red and white Birolart out on circuit out there. There he is, Jack Wells. Got away to a flyer of a start. Maintained it, but hasn't really been able to go with him. Norris has dropped off the back of Key and Burt there. Michael Jonas pulls in. He's got a problem. So we're working lap number 6. I'll get the last lap board the next time by. Out of Video Pro corner they go. With 7/10 of a second a gap from Wells back to Burt. I think that'll be enough at this stage. You can see the gap between the two of them on the screen. It's about the 4th visit that Kean's made to Australia. Been here for a while. He'll be at the Stars of Karting Formula 1 Australian Grand Prix Prelude in Melbourne on the 10th of March, Monday the 10th of March. Be a 3 p.m. to twilight show down there. So Burt with the new quickest lap. So he did have something still available there. Up through Autobahn corner for the final time. There's Jack Wells. He comes down the back straightaway. The CXR colours flying out there at the moment. Checkered flag ready for Jack Wells to come to the line. He gets the W. Second place will go to Burt. They'll have some work to do between now and the final. Brady Norris home in third, then Gallagher, followed by Fraser, then it's Newton, then Slater, Tulloch, then Kennedy, followed by Brown, Costello, Kukoski, Kajeski, McConnell and Kingston. That rounds out your finishes in that one. Tag restricted light coming up after we take a short break.
Shut up and sit down.
And we're back. Tag restricted light hits the race circuit for their third heat race. Jack Munro to start on the front row alongside Luke Trost there. They've been supreme throughout the course of the day. Thomas Williams, Will Carmichael, then DeSalle, Briggs, Scott, Mullins, Duncan and the rest were away. Through turn one they go. Nice even start. Oh, 2 nearly 3 wide. Through the flip-flop there. in the battle for third. Munro, who leads away over Trost to kick things off here. Sun's starting to come down. The top three have an advantage out here at the minute. Around the outside goes Munro, trying to make that work. Didn't quite pull it off there. Had to settle for second behind Trost as they come to the line. Thomas Williams, it is in third. It's Carmichael in fourth, then Darcy Briggs, Jack DeSell, then Cody Scott, Caelan Mullins, Mortensen into ninth, Truslowski into 10th spot, then Manzano, Douglas, Keys, Wheeler and Furlong are rounding out your top 15 as they sit at the moment. Through Video Pro. Looks like the top 15 are all about an equal distance at the moment. So head down the back straightaway, still early stages in this one. So for the end of lap number 2, our 10-lap feature race, of course. The tag restricted titles here this weekend. Further back, Jai Keys has got past Hamish Douglas. Trost's lead, 0.4 of a second over Munro. Williams in third. Carmichael, then Briggs. So has Munro got an answer here? He was slightly slower than Trost that last time through. But they were both significantly quicker than the rest of the field. It's been the order of the day between these two, right since qualifying this morning. Thank you to all of our platform sponsors for jumping on board and supporting the live stream here at each and every Ipswich Kart Club round. Really stepping it up. Today's coverage has been certainly under some trying circumstances here. It's been a very interesting day, that's for sure. Trost leading by half a second over Munro. Williams in third, Carmichael, then Briggs. Caelan Mullins has got himself up to 7th spot in front of Cody Scott. Trost lead, 0.476. He was 7/100ths quicker than Munro that last time by. Onto the start straight they come. Truslowski up to position number 8. So he's on the move, qualifying. Didn't this morning, so he's had to work hard. Now he's got himself inside the top 10. Manzano into 10th spot as well, in front of Mortensen. Battle for 5th and 6th on screen. Brissell going at it. In fact, Brissell got past Briggs on that lap. New quickest lap now for Jack Munro, 49.517. Still not a huge amount of gap closure. 6/100ths of a second on that time through for Jack Munro over Luke Trost. That's still a fair margin with 0.428 between them as it currently sits. We're working lap number 6, so we're past the halfway point in this third and final heat race in one of our feature classes in tag restricted light out there today. Can Munro offer up anything over the next 4 laps? Down the road. Another quickest lap from Munro, so it's coming on just at the right time for Jackie Boy in the 18. Williams still sitting there in 3rd spot, a long way behind. Then Carmichael, he's boxing on in 4th, trying to catch up there to Carmichael. DeSell In 5th in front of Briggs and Mullins and Czeslowski, Scott and Manzano. That's a 10. There hasn't been a great... This is lap 7. So when they cross the line, there'll be 3 remaining. The gap at the front, 0.387 from Trost back to Munro. So Czeslowski up another spot. He's into position number 7 now. Through the RHQ corner goes Trost. Munro trying to close it down. Looks like he might be closer on this lap. Did cop a bit of ripple strip going through Video Pro. As they come around at the end of lap number 8, the gap was 0.354. It's now out to 0.486 as Luke Trost responds with his own quickest lap of the race of 49.358. And Docell, the second card on screen, trying to get through on Will Carmichael into the 4th position. Just trying to see if he can open a door here at all. Not much space available to him at this point of proceedings, as they'll start their last lap this time. There goes Trost and Munro across the line. Munro will have a bit of work to do between races heading into the longer final. It's been a good drive from Luke Trost, getting to the front and just hanging on to it right throughout. Up to the Autobahn corner for the final time. Goes to number 47. Through there. It's going to be a good battle in the final, I think. Go down to Howard's Concreting. Checkered flag at the ready. And onto the front straightaway they come. And Luke Trost takes it out. 2nd place to Munro. Williams. Then we've got Will Carmichael, Jack Docell. Then it's Briggs, Jake Czeslowski. Then it's Caleb Mullins, followed by Scott. In fact, Manzano's got through. Scott and Mortensen. What's happened out there? Let it be at the hairpin. Off to the side. There's the answer to that one. And a very sorry looking NASA panel on that kart. That being Katie Scott's kart. So where were we? Mullins was 8th. 9th spot was Manzano. Then Keys. Followed by Furlong and then Wheeler. Then it was Charlie White, Hamish Douglas, Duncan, Karuna Ratner, Chimes. And then Tully, Britt Thompson. And that rounds out our finishes in that one. So we've got a couple that we've got to go and collect. So we'll do that. Then we'll be back with Tag Restricted Masters. So the action continues here. The last of our heat races on circuit now. So round they come to complete the first lap here in Tag Restricted Masters. I'll take every Alan Czeslowski it is who leads the way out there in a 25. Got the jump on Jump Bay, who's in second. Then Alan Mays, Mick Robinson up to fourth spot. So he's had a solid start. We've got one off already out there. Scotty Highland in fifth placing. Rudy Farkas in sixth. Then Garrity, followed by Lee Robinson, Steve Johns and John Heath rounding out your top 10 as they sit at the moment. Went for a bit of a wander downstairs. It's still quite warm out there here at Ipswich. We're about half an hour away from Brisbane, half an hour west of Brisbane. There's Czeslowski's lead. 0.8 of a second already in this one. There's Jumpé in the number 8 kart. He's got Alan Mays on his tail. They've been all about it throughout the course of today as well, haven't they? After this, we jump straight into our finals here for our March Club Day. Got to thank our volunteer officials for all the work that they've put in throughout the course of today. It's been a long one. Today's been pretty difficult. It's got to be said. They've just been doing a terrific job to ensure the flow of what's been happening out here. Of course, our medical team as well. Czeslowski's lead at 0.8 of a second. Merida got Mays on his tail. Then they've got a slight gap back then to Scott Highland. And similarly, another slight gap back then to Mick Robinson and Rudy Farkas. Rudy in the number 2. He'll be looking for a solid result here this weekend. Jumpé, the Japanese-Australian, Japanese-born, does spend a bit of time over there. Him and Kenichi, his son, takes him over there to race some events a couple of times a year. Four in the books now. Jumpé with the new quickest lap of the race, 51.448. You've got to say he's a rejuvenated racer, this Jumpé, since stepping into the Masters category. Czeslowski holds an 8/10 of a second advantage over Merida. Then it's Mays, Highland, Robinson, Farkas, Garrity, David Vogel after not finishing the previous heat. He's got himself up to 8th spot. Then Lee Robinson, Steve Johns rounding out your top 10 at this stage. Won't be long till the lights start to take effect here at Ipswich. So probably only another race, and our team will be out there to get them turned on and warmed up. 5 laps to go, halfway there. It's Czeslowski for 51.406, leading by then Mays, followed by Highland, Mick Robinson, then Rudy Farkas, Brad Garrity, Vogel, Lee Robinson, then Steve Johns, Pete Sattler, John Heath. Was a change of position there the last lap. Mark Robinson, then Godfrey, Ferguson, Brogan, Gavin Soward. He's had a bit of a sorry day. Something happened after qualifying. I wasn't informed, but he was starting off the back of the field. Must have had some sort of penalty applied. Scott Campbell in 18th spot, then Josh in 23rd spot. Peter Fletcher, then Linus Brown, Tim Lemon, Clinton Hicks and Matt Meyer. That is your operating order at this stage. So Merita's still under a bit of pressure here from Alan Mays in this one as we work lap number 7. So what can Alan Mays do about Jumpay here? It's a major race on the circuit at the moment. With Kz2 leading. With Kz2 leading by 1.3. He's really chipped his race meeting together today. Was strong at our opening round of the season last month as well, was Alan Kz2. So this will be our last race before we jump into our finals. We hope that we'll charge through them nice and quickly. Oh, one's gone around there. He's having a bit of a problem and hand in the air to say, I'm done. Whereas he's just waiting until the track clears and he can rejoin. Kz2 leads out to 1.4 seconds as he does yet another new quickest lap. Alan Mays is going to run out of laps here on Jumpay Merida. If he doesn't get somewhere to try and make a move. So Kz2 goes across the line to get the last lap board. He's got a 1.5 second advantage over Merida, who's got 0.2 over Alan May there in third. Through the Brisbane Karts corner. Kz2 now heads up to the Autobahn turn for the final time. Merida still holding down second. Mays, unless he pulls a big move at the end of the back straightaway, will have to settle for third in this one, and he's not close enough to pull the move at the end of the backstretch. Checkered flag at the ready. Kz2 comes around, and he gets it. So Alan Kz2 wins the third heat. Merida home in second spot. Then Mays, followed by Highland, then Mick Robinson. Rudy Farkas home in sixth spot, then David Vogel. Brad Garrity, in fact, Steve Johns gets Brad Garrity on the last lap. And Pete Sattler gets Lee Robinson on the last lap for 10th spot. Then Heath, then Soward Robinson, being Mark Robinson. Ferguson, Campbell, Brogan, Godfrey. Then Barnett, Thompson. Now waiting on the rest to come through. Peter Fletcher, Nigel Barnett, Sean Glashoff, then Paul Chimes, Tim Lemon, Linus Brown and Matt Meyer. That completes your finishes in that one. That completes our heat racing. It's time to race for some trophies. We'll be back very soon.
Shut up and sit down.
We're back for finals time here at Ipswich this afternoon. Cadet 9, the first of our 10-lap finals, hitting the track. Trust you're enjoying all of the action. Make sure you share those links to everyone back home to tune in and watch the finals, as we will finish under lights a little bit later on tonight. Harry Lack to start on the pole in the 99. Ryder Zhong alongside him in the 17. Emerson Mills and Scarlett Mitrovic, the second row. Then it's Hugo Jones and RJ Balboan in the 7 off row 3. Row 4 is the 68 of Luke Robinson and Oscar Kozak in the 66. Jace Harriman, the 28 out of 9. Then it's Marcus Kamalocka, Dominic Mixo. Then it's Alfie Doyle, Matty Tresillian, Vinnie Misson, Billy Curtis and Jacob Ding. That is your big field here. Lights are out and we're finals racing here tonight. Down through turn 1. All pretty even through the start. Through there. Lackatis is leading the way. Out of RHQ for the first time. Duba Bowen's got a ripper start out there. He's up to third. He was racing in Newcastle last weekend. Of course, made the trip up from Sydney for our opening race meeting of the season. So Lack making his Ipswich return here today. He's leading the way. Across the line they come. Zhong in second. Then it's Balboan, followed by Mitrovic, Robinson, Mills, Jones, Kozak, Harriman, Alfie Doyle, then Curtis Kamalocka, Mixo, then Tresillian, Misson and Ding. So Balboan's got up to second now. Of course, last time he was due to start, last event RJ was due to start on the front row. Had a problem with the engine. Similar to, I guess, what happened this morning as well. Couldn't get the thing fired. But here he is, he's in second, and he's now starting to chase down Harry Lack in the 99. He's been pretty solid all day, here's Harry. New quickest lap for RJ, a 55.990. And through turn number 1. Oh no, he's had a terrible exit to turn to the first corner. It's really opened it up for Lack and given Zhong a bit of impetus there in third spot to try and retake second. Fourth placing still Robinson, followed by Mitrovic. Then Mills. He's been in the thick of it as well aboard the 2. Jones and Kozak. Then Doyle and Harriman round out your top 10 as they sit at the moment. Ran a little bit wide there. Did Balboan. So Robinson down in fourth, a new quickest lap for him. Then Mills has got past Mitrovic. But a couple that have come off in the area of the racetrack they're about to go through. That being Curtis and Misson. So now Balboan's picked it up again. After getting it a little bit loose out there, he's steadied the ship and can set sail for Harry Lack here. He's handling nicely. Got Carl Lindbaum on the spanners with them this weekend as well. RJ's uncle Toby up here, of course, Mr. Sprint Car Hub, if you follow that sport. But it's like Balboan, Zhong, then Robinson, Mills, Mitrovic, Jones, Kozak, Doyle and Harriman. We have a race on here. We're only 4 laps into our 10, so we'll come up to the half race point at the end of this current lap that they're on. Geez, Luke Robinson, he's the quickest out there in 4th, and he's rapidly starting to close the gap to Ryder Zhong in 3rd. Getting very close. Get down the front stretch. Oh, Balboa goes for a move. Nice move into turn 1. That's not a place you normally see too many passing manoeuvres, certainly not like that. Lack didn't argue too much. He'll just sit there in 2nd position and then see what he might be able to do here with RJ Balboa. All RJ have the ability to pull away. That has also allowed Zhong in the number 17 to close the gap as they head up toward the top corner. Up the inside goes Lack, so Lack back to the lead. The door was opened there by Balboa, and Harry Lack leads away. Oh, now he runs wide, so it's really opened it up. This final is outstanding around the outside. The pass for the lead. Down the front straightaway, we've got a race in 4 in this one. This has been one of the races of the day so far in any category. And now Robinson goes past Ryder Zhong into 3rd spot. Anything is possible in this one with 4 laps to go. Now Lack's going to push on here. He's all over the back of Balboa as they go down towards the Video Pro corner. Through the left-hander they run. Now Robinson, he's got pace as they go to the Autobahn turn and onto the backstretch. Through the hairpin. The number 7 it is that leads away. This is your top 3. Nose to tail in this finale here tonight. They've pulled clear of Ryder Zhong. It didn't take him long, in fact, to pull away quite a margin on Ryder Zhong. And Lack's got a run going again. 3 to go. It's the Kart Republic. Chassis of RJ Balboa, and it leads away. Luke Robinson punching on. He's been the one that's had to make the ground. Lack's going to have a look. He goes through. Balboa will try for the switchback. Here comes Robinson. He's got the pace up into the left-hander. Right-hander, I should say. Down the back stretch they go again. So it's Lack who leads away. It's been about 4 or 5 lead changes, probably 6 or 7, in fact, throughout the course of this one. So down the front straight away they go. Robinson, he tries to remove on Lack. It's exactly the same, in fact, as the move that Balboa pulled a couple of laps ago. Down at turn 1. Now it's tightening up behind Luke Robinson. Zhong's not out of this one either. Emerson Mills still 5th. Mitrovic still 6th. Then Kozak, Hughes, Harriman, Doyle, Kamalaka, Misko, Tresilian and Ding. As you can imagine, we've been focused on this fight up the front. It's been going all race long. It's been a tremendous race. So the sun starts to come down. Down the back straightaway, Robinson. He's starting to establish some margin out there. Last lap board on display. It's all or nothing now. Has Robinson got enough margin? Balboa goes for the big move at turn 1 again. Only just gets through a slight touch with Harry Lack. But he managed to get through into second, the Sydney sider. Oh, but Lack's not done with yet. Neither's Zhong for the podium. Down the short chute they go. Through into the left-hander it is. It's Robinson leading the way. Up to the top turn. Zhong's going to have a look at Lack as well. I don't think Balboa's close enough. Is Lack close enough to have a look for second? We go down the back straight away for the final time. Robinson leading them through the final set of turns. Onto the front straight away. And he gets what's been a pretty extraordinary final out there. So Robinson gets the win. Balboa home in second. Harry Lack, then Ryder Zhong. Waiting now on the next cart through. That being Emerson Mills. Good job today. Scarlett Mitrovic home in sixth spot. Then in seventh it was Oscar Kozak, Hugo Jones, then Harriman, Alfie Doyle, then Marcus Kamaloka, Dominic Mixo, and Matty Tresillian. So that completes the first of our finals. It was sensational one at that. We'll take a break and be back with KO3 Junior Heavy. And we're back here at Ipswich, the Pineapple Series. Tag restricted titles night tonight. So KO3 Junior Heavy, they hit the circuit. Jet Saragi, 2 third places and a win in this one. He'll be on the pole. Nathan Coburn, the outside front row, the 74. Max Southgate, he had the elbows up the last time in the 7. He'll start on the second row with August Soud, the 58. Row number 3 is Leo Liu in the 81 and Paddy Buckley in the 50. Watch for him to advance through the field. Row 4 is Jackson Duong and Quade Powers in the 18. Row 5, Ryan Webster and Luke Downs, the 22. Cooper Field and Harrison Lippiat in the 11. Kyden McKinn, the 88. Jacob Neal, the 24 in 14th spot. Row 8 is Matthew Clark, the 33, and Bryce Leo, the 51. Row number 9, Dylan Kamaloko. Then it's Raf Gatt, Zach Corkery, Brian Shaw, and Cruz Thompson. 10 laps on the board for this one. Sun coming down and beaming right into my eyes. So Saragi and Coburn coming to the line. And we're not going to get a start this time. One of our drivers having trouble getting away. It's a number 7 machine. It's Max Southgate actually. It's due to start on the second row. So bad luck for Max. See how far he can get himself up in this one. He'll try and thread the needle here. There he goes. Into the second row and slots in very nicely. So 10 laps on the board. And we're away. Down through the first turn. All good through there, so nice even start to kick things off. And it's Coburn who's got the best of the start in the 74. He leads away. To the Video Pro corner for the first time in front of Saragi. Saragi will want to try and get up onto racing terms with Nathan Coburn fairly quickly. Not let him get away. Bit going on just behind them. Fair bit of jostling into the hairpin. So come across the start finishing line. Problem for the 24, who's out of commission. That's Jacob Neal. Pulls in and out of this one. Look at Jet Saragi here. He's all over the back of Nathan Coburn. In the early stages of this one, Paddy Buckley wasted little time to get himself up into third spot. And he'll want to hope that they start getting the gloves off fairly shortly, so that way he can get up even further. Then start to join the fight for the win here. Of course, Club Championship points up for grabs in the series, as now Saragi goes up the inside and he takes the lead for the first time in this one at the end of lap number 2. To the line they come, 8 to go. And look at this, the 74 of Coburn. He went up the inside. He wasn't able to make it stick, but he's been able to get a switch back and retake the lead. The biggest winner out of that was Paddy Buckley now. He's sitting there in third position through the left-hander. Now out of Brisbane Karts corner. There's your top 3, nose to tail. The driver in 4th, Max Southgate, got a little wide coming out of RHQ. And that's allowed Jackson DeWong up the inside. Gee, Jackson's been impressive today. August Soward, she's currently in 6th spot, then Downs. Then it's Webster Gaff up to P9. Then in 10th, it is Harrison Lippiat. Across the line they go. So Buckley swung to the lead. So it hasn't taken him long, Paddy Buckley, to get himself out of the mid-pack and then assume the lead in this one. Working lap number 4. Choose our top 2 there. Have opened a gap up on Nathan Coburn since getting through into that position 1 and 2. Ryan Webster, he's up to 5th spot. Raf Gatt, what a drive. Tyler Greenby told me last month, he said keep an eye on this kid. It's only his 2nd race meeting here this weekend. Starting on his piece, starting down the back. He's up to 6th spot and on a charge. He's about to put himself in the middle of he's in the middle of a group at the moment. Damien Radicevic giving him the tip down there from TGR. So has Saraki got anything for Buckley here? It was a new quickest lap for Buckley the last time by, and now that's been returned serve with Saraki, a 50.679. Duong's up to third now. He's on fire. Gat's up to fifth, but we've had a problem out there. Webster's dropped way back down to 12th. Matthew Clark down to 10th. So Coburn's dropped to 4th here. So did he make an error, or was that Duong coming through the field? I didn't see. This will be end of lap number 6, so we're past the halfway point in this one. 4 laps to go. Coburn seems like he's got a problem. He was certainly looking down the engine area as he came across the line, and it didn't sound too flash. Gaff's right on his, or Gat I should say, is right on his tail. Might try and drop back and have a look at that battle between Coburn and Gat for 4th and 5th. Three laps to go for your race leader. Duong goes through in 3rd. Here's this battle for 4th and 5th. Yeah, that thing of Nathan Coburn's is ailing. And extraordinarily, Raf Gat, the P-plater, is now up into 4th spot. If something happens in front of him, he will be on the podium. There's Gat in the 6th. Just his 2nd race meeting. Been training for about 12 months. There he is in front of Coburn. Let's have a look over the shoulder. Mate, keep the eyes forward. It's eyes forward, not eyes back here. That comes with experience, of course. Give the team plenty to work on down there at TGR as Coburn got straight back underneath him. 2 laps to go for Paddy Buckley up front. This is a battle for 4th and 5th. Actually, we're back to the battle for the lead between Buckley and Saragi. Paddy looking to take another big win in his already storied career. So last lap board on display for Pat Buckley. Can Jet Saragi do anything about him? He was quicker that lap. Was Jet Saragi to the tune of 1/10 of a second to Wong. This will be a well-celebrated podium if it can hold on for this one. Coburn still in front of Gat in the battle for 4th. So up to the top turn. Goes your race leader, Buckley. Is Saragi close enough to get in the slipstream? Down to the hairpin. Buckley's going defensive. Saragi's going high. He's going to have to go the long way. Can't do it. One more corner to go. He's really going to throw it at Pat Buckley. Out of the final corner. To the line they come. And it is Buckley who gets a win over Saragi. What about this result for Duong? Then what about that result? Nathan Coburn, Raf Gat getting through to 5th position. That is tremendous. August Soward, then it's Luke Downs, Harrison Lippiat, Cooper Field, Bryce Leo in 10th spot, then Webster, Southgate, Matthew Clark, Zach Corkery, then it's Ryan Shaw, And then waiting on Kyden McKinn and Cruz Thompson to come to the line. That completes our final for KA3 Junior Heavy. We'll go to a break and come back with Cadet 12. So we're back, and our big Cadet 12 final is on track here at Ipswich. 10 laps on the board. The action coming to you thick and fast after a long, long day here. Aston Mills in the 18 will start on the pole. Casper Anderson, the outside front row, the 74. Then it's Ricardo Johnson, the 50. Lucas Losco in the 92. Harlan Bell, the number 7, out of 5. With Blake Haig out of 6 in the 75. Nicholas Kinder, the 54 is Rossio in the 46. Rhett Moylan to start from 9th spot with Vasily Barelos out of 10. Then on row number 6 will be Jeremy Broadbent and Knox Black, Creed Petroni and Oliver Jones. Oscar Ray, Lennox Carson. Then it's Jack Masiko, Kenichi Marita. Then Shelby Smith, Liam Campbell. And behind Liam will be Leighton Thorley, Frankie Madrick, Olivia Walton, Ashton Lusty, Connor O'Hare. Then Joseph Pilot, Walter Hillier, Fred Waddy, then Sebastian Woodrow, Aria Prazizi, Kobe Long and Levi Scholes, Judah Moon, Spencer Jackson Curtis and Spencer Jackson. Set for a start. No, we're not. Officials will give them one more lap. Couldn't quite see what the issue was there, but anyway. We've got 10 to get this done. Sun's gone down. Certainly we're at the dusk part of the day, that's for sure. The lights will start to take effect here. Mills and Anderson on the front row. Mills the white helmet. Anderson, the blue and orange helmet there. Watch out for Ricardo Johnson off the second row. He's got Losco alongside him. He's looking for a big result to kick off his year. 10 on the board. And we are away. So go down to turn number 1. It's Mills it is who leads them through there. Oh, we've got a couple off onto the dirt. They rejoin. Losco slots himself into third spot. Gee, it's pretty even. Stevens up the front. Mills leading here. Over Anderson. Losco in third. Fourth spot, I think that's Bell. Down the back straightaway now. Losco up the inside. Goes to second. Harlan Bell in the 7 in fourth spot. He tried to go with him. Couldn't make the move stick as they come to the line. Mills looking good up the front at this point in time. But he has got a charging pack coming at him. So down the back stretch, Mills opening up an advantage at the moment. Bell under a bit of attack there. And goes back a spot. To start, finish, straight they come. To 75 of Haig has moved himself into position number 4. The all white colours this year for Blake. So they go through the Revolution race gear flip-flop. Oh, Losco run it a bit wide there. It's going to leave him vulnerable to Anderson here. And does so. He goes up the inside and into second. So look at that group of karts there. Nose to tail. Haig looking to try and get himself up into a podium slot here. He'll have a look down the inside. Does the door open? Not quite. That's pushed him back into that group. So Anderson in the 74. A really decent job out there. So down to the Video Pro turn they go. Slight advantage held by Mills as Bell goes up the inside of Hagen back to 4th. Oh boy. It's really bottled up in that group. That second group out there. Oh, we're going 3 wide just off screen. So the order's Mills from Johnson and Anderson. Then it's Haig, Bell, and Black. I did call it as Lucas Losco before. Apologies. Losco is running in 7th spot. Then Kinder. Then it's Carson, Yo. Then Baralos. Brett Moylan's dropped outside the 10. He was aiming for his second top 10 finish here. The Port Macquarie racer driving for Calic Horse. Then it's Jeremy Broadbent, Kenny Marita, Oscar Ray, Oliver Jones and Masiko Madrick. He's made up some ground. Frankie Madrick, all to Hillier. Then it's Woodrow, followed by Petroni. Then Walton, Thorley O'Hare. Then Lusty, Campbell, Aprazasi, Joseph Pilot, Long. And that is the runners out there at the moment. Mills lead sits at half a second, 0.555 to be precise. Carson's got past Kinder for 8th. Through the flip-flop they go. Our top 3 have pulled clear in this one. At the halfway point, Mills, Johnston and Casper Anderson have got an advantage over Blake Haig, who's got Harlem Bell for company. Then Black Losco in 7th spot. Then Carson, Kinder and Yo rounding out your top 10 in this one. Working lap number 6 here at the moment. What can Casper Anderson do about Ricardo Johnson in front of him? Looks like he's got a bit of a run going here, Casper Anderson. The end of lap number 6. Haig with the new quickest lap of the race. How far behind is he? 7/10 of a second behind Casper Anderson. And that final podium spot. He loves the trophy, does Blake Haig. He'll be throwing everything at it over the next 3.5 laps to try and catch up to Casper Anderson. Bell under a bit of pressure there from Knox Black, his fellow Birrell Art racer. That's a nice lead that Aston Mills has got out there at the moment over Ricardo Johnson. Thought Anderson had closed in, not so much on that one, onto the back of Johnson. Mills with a 53.823. That's the quickest lap of anybody at this point in time. Teams in the centre, you might grab a view of some of those fluoro jacketed parents or mechanics very nervously watching on. So Blake Haig was about 0.2 of a second quicker than Casper Anderson that time by. The battle between Bell and the 33 of Black goes past. Geez, they were tight going into turn number 1. 0.7 of a second's a gap from Mills back to Johnson now, with a lap and 3/4 left remaining. Don't know that Anderson's got much left here for Ricardo Johnson in this last couple of laps. So Bell and Black are fighting it out still for 5th spot, which has allowed Lennox Carson to close in and join that fight. Still going on. That one's going to go right to the checkers. Last lap time now for Aston Mills. He's led since lights out. And he's been doing it very solidly up the front. Haig, he's pushed on hard. He's had to come through the field. He's sitting there in 4th position. Just hasn't had that extra bit that he's needed to get up to battle it out for the podium. Meantime, Lennox Carson's got through on both Knox Black and Bell as they go through the top turn. Aston Mills comes down the backstretch for the final time. You bring it around onto the front straightaway, and he gets a win. 2nd place will go to, a couple off on the dirt, Ricardo Johnson, then Casper Anderson. Blake Haig home in 4th spot. Then it was Knox Black. They did come together at the end of the back straightaway, that little group. Lennox Carson into 6th spot. Then Rossi Yo gets through on Harlan Bell into 7th. Then it's Lucas Losco drops to 9th. Nicholas Kinder into 10th. Then Jeremy Broadbent, Rhett Moylan, Kenny Morita. Then Barrelos. Then it was Ray, followed by Masiko. Majurek home in 17th spot. Then Woodrow, Petroni, Walton. Then it's Thorley, followed by Jones. Then it is Ashton Lusty, followed by O'Hare. Then Campbell, Pilot, Aprazasi and Kobe Long to round out our finishes. We've got Kz2 and Dd2 coming up very soon.
Shut up and sit down. Romantic, isn't it? Shut up and sit down.
So back for our 2 races, 1 track arrangement out there, Kz2 and Dd2 to take to the circuit. 2 separate races going on at the one time. Bit hard to keep an eye on, but we'll do our best. Troy Losco will start on the pole in the Kz2 with Bailey Sagadak alongside him. Next row of the grid, Tom Hunter and Lachlan Murphy, the 78 and the 15 respectively. Those two have been impressive. Then it's Jordan Ensby starting out a 5 and a 7, and Luke Bird alongside with Jodie Slater to start from 7th spot. In Dd2, Brock Plum will start on the pole with Scott Cleveland alongside him, Angus Mathers and Josh Goddard. The next row of the grid, Jason Smith and Dan Hutchinson. Then it's Stephanie Duffy, Paul Wilmot and Scott Gray. Of course, Dd2, part of the Rotax Life arrangement, a Rotax built engine out of Austria. Australia will have one representative in the Rotax Max Grand Finals in Dd2 and one in Dd2 Masters coming up the first week of December over in Bahrain. That'll be crowned in September. Of course, got a Rotax Life event to come up here at Ipswich as well. which is part of the qualification for that grand finals. We're away. The first group is under control. And now Brock Plum picks up where he's left off in the Dd2 category all day. He leads away, but it's Troy Losco in the number 12. Who's leading over Sagadak. Back in the Ricardo kart this weekend for Losco. Now based in Brisbane out of Bundaberg. Jordan Ensby, he gets through on his race along nemesis from the previous race. Lachlan Murphy off the start there and into 4th position. But one off onto the side of the track. I'm not sure if that was from this group or if it was one left over from our last race. I'll soon tell you. 10 laps on the board for this as well. Brock Plum with a commanding lead in Dd2 already. He's got past one of the Kz2 competitors in Luke Bird. Losco and Sagadak, two of the best exponents of Kz2 racing in Australia. Change his chassis but not change the team, I must stress, for Sagadak this year. So Hunter in 3rd. He's under pressure now from Jordan Ensby in the 7. You can see them go through at turn number 1. You certainly can't miss Jordan Ensby in those bright orange CRG colours. Been doing KZ2 for a number of years now. For a couple of years at least. Down the back straightaway and in through the hairpin they go. Sagadak going with Losco. New quickest lap for Sagadak. Now here's Ensby having a look down the inside at turn number 1 on Tom Hunter. Tom had it all crossed up. He was going every which way, including loose. That allowed Jordan Ensby to go through. He's had a very solid day as Jordan so far. Still quite a few laps to go though. And Lachlan Murphy, he's having a look at the battle going on in front of him. And he's just plucking gears, trying to catch up and get on racing terms with those two in front of him. Plum leading Dd2 over Cleveland with Goddard in 3rd. Angus Mathers in 4th spot. Then Hutchinson followed by Smith, Gray, Duffy and Wilmot. So Ensby's pulled away on Hunter there. He's dropped back into the clutches of Lachlan Murphy in the number 15. .351 of a second, the gap between Losco and Sagadak up the front. There's Brock Plum on screen now, the Paralin entry. Number 55, he's leading this Dd2 category. He'll no doubt be wanting to set up for that Rotax Life National Cup, which will be held in the middle of September down at the Albury Wodonga Kart Club. What a great spot that is. The great track down there. Got extended a couple of years ago. There's Cleveland in the 14. Followed by Josh Goddard in the 9. Josh with the white helmet. So that's 2nd and 3rd in Dd2 as they go through. Then Angus Mathers the next one. The RHQ number 3. Now the race is on back at the front. Sagadak's picked up the pace here in the number 25 and he's right on the tail of your race leader Troy Losco. New quickest lap. That time through for Bailey Sagadak. Goddard starting to put Cleveland under the pump here. Two Birrell Arts. Cleveland changing chassis this year. Had been in a Soddy kart for a number of years. Now moving across, one of the many drivers moving across to Birrell Art. And the race is on for 1 and 2 in Kz2 as they go down into turn number 1. Goddard gets through on Cleveland. They go through there. Another new quickest lap for Bailey Sagadak. There's Plum. The top two KZ2 drivers are coming down the back straight away now. As they come to the line, there'll be 2 to go. It's not over and done with just yet. Yeah, Plum's a runaway leader. 3.5 seconds up the road from Josh Goddard. Sagadak's going to have a look. So in case that two have got a new race leader, if Bailey Sagadak, they'll come to the line to get the last lap board. They're going down the back straight. It'll be good to pick them up. There we go. There's Sagadak in the red and white, 25. The 12 of Losco, right behind him. Last lap now. Can Losco fight back here? The sparks fly as the lights start to take effect here. This will be a big one for Sagadak to get one over. The man who's been the standard bearer for Birrell Art and Kz2 in Australia over recent years. But of course, prior to that, the Ricardo kart that he's driving right now, out of the same factory, of course. Down the backstretch they go. Sagadak takes a peek over the shoulder. Not close enough. Is Losco that time. Checkered flag is at the ready. And they come to the line, and it's Sagadak who wins over Losco. Jordan Ensby, a hard-fought podium. Good stuff. That's been a long time coming for Jordan. Then Tom Hunter. Waiting now on our Dd2 winner in Brock Plum to come to the line. There he is. He gets it done. Second place is going to go to Goddard, followed by Cleveland. That'll be Mathers. Next one through will be Hutchinson. Then Jason Smith. And waiting now for Scott Gray and Stephanie Duffy. So that completes Kz2 and Dd2. We'll take a quick break and be back with KA2 Junior. Am I up? Good. So good evening and welcome back to Ipswich. We're here for our Premier Junior category. This should be a ripper race. Tyson McGill will start on the pole in the 36. Jai Flynn, the 10 on the outside front row. Cooper Foley, what about the youngster? He will start on the second row of the grid in the 16. And alongside him will be another red and white Birrellite of Harry Bresnahan, the 51. Row number 3, the 22 of Chad Rissman and Ayrton Damaso, who copped a win early this morning. Levi Dosell will start from 7th spot in the 11, and Hamish Campbell has been in the thick of it today in the 4. Harry Burke will start from 9th in the 93, with Seth Huth alongside. Poppy Real, Josh Williams on row 6, row 7, Joel Lammers and Gabriel O'Kayam. Then it'll be Knight, Brown, Crutel, Hicks, Powers. That is your field getting set for a start here in KA2. And no, we're not. We're going to give him another lap. 93 was out of position there. That was Harry Burke. He was at the back of the bus. Had to get himself up to 9th placing. So he will do that. We'll send them through the cut through. Great category of racing for the juniors. Is highly powered Vortex 125cc engines, same as what they use in Europe. Chad Rissman keen to get on with it there in the 22 on the 3rd row. 10 on the board, getting set for a start. KA2 Dispatch. And McGill jumps straight to the lead down to turn number 1. How do they go down there? All through there fine. That was a nice even start right throughout the field. Flynn's got a flyer out there. He's into 2nd spot. Such as CXR's 1 and 2 at the moment. McGill and Flynn. Foley's got himself into 3rd spot. Out of Video Pro corner they go. Not much between our top 3 here on this first lap. Foley nipping at the heels, stepping out of Cadets into KA2 to the start-finish line they come. Bresnahan's got himself into 4th spot. Started on the 2nd row there. Young Tasmanian. Through the Brisbane Karts corner they go. Joel Lammers didn't come through, so not sure what happened to him. Through the left-hander. Look at Foley here in 3rd spot. Nipping at the heels there of Jai Flynn. Down the back stretch they go. McGill trying to build an advantage. Flynn going with him. And Foley wanting to be part of it as well. Ayrton Damaso down in 5th. He's the quickest on circuit at the moment. So who's it going to be as we get down toward our 10th lap? There's absolutely nothing in it between this top group at the moment. Everyone on circuit setting their personal best the last time by. No surprise because it was only lap 2. Damaso closing in on the back of Bresnahan. The green machine. Hamish Campbell with the quickest lap of the race. The other green machine out there. He's in 6th, closing in on the back of Damaso and Bresnahan. So the battle in 3, you've got Tasmania, New South Wales and Queensland in the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. See those 2 distinct groups of 3. Flynn picking up the pace a little bit out there. Folly just sitting in third spot. Not really showing too much. He's not showing his hand just yet. As I say that, he just does the quickest lap of the race. So, not showing his hand, that goes quicker than anybody. Only to then be eclipsed by Hamish Campbell, who's attempting to race it on with Etten Del Maso out there. Then behind Campbell, you've got Chad Rissman and Seth Huff having their own battle. Then it's Burke, Rule, DeSalle, followed by O'Connor, Brown, Williams, Knight, Crutel, Hicks, Powers. That's the order at this stage. Pastor Damaso's got through on Bresnahan out there, so a change for fourth. To Damaso up into fourth spot now in the Empire Kart Sport. Number 12 machine. It's 0.144 from McGill back to Flynn, then 158. Flynn back to Folly. Gee, look at this lead that McGill's been able to open up this lap. It's the biggest lead that he's had all race. So did Flynn make a mistake out there? I didn't see it if he did. So down the front stretch they go now. 6 laps in the books. 4 to go. Tyson McGill, he took 3/10 out of Jai Flynn that lap. Yes, there must have been a mistake from Flynn, which caught up Folly as well, because it was a 47.1 for McGill, a 47.4 for Flynn, and a 47.399 for Cooper Folly in that one. It was a 47.1 back at Etten Del Maso land in fourth spot. Geez, Del Maso's taking some ground out of Folly here, who has a look up the inside, thinks better of it, and Flynn makes sure the door's firmly shut in the face of the youngster. Now look at the run that Folly's got here. Down the front stretch. 3 laps to go. Folly's in third, but he wants second. The older and more experienced Flynn in front of him. Now look at Del Maso. What about the pace that Del Maso's had here? He's right on the tail and knocking on the door of a podium. Wouldn't he appreciate that, as Josh Williams, standing 13th, does the quickest lap of the race? So McGill's lead out over a second now. He's flying out the front. Gee, there's a little pace out there from Flynn at the moment. 47.7. But Folly just cannot find his way through. So Damaso on the back of Folly. Can he steal the final spot on the podium? Folly aiming for his first KO2 podium. Damaso, they're few and far between for him as well, it's got to be said. Then Campbell, I think he's going to run out of time to mount a real challenge, because they're about to get the last lap board. Tyson McGill coming around. It's been a masterful drive from the front row from young Tyson as he crosses the line. Now Damaso, he is punching on here through turn number 1. Folly ran the back end a little wide through the first turn. Damaso's driving the wheels off that number 12 thing at the moment. McGill's got this one in his skyrocket. There's that battle. Damaso in the green cart, looking to try and get a switchback. He'll try and get a run down the back stretch here. Campbell closing in at a rapid rate of knots. Folly goes defensive down at the hairpin. Oh, now Campbell's gone for the big move on Del Maso. They come together. Checkered flags out there. Oh, the gloves have been off out there in Bresnahan. He comes from the clouds. In the meantime, McGill gets the win by 1.3 seconds over Flynn. Folly home in third. Bresnahan, he steals 2 for the price of 1 with 2 corners to go to come home in 4th spot. Then it was Damaso, followed by Campbell. Risman in 7th. Then it was Huth, followed by Burke, Rule, DeSell, Williams, Elkayam. Then Brown. Then it was Hicks, Crucial, Knight. And Quaid Powers crosses the line in 18th spot. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with one of our feature classes in tag restricted medium. Getting toward the halfway point of our finals here at Ipswich. Tag restricted medium on circuit. 12 laps on the board for this one. Riley Vanderbroek, the 78 on pole. Sebi DeSalvo, he will line up in 2nd spot in the 7. Trent Harders and Matt Goddard, the next row of the grid. Position number 5 with Hugo Quezsales and Ben Lillis in the number 5 card out of 6. Row 4 is Riley Jones and Mick Oro, the 26. Gabriel Goodchild will start from 9th spot with Cord Onley out of position number 10. Justin Foyt will start from 11th. Then Scott Jordan, Dale Riley, Nash Garland and Brady Godfrey. That is your order in this one. 12 laps for our feature races here at the tag restricted titles here tonight. Been great to have you with us. Thanks everyone for what has been an absolutely massive, frantic day here at Ipswich today. Plenty going on. Getting set for a start now. Vandenbroek and DeSalvo away. Down to the first turn. Oh, DeSalvo's been gobbled up a little bit. He's dropped back to, pretty sure that'd be 3rd. As Vandenbroek leads away. Trent Harders into 2nd spot. Down to Video Pro for the first time they go. Finals have been terrific tonight. And plenty to play for out there. 2nd round of the club championship for the year. So across the line they come. Vanderbroek, Hardest, DeSalvo, then Goddard, followed by Quezsales, then Lillis, Goodchild, Oro, Jones, Foyt, Godfrey, Jordan, and Dale Riley. That's your order on track. Court Donnelly, Nash Garland not out there. Vanderbroek wanting to try and build an advantage. Him and Harders have been at it all day long. Throwing the likes of Hugo Quezsales and a bit of Sebastian DeSalvo as well. There's DeSalvo there on screen. He's got Matt Goddard behind him in the 81. Goddard trying to get on with it. He'll have an eye on a podium. Seb DeSalvo will be definitely looking to rack up another podium here for the Jess Golding Motorsport team. Down through turn 1 they charge. Hardest with the quickest lap. He was 3/10 quicker than what Riley Vandenbroek was on that lap. And it's closed down to 3/10 of a second. So we could have a race on here. It was a personal best, of course, lap number 2. for Vandenbroek and Harders. Let's see now that they've got themselves into a rhythm what Vandenbroek might be able to deliver. Goddard here on the back of DeSalvo, the tennis ball coloured helmet. Then right behind him is Quez Sales, then Ben Lillis, the next one on the circuit. Quez Sales in the 17. New quickest lap, as you can see, a 51.046. Been one of his best performances out there. Got to say, Hugo Quez Sales. It's been coming to us for a few months at the end of last year, then into this year, out of the Toowoomba Kart Club. See the field come streaming on through there. So Vandenbroek, now that he's got himself into a rhythm, he's responded to the push from Harders on the second lap. It was 0.2 of a second quicker than him, opening the gap out to half a second now. It's now at over 0.6 of a second. Through the RHQ corner they go. There's DeSalvo in third. Thought Goddard might have thrown a bit of a challenge to him, but looks to have just dropped off that. And then Quez Sales. He's trying to close in as well. New quickest lap there for Vandenbroek. Goddard. He chimes in with the quickest lap now. 50.820, so he's a 10th quicker than DeSalvo in that one. There's Quez Sales nipping at his heels, the number 17 there. So it's only one shout as to who might get this third spot on the podium at this stage. Vandenbroek's maintained a 0.6 of a second gap to Trent Harders, and it's 1.1 seconds back to Seb DeSalvo. Goddard, the Paralin chassis, in the middle of this group of three. Now Quez Sales with the new quickest lap. So it's ebbing and flowing out there between these drivers as to who's setting the quickest lap times. Oh, gee, went deep there. Did Matt Goddard. It's lucky to pick it up, pull it up behind Seb DeSalvo as we work lap number 7. Could be 5 to go when they come around now. Goddard, he's been able to open the door on DeSalvo and move into third spot. What's DeSalvo got here to fight back as they come down the back stretch? Nothing at the hairpin at this stage. That's leaving him open to the number 17 of Quez Sales. They've got to be careful because Ben Lillis and Gabriel Goodchild are starting to close up, and they've got pace. Goodchild just did a 50.780, new fastest lap of the race. Vandenbroek's edged his lead out 2.845 now over Harders. So now 8 laps down, 4 to go for Riley Vandenbroek. He's opened the lead to out to a second, as you can see, right through there. Matt Goddard's pulled away from Seb DeSalvo. Quez Sales unable to advance himself up the order here. That battle of Lillis and Goodchild, they've closed in onto your 5th place drivers, so there's about 5 karts involved in that battle for 3rd backwards. Vandenbroek not so worried as he comes down the Capri straightaway. Two and a half laps remaining in this one for Riley Vandenbroek up the front. There's been no change in the order for a few laps now. Everything's really settled down as we get to the latter stages of what's been a super long Saturday here today. So De Salvo under pressure now from Hugo. New quickest lap for Matt Goddard in 3rd. He's taken 3/10 out of Trent Harders. He's a second behind. Thinking that's a bridge too far. What isn't a bridge too far is Hugo Quez-Sales getting past potentially Sebastian De Salvo for 4th spot, because he's right on his tail as they head to the top part of the racetrack. The world famous Willowbank Raceway just over the fence from where they are right now. Going to be last lap timers now. Quez-Sales goes up the inside, moves up to 4th spot. And can Ben Lillis have a go? 1 lap to go now. I'll tell you what, Matt Goddard might run the battle for 2nd to the line here. It was half a second quicker than Harders. Half a second separated the pair of them. Now there's 4 in that battle. Look at the battle for 2nd and 3rd going on there. Here's Vandenbroek up the top of the hill. Geez, I tell you what, Goddard down the backstretch. He's got a good run going on Harders just off camera. Wasn't close enough to really have a go at the hairpin. He's going to run it to the line though, and Riley Vandenbroek gets a win. 2nd place, then goes to Harders, only just over Goddard. Then it was Hugo Quez-Sales, then Sebastian De Salvo, Ben Lillis Goodchild, then Oro, followed by Voigt. And just waiting on now for Jordan and Riley to come to the finish line to complete our finishes in that one. We'll take a break. Be back with Kz2 Senior very soon. We're charging through the action here tonight. Our 7th final, Kz2 Senior, 10 laps on the board. They're on circuit. Toby Spinks will start on the pole. Dominic Penman, former junior star, the outside front row. 2nd row of the grid will be Declan Matthews. Let's see what he's done between races. And Henry Stratford in at the number 42. Maddie Feather has had a good day. She's 5th in the 26 machine, followed by Cooper Fish in the number 91. Seb Bennett in the 55 will start 7th. then Max Chatton, Nick Speed in the number 61. Bree Moyes will start out at 10th, then Annabelle Kennedy. Sebastian Simonelli will start from 12th spot. Ryan Reid out of 13th, then Hudson Lippiat from 14. Tanner Peters, then it's Talia Kittle. Christian Astasi, Paige Yarwood out of 18th spot. Andrew Farlow from 19th, Ronan Finn from 20th, then Christian Zonta, Chris Lusty, and Samuel Francie. That is your starting order for this final. Spinks and Penman on the front row. Who's going to take the ascendancy in this one? They bring them down. Big field. 10 laps, go. Down into the first turn they run. Spinks leading the way. In the number 96, he'll be wanting to try and get a gap, running fairly quickly there. Penman into second spot. Up through the top turn. Maddie Feather, I think that's got herself up into third place. It's a great start. In the number 26 Beryl Art, mover chassis for her this year. To the start finishing line they come. In fact, it was Matthews that got himself into second. Penman's been dropped back to fourth. Yeah, great start from Feather to get into third. Then Stratford, followed by Fish, then Speed. Then it's Chatton, Annabelle Kennedy, and Seth Bennett, rounding out your top 10 as they sit after your first lap. Spinks already out to nearly 4/10 of a second on Declan Matthews. Feather back there in third spot. Wouldn't she love a podium tonight? That'd be a great result. Dominic Penman might have something to say about that, however. Through the right-hander at the back end of the straightaway. Stratford's had a great day at the races as well. He currently runs in 5th spot aboard the number 42. Penman's picking up the pace out there now. He's on racing terms with the number 26. When do you think Penman's going to start to have a look here? And the answer is right now, and he slots himself onto that final podium spot. Stratford, he now starts to play. He'll have a look. Oh, gee, that was tight down into the hairpin. It just went off shot, and it's cost Stratford a bit of ground and opened him up to Cooper Fish in the 91. Those two taking some wide lines down the front straightaway, trying to get around each other. Spinks lead 4/10 of a second after 3 laps. Then about the same back from Matthews to Penman, and the same back to Feather. So a top 5, almost equal distance from each other at this stage. With our 6th place driver, Cooper Fish, on the tail of Stratford as they cross the line. Penman, new quickest lap of the race, 49.866. So he's now starting to pick it up after dropping a few spots off the start, Dominic Penman. He's now got into his rhythm, and he can start to push forward as we head towards the halfway point. Coming up to the back of former teammate and team boss Declan Matthews. Of course, Penman making a switch to Empire this year. Spinks looking comfortable, but Matthews just starting to wind it up. We know that's typical of Declan Matthews to get it working strongly at the back end of the race. Halfway point, it's Spinks, Matthews, then Penman, followed by Feather, Stratford, Fish, Kennedy, Speed, then Moyes, Astasi in 10th, then Bennett, Chatton, Reid, Lippiat, Simonelli, Kittle, then Yarwood, then it's Peters, Lusty, Finn, Farlow, Francie, and Christian Zonta, all 23 karts on track at the moment. Penman had a look at Matthews. Wasn't any real estate available, and then the door was shut. Matthews taking that look over his shoulder, as you can see. Trusser enjoying all the action from today. Coverage has been superb today. Oh, feather into the back of Matthews. The further was into the back of Penman. Oh no, they've come together. These two down at turn number 1. That's opened the door well and truly. That's given Matty Feather the option to go to second. So it's boiling over between Penman and Matthews down there. Matthews was the big loser. He's lost about 3 or 4 spots. He's just regained one as we work lap number 7. But Matty Feather, she's the big winner. She's gone up 2 spots and sits in second position. To the line they come. Spinks leading now by 2.4 seconds over Feather. Then it's Penman, Stratford, Matthews in 5th. Cooper Fish and Kennedy, Speed, Astasi, Moyes, Chatton and Bennett, followed by Ryan Reid, Hudson Lippiat, then Sebastian Simonelli, Kittle, Yarwood, Peters, Lusty, Finn, Francie, Farlow and Zonta. As we are on lap number 8, we are starting to run out of time in this one. So Stratford going with Penman here. Will he have anything for him in this final couple of laps? There he is in the white helmet. He's Henry Stratford. He'll have an angry Declan Matthews behind him, wanting to try and get through. Two laps remaining in this one. Another cracking final. Matthews goes through on Stratford. So Matthews to 4th spot now. Spinks leading by 2.7 seconds over Matty Feather. Penman's the next one there. And it's Stratford, Matthews, Fish, Kennedy, Speed, Astasi and Moyes. Down the back straightaway they go. One more circulation left here. Fish all over the back of Stratford now. So here he is, Toby Spinks. It'll be a lights to flag victory for the number 96. It's been a terrific drive. He's seen nothing but a clear racetrack for the entirety of the 10 laps. Down the back stretch he comes. Just one more corner to go for Toby Spinks in the 96. He will get that victory. Tremendous job, and what a result this is for Matty Feather to come home in second spot. Penman comes home in third place with the quickest lap on the last. Then Declan Matthews, Henry Stratford, Cooper Fish, then Annabelle Kennedy, Christian Astasi. Good drive from Christian to come through the field. Speed. Then it was Moyes, followed by Bennett, Ryan Reid, Simonelli, then Chatton, Hudson Lippiat, then Kittle, followed by Yarwood, Peters, then Lusty, Francie, Finn, Zonta, and waiting for Andrew Farlow to come through. Take a quick break here before we get Tag Heavy out with no karts stopped out on track. They'll be sending them out really quick. So we are back here at Ipswich and out on circuit. Tag Heavy takes the track. Brent Redding, he has not been defeated today. He will start on the pole for this 10-lap affair. Will Marshall the outside front row. Then Chris Williamson, Josh Dagg the next row. The 18 of Jared 9 out of 5. Andrew Gilliam in the 5 out of 6. Row 4 is the 8 of Sam Misson and Brendan Nelson out of position 8 in the 70. Harrison Fox the 68. Leighton Smith in the 7 from 10. Then Luke Jacobson and Dakota Daniels. Set for our 10-lap final. Down they go into turn 1, and it's Marshall who's got the best of the start out there. He assumes the lead on the exit of turn number 1. Is that a problem for Brent Redding? I think it might be. Yes, indeed. So a drama for Redding out there. That thing had no go. It hasn't stopped all day and has just come to a standstill in the middle of the racetrack. Unfortunately for Brent, he had the perfect day going, and when the trophy's on the line, he's unable to continue on. But Will Marshall is pushing forward here as he comes to the line in the JGM number 17. The number 39 of Dags got up to second. And Gilliam, good start, up to third spot. Then Williams, followed by Ninett. Then Misson, Fox, Jacobson, Daniels, Smith. Brendan Nelson not out there. Didn't take part in the first race. So they push their way through here. Marshall under a bit of pressure from Josh Dagg. Haven't seen much of Dagg throughout the day. He's just been on the outside of that top 4 or 5. Now he's the quickest on circuit as he tries to chase down Will Marshall up the front. So up to the top turn they go. Marshall leading from Dagg. Gilliam sitting there in third spot in front of Williams. So 3 laps in the books now. Marshall's got the head down, eyes forward. So his father Wayne down there earlier. He'd be pretty stoked with this if he can hold on for the next 6.5 laps. So to the line they come. Dagg with another new quickest lap. But there's only hundredths of a second between your top 2 out there. In fact, hundredths of a second in terms of lap time between the top 3, to be honest. As Chris Williams has moved himself into third. He's quite comfortable, in fact, in front of Gilliam. He's pulled well clear of him. There he is. Williams in the 31. So across the line now at the halfway point, it's still Will Marshall in the lead. He does the quickest lap of the race now and opens the lead to 0.346 over Josh Dagg. Chris Williams in third spot. Then Gilliam, followed by Ninett, Misson, Fox and Daniels. Then it's Jacobson and Smith. Only 10 karts still on circuit in this one. Marshall takes the peak over the shoulder as he cruises down the back straightaway. Gee, looks comfortable. You can see him there on screen. Barely any arm movement. That's when you know the go-kart's set up nicely. It's doing exactly what it needs to do. Williams in third, new fastest lap. He takes 0.3 of a second out of Dagg. through the Autobahn corner. There's a battle going on a bit further back as they head down the back stretch. That's 4th and 5th out there at the moment. Gilliam and Ninett. Ninett hasn't had the greatest of days out there. Running in 5th spot at the moment. Trying to push on here with Gillian. Mizzen still in 6th. So we've got 3 laps remaining now. And Marshall's really put the foot down out there. He's out to 7.5 tenths in the lead. Ninett trying to get on racing terms with Gilliam. 3 of them going at it behind this as well. Misson, Fox and Daniels for 6th, 7th and 8th. It's the end of lap number 8, so only 2 to go from here for Will Marshall. Can he take a turn 1 to checkered flag victory? What about this group here? That is that battle between Misson, Fox and Daniels. One and a half laps left to go now for Will Marshall. He'll be very happy with that. Certainly in the warm-up phase as we head towards the Australian Kart Championship coming up at the end of the month. Big-time karting coming back to life around the country. Of course, there's the Stars of Karting on March 10, a special Monday event in the lead up to the Formula 1 Louis Vuitton Australian Grand Prix. Hearing they're working overtime, they're getting some special guests there from the F1 world. Nothing confirmed just yet. So know everything can be a little fluid in the world of Formula 1. Now that testing's out of the way, the concentration will go into that Melbourne race. Jack Doohan stoked with his performance in the Alpine over the last 3 days and nights. As now Will Marshall goes down the back straight away for the final time. What a result this is for Will. He comes through the final set of turns. He'll come to the line. He'll be happy with this. Will Marshall gets the win. Second place goes to Josh Dagg. Chris Williams home in 3rd spot. Oh, Ninett gets Gilliam on the last lap. Then missing. Dakota Daniels gets Harrison Fox. Then we've got Jacobson and Leighton Smith. That completes your runners there. Unfortunate for Brent Redding in that one that it didn't last any longer than about a quarter of a lap out there. We'll take a break and be back with KA3 Junior Light.
Shut up and sit down.
So they come for KA3 Junior Light. This massive field for their final. Jai Flynn to start on the pole. Oscar Hannock, the fluoro pink machine, number 5 on the outside front row. Archer Bailey, the 88. And Baxter Jarrett, the 32. Then it's Johnny Wright out of P5. Hasn't he had a good day? Xander Watts of 57. Then it's Cruz Petroni out of 7th spot in the 15. Alistair Flack to come through from 8. Jack Jensen and Harper May on row 5. Row 6 is OJ Leggett and Jackson Ozog. Then it's Cruz Smith and Monty Jamison. Alex Boscarini and Dimmer McCarley. Then it's Jack Sydenham and Lucas Cito. Liam Weatherhead and Andrew Thompson. Cooper Takagaki and Xavier Knight on row number 11. The 77 of Ollie Tresillian and Charles Newman in the 17 off-road 12. Matthew Dixon the 75. Then it's Campbell Dawson the 73. Connor Edmonds in the 16 out of 27th spot. Then Cooper Horwell, Miko Waddy, Chevy Thompson, Aidan Hackwood, Dylan Kamalocka, Turhorst and Butler. So 10 on the board with this big field of KO3 Junior Light. Flynn and Hannock on the front row. Watch out for Bailey and Jarrett off row 2. Johnny the Jet out of P5. Set for a start. We're away. And it's Flynn who gets the best of it. Down to turn number 1. All through there, this massive field. So everyone okay through turn number 1. And Flynn wasting little time to try and start to build an advantage out here aboard the number 10. He's got the all-white look this weekend in KA3. Hannock under attack there. He drops back to 3rd spot. Down the back stretch they run. Hannock loses another spot at the hairpin there. So Flynn leading them across the line at the end of lap number 1. Then it's Jarrett, followed by Bailey. Hannock, then Watts, right down to 6, then Petroni. Harper May, then Ozog and Jensen rounding out your top 10 at the end of that one. Jai Flynn getting on with the business at hand out there. He wants to have a strong advantage. It's another CXR versus Empire Kart Sport battle on the racetrack. We've already seen a couple of them tonight. Archer Bailey in 3rd, trying to pull away from Hannock, who's coming under pressure from Xander Watts out there. Bruce Petroni up to 6, the North Queenslander. He's moved up a spot in front of Johnny Wright. A couple of them have dropped down the order. There must have been an incident somewhere out on track. So we've lost a couple. Flack we've lost. He's right at the back. Liam Weatherhead has only completed 1 lap out there. But Jarrett, he is charging on here. He will be on racing terms with your race leader, as in right now. He's on the tail as they come down the back straightaway. The 32, former Cadet star. It's right there with Flynn. Down the front stretch they go. Final junior race of the night. So Cruz Petroni, he's the man on the move. He's up to 5th. Had just set the quickest lap of the race. The next one on his shopping list will be Hannock. However, he's just been passed there by Watts. So that's knocked him back a spot. Flynn's opened up a bit on Baxter Jarrett in this one. Archer Bailey has closed that gap behind. Hannock's still 4th, then Watts in front of Petroni, then Wright in 7th, Ozog, then Leggett, then Jensen, May, Jamison, McCarley up to 13th, then Sydenham, and Boscarini rounding out your top 15 at the moment. Archer Bailey, the quickest driver on the track. We are going to have a race in 3 up the front as we come toward the halfway point of our 10-lap final here tonight. Second round of the Pineapple Series, as it's been branded this year. So Flynn's lead at the halfway point with a new quickest lap. There's 0.4 of a second. Over Baxter Jarrett. He opened it up by another 1/10 of a second that time by Archer Bailey there in third spot. He didn't have a great lap. Henoch in fourth. Watts, then Petroni. Right, Ozog. Leggett, then Jensen. That's your top 10 as they sit. Feels like Jensen's been stuck in that 10th spot for the entirety of this race. After I thought Jarrett was going to throw a bit of a challenge there, but earlier on, looks like Flynn's just reasserted his authority. There's Petroni on screen in the 15, trying to close down on Watts in the 57. Now Oscar Henoch does the quickest lap of the race. 49.797 for Oscar. Working lap number 7. 3.5 remaining in this one. The gap up front is 0.5 a second from Flynn. Back to Barrett. Xander Watts closing in on the back of the number 5 as they go across the line. Fittingly, Watts just does the quickest lap of the race of 49.426. That's nearly 0.3 quicker than the next fastest. There's the Wash at Australia entry. His brother Lachlan down in Phillip Island racing the Toyota 86 Support Series, or Scholarship Series I should say. There's a number of karters, including Max Walton making his car racing debut this weekend. So Petroni here under a bit of pressure from Johnny Wright in the 30. Johnny's having a storming day, currently running in 7th spot. He'd like to make that at least 6th here. So across the line, 2 laps remaining in this one. Flynn over Jarrett, then Bailey, Henoch, then it's Watts, Petroni, Wright. Henoch under the pump from Xander Watts here. Will Watts have a go? I think he's close enough, and yes he is. He looks up the inside, gets it done. Oscar will try and get him back here. Oh, no room. He's had to force the issue, and more than forces the issue. Watts goes all 4 wheels off on the dirt, and Henoch moves back into the 4th position as they come to the line. Last lap board on display for Jai Flynn. Jarrett's been valiant in his efforts. Bailey's still 3rd. AJ Leggett gets through on Jackson Ozog for 8th spot. But Flynn had a little bit of a challenge about 3 or 4 laps in, but he's withstood that. He's got about 1/3 of a lap to go here as he goes up to the top turn for the final time. Comes down the back straightaway, takes a cursory glance over the shoulder, but he's going to come through, get the victory, and yet another win here at Ipswich. Jai Flynn out of the final turn, onto the front straightaway, and gets a checkered flag. 2nd spot goes to Jarrett, then Bailey. Henoch holds on for 4th, then Watts, then Petroni, followed by Wright, then Leggett, Ozog, Jensen. Then it was McCarley, Jemison, Sydenham, Boscarini, Andrew Thompson, Harper May, followed by Smith, Edmonds, then Holwell, Tresillian, followed by Dixon, Cedo. Then it's Campbell, Dawson, Charles Newman home in 24th spot, Takagaki home in 25th, then Waddy, Hackwood and Thompson. So that completes our junior racing for the night, with KA3 a junior light, tag light to come out after this one. Just 3 races to go here tonight. Tag light is on track for their final. Jack Wells, this is going to be a great battle. Jack Wells and Kean Burt on the front row, the 24 and 29 respectively. Watch out for Brodie Norris out of P3. Always a threat. Thomas Gallagher, the 23, he's been rapid. Keegan Fraser, an Australian champion in his own right, he will start from 5. Trent Newton out of 6 in the 46. What a cracking top 6 that is. Geordie Slater, the 73. Daniel Brown, the 31. Then off row 5, it'll be Mark Tulloch, the 93. Annabelle Kennedy, the 16. Felix Jeski in the 6. Raina Costello, the 56. Jet Kokoski. Then it's Michael Janis, Rob Kingston, and Rowan McConnell. Hope you've been enjoying all of the action throughout the day, wherever you are taking it in from. No doubt there'll be a nice contingent over in New Zealand, getting pretty late over there to tune in and take in Kean Burt's efforts in this one. 10 on the board in this tag light final. We're away. I'm not sure what happened to the second row on the inside there, but they completely missed the start. Burt's dropped back about 4 spots off the start in that one, but it was Wells who gets the best of it and leads away. Here comes Norris up the inside. Not shy at all. There's Brodie Norris, and he takes the lead and already builds an advantage out there. He came from well downtown to do that. He wants this one. Been a while since we've seen Brodie in action. G. Fraser's got a good start. He's taken the DPE Arrow Kart up to 3rd spot, the number 4. So Burt's got to settle it down here and try and fight it back. He's got a bit of a margin to try and make up here on Keegan Fraser in front of him. Then behind him, it's a charge of the Light Brigade coming. Daniel Brown, Annabelle Kennedy, and Raina Costello at it. So Gallagher not out there, so I did hear our officials speaking about a kart not being able to get started, so it could be the one of Thomas Gallagher. That's a shame for him because he's been very solid throughout the course of the day. To the start-finish line they come. Norris and Wells and Keegan Fraser, Burt, Brown, Costello up to 6 in front of Kennedy. Second Wells closed this gap down. It was 0.4 of a second the last time by. He was more than a tenth quicker than Norris the last time over. It was a 48.4 for Norris, a 48.3 for Jack Wells. There's Fraser, Burt trying to fight back here. He was the second quickest kart on circuit. The Kiwi in the Birolart, the red and white machine on track. And now he's the quickest of anybody. The 47.918, both he and Wells inside the 47s. Problem for Kajeski at the back. He is out of commission and pulls into the pits. Done and dusted. So we've got a nice battle starting to form here. It's going to be a battle in 4 if Fraser can lift and catch up to the back of Wells and take Burt with him, or vice versa. Burt gets in front of Fraser and chases down Wells. Runs it a little wide on the exit of the top turn now. Wells goes up the inside of Brodie Norris, and at the same time, Keegan Fraser's been able to make himself into 3rd spot in front of Keegan. So down across the line they go. So now Burt's into 3rd spot. What can he do about the 2 in front of him? He's still got time. We're only on lap number 5 now with Jack Wells. He'll be wanting to try and pull away from Norris out there. But Norris will want to try and keep with him, while also trying to keep the 2 behind at bay. Wells down over the steering wheel. See the intent that he had as soon as he got to that back straightaway. Another new quickest lap for Burt. In third spot, a 47.732. It's nearly 3/10 quicker than Norris in front of him. He's only got 4/10 to make up. Good lap time for Fraser in that one, a 47.8 that time by. Through the right-hander at the end of the back straightaway. It's still delicately poised as we will get past the halfway point on this lap. 4 to go for Jack Wells up the front. So Wells doing it comfortable at the front at the moment. He's got nearly 4/10 of a second up on Brady Norris. But there, still in third. Looks like Fraser's picked up the pace again a little bit. Behind Fraser is Daniel Brown, then Rainer Costello. Then it's Kennedy, Newton, Slater, Tulloch. Then Janice, Kokoski, McConnell and Kingston. As now, look at Keegan Fraser. He's got speed to burn here. Oh, Burt goes for the big move at turn number 1 on Brady Norris. Geez, I tell you what, they wouldn't have raced each other too often, if at all. To try and do that at turn 1 with Norris, you've got to have a lot of conviction. This kid's so fast. Kean Burt, now he goes to second. Norris will try and fight back up the top. Oh, no! And then Fraser gets into the back of Norris. And around they go. Geez, Burt was lucky not to get collected in that one as well. As they come to the line. Daniel Brown moves himself up onto the podium. Fraser pulls in and out of commission. Norris still out there, but has dropped to 12th spot. We're working lap number 9, so they'll get the last lap board the next time. It's all been going on behind Jack Wells after he got back into the race lead. Burt was super lucky not to get collected in that incident. They're all running very closely late in the race. One more lap to go for Jack Wells. Be another win for CXR here tonight. Burt with the quickest lap of the race in second. Daniel Brown